Futures back in positive territory here this morning as we get Q2 GDP estimate just out. Actually a little bit better than expected here. Negative 0.6 versus negative 0.8 they're expected. So again, that's Q2. The second estimate, GDP just out there, negative 0.6 versus negative 0.8 expected. We also get core PCE price for Q2 there as well, 4.4 versus 4.4, so in line with expectations. Also, initial jobless claims better than expected here, 243 versus 253,000 expected. So a number of numbers just coming out there this morning looking to help the market get a little higher. We are moving downside off of these numbers, however, as we look to Jackson Hole starting today. The Economic Symposium. We'll get Fed Chair Powell's comments coming up tomorrow morning about this time. He'll have a prepared speech and then do a Q&A as well. We'll talk about that obviously coming up tomorrow. It's going to be an interesting one, jam-packed morning, a whole bunch of individual names moving around here, including obviously Tesla coming off the split. 302 seems to be a bit of a magnet for Tesla shares in the pre-market. We'll talk about NVIDIA, not a good quarter, not a good forecast for them. Snowflake, a monster so far, back to the upside. It is Thursday, August 25th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Positive numbers overall for the market right now. We'll show you the board here once we get it loaded up. But trying to bounce are the futures after that jam-packed 830 number there. PCE for Q2, we get GDP, the second estimate for Q2. Both a little better than expected. So we are back in positive territory here. I don't know, my board's not working. So why don't we just bring in the guys and discuss this, because it's going to be an interesting morning. As I say that, the board obviously loads up. Good morning, guys. Yeah, lots to discuss here coming off an interesting couple of days back and forth ahead of Jackson Hole, which kicks off today. We shouldn't really get much out of it today as far as market moving comments, but yeah, the bull back in full effect there. We'll talk about Snowflake here. What a monster in the aftermarket yesterday, in the pre-market here this morning, and obviously Tesla on everyone's mind.
Yeah, I mean, came in this morning thinking it's going to be all about Tesla, and it's going to be all about NVIDIA and the chips as well. And then of course Snowflake blows it out of the water. Revenue growth just, I mean, tremendous for them. That on the number, there was some whipsaw action, but pretty much not a ton of movement. Like you did see a little move in the Qs there, buck up and down and sort of sliding down, but we're still holding for now 0.5%. Like nothing like the fireworks last GDP number that we got. So nothing too crazy here just yet. We know the players to watch. I don't think anybody's surprised that Peloton did a bit of a round trip after yesterday's news. What goes up comes right back down as if nothing had even happened for Peloton. That's going to be on watch to be sure. And then some other volume leaders out there. Yeah, that drug stock is back. It's still in play. I think it's a pre-market. It's my pre-market volume leader. I think it's number one up there. If not, it's like 2 or 3. And Bed Bath & Beyond. We're kind of curious as to how much that loan was they secured. Looks like it was just shy of $400 million. So you finally put a number on that, and looks like it's a bit of a done deal. That's going to be in play as well. A lot to look at today. Look at those chips across the board. They're going to be interesting. I'll be watching Intel and NVIDIA. And yeah, Tesla's a little bit cheaper to trade. Should be pretty active. Volume's big on Tesla pre-market. Although it was holding up really well until about 8 o'clock. And then it's been sliding back down since then.
Yeah, I don't know. I wrote, hey, what's up, everybody, and good morning. I think it's going to be a monstrous day again. I mean, we have Jackson Hole starting up. We're going to be getting some reports. We talked about it. Brendan's going to earn his paycheck here today with all the updates. I feel like just people talking, comments coming out, and definitely market-moving events, man. I mean, some of these earnings. NVIDIA was fine. I mean, they pre-warned they're going to be down that 3.5% or so. We'll see how that trades here in the pre-market. So I feel like gaming, obviously, when they're talking about downturns and that, I feel like that signals crypto as well. And, you know, with the way crypto's going, not great. But Snowflake with the monster, Tesla, I think wait for key levels. I'm not sure which way the traders want to go. Do we want to buy it now that it's at 305, or do we want to sell it because of the run that it's been on, right? So I think right now you're in the middle. I think you got to wait for 295 or 305. So those are 297 or 305. Those are some levels that we wrote down. I like Meta for a run today as well, especially since the market's up. And then I want to make sure we're looking at Alibaba today. I mean, another big Chinese name that's been on such a huge run, approaching $100. That has 120 in its sights again. So yeah, look, CRM was pretty disappointing for sure, as that goes down 6%, and then Nvidia down as well. So yeah, it's not a huge day here. I mean, imagine, look, the market's up 0.6%, and what's up, Randy? Cookies, yeah,
Oh,
good.
no
Okay, we'll
way.
split those. Those are Neil's favorite cookies. And what I was getting at, now distracted by the cookies, you have Peloton, you have Alibaba, you have CRM. Oh yeah, what I was getting at was, imagine those markets, we're still up 0.6, and we had some bad moves in the tech space, right? So obviously a snowflake upside, but Nvidia and CRM a little more important to the market. It should be a fun one here. I don't know, Brendan. I mean, I'm hoping we can hold green today and get this started off right, because tomorrow really is the biggest day.
Yeah, a ton of headlines to come, coming up tomorrow as well. Randy here, worth mentioning, bright and early in the wood shop that we now have apparently in the back. Working on the new desk, guys. Looks great. I'm getting very, very excited. Let's talk about a few things we need to know heading towards the open here, under an hour to go. First segment of the show, as always, guys, brought to you by True Trading Group. Thanks to True Trading Group for coming on this week. Check them out, QR code bottom of the screen there. Here is a couple of things. The dollar stores were out as well. So DLTR, DG, not terribly exciting, not really doing much, but just worth a note. They both reported. Peloton, where's the number? Here it is. $1.24 billion loss in the quarter. Revenue was basically $300 million lower than the previous quarter. So pretty ugly numbers coming through from Peloton.
Yeah, they're not good. I mean, Dollar Tree actually down, and significantly down 8% now, and actually holding 150. So this one, it's not a ton of pre-market development, not like it ever does, but this 148 to 150, the only recent support it's had, maybe you might base out there. It's usually a pretty range-bound driven stock. So when it finds a level to trade, it sort of just stands there. And then the volume is going to be a bit of a trouble as well. Peloton, it just feels like, yeah, yesterday you had the Amazon news, and it's like bounce to 11.25, get up to 13.5, and then earnings come out, and then just go right back and trade off of this 11 level. Because it's about 12% short interest, I'll double check that. About 12 to 14% short interest. It's not gigantic, but it's certainly significant enough that you can see a little bit of a squeeze factor, despite the bad report. We've seen that before, and it's already trying to do that. I'll pop to 1 minute or 3 minutes so you can see a little bit better. It consolidated, it bounced off 11 even. That's going to be that first line of defense here. Like if it doesn't get through 11, then I think that's going to be a potential support for a squeeze, which it looks like it's already doing. This is very different from Nordstrom's, because Nordstrom's was essentially at that $20 level at the open, and then all you had to do was watch the first minute or two. Was it rejecting that level? It immediately rejected that, and then it was a clear short beneath there. It's the opposite going on Peloton off that $11. It looks like we're holding and then breaking away from it as we speak. So I'll be looking at some resistance levels to the upside if it's going to squeeze. First one being 12.5. And this is where it jumped off at the open yesterday. That's why I like this 12.5 level. Had a bit of a pullback and then a breakout at 12.50. From there, you have yesterday's high. For now, it looks like it is in the midst of a squeeze, not one that I particularly want to chase. All they do is lose money. Brennan was saying Peloton burning money as usual, and I'm like, that's not even extreme enough of a term for Peloton. You got to come up with something more creative than that, because lots of companies burn money. These guys are hemorrhaging, teleporting it to the phantom zone. I don't know what it is, but yeah, at some point, $5, $8, I don't know. Maybe it does become appealing for someone to pick the entire thing up. But the play here is pure momentum. If it takes out the low, look for those shorts, $10 if it breaks 11. And then think about that squeeze, just in case it holds 11, which it looks like it wants to do.
That was funny that yesterday at 350 or whatever, I said Snowflake could get hit to $200 today. So wow, didn't think that we'd get up that high this quickly. 192 for Snowflake, but for Peloton, yeah, I mean, I think you go long down here at 11. I think it's an easy play, and also I think that you got to wait to see. This is what I was looking at, just this 1080. You're going to go long some hero shares down here around $11, and then we'll just see if 1080 holds. I mean, look, Peloton's been getting destroyed. Obviously, they come up yesterday with that Amazon news. I think it's great news. I don't think anybody expected a big quarter here. Down 12%, just giving back, and actually not even giving it all back what they were up yesterday. So you know, maybe there is a buy here. 11.20 could be a good buy for Peloton as well. I just like to see it dip down into 11 first, but maybe 11.20 is the spot. It's only at 11.82 right now for Peloton, but right there, 11.20 is an area. And then we had a dip buy yesterday, and then a rip into that Amazon news. Now, obviously, Peloton has a problem with distribution. They have a problem with hitting past comps and stuff like that. They're never going to be able to do that. This is a 2020 play. But yeah, we'll wait to see. You know, a buyout situation for Peloton always is possible, I feel like anyways. But I've been talking about that for $20. So, you know, like $20 ago, like when this name was 20 or 30. This is only 4.9 billion right now market cap, probably 4.5 after today. So yeah, I think it's a buyout candidate at some point, but you'd rather wait for that news than try to catch these falling swords. And I would just say a buy down here at 1080 would be real nice. Let's just see if it holds. So I'm going to start this train here at 11.20 if we can get it down there. But yeah, definitely looking down here at 1080. Looks like it's starting to take out some levels right now. Watch out for this, maybe this 12.20 if we start to go upside, as Peloton regaining some of those losses right now. Yeah, I like Peloton. The squeeze isn't too huge. It's only 12%, but still, the shorts win. If anyone shorted yesterday on that Amazon news heading into a bad quarter, you've won. I think they take profits, and I think this name does go back up to the upside. That's Peloton, Brendo.
I want to mention this Amazon story. Rahim Alani just getting set up beside me. We're going to talk about some banking stocks here coming up. But before we do that, I want to talk about this Amazon story because it was kind of pushed to the side, I guess, after the close yesterday. They came out and said they're going to get out of the healthcare telehealth services business before they even really get started. Remember a few months ago, we were talking about this One Medical that they acquired or are in the process of acquiring. And now they're not even going to use it. So they haven't even got regulatory approval for it, and they're not even going to use it now. TDOC, worth a note, sharply higher on this.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be out of the out of the healthcare business altogether. I think certainly that in-house product that they had, they were. The telehealth thing they were using was sort of like for their employees as a bit of a trial run there, and then they were working on getting some outside clients, which it looks like they were possibly able to start getting going, and obviously that's going to be gone, and I think that's why TDOC specifically is up. I'd be very cautious trading that. Anybody that trades, if you trade a buyout, I don't know, but I'd watch out for that 1M today. I wouldn't want to be necessarily sitting on the bid of that. I think you'd watch out for that downside. But Teladoc, it's an interesting bump. It's up 6%, sort of gapping on light volume off of this number, off of this news. And I just sort of look at it and say, okay, well, if it's holding above 35, then it's got some potential strength. It's a beat up name. It's got a short interest as well. So it's been sort of smooth sailing for shorts in this stock for not just the last couple of weeks or so, but I mean, the daily chart's going to tell you a bit of a story. Like since it broke down in April, it's really been holding the bottom end of the channel below that 50 period, all the sort of things of weakness that you'd normally see. And this could be the type of catalyst that causes some covering. I haven't seen a ton of volume right now, but if it holds 35 at the open, it's the kind of name with a much more significant short interest even than Peloton that you could see get going. I'm surprised it's not doing a little more volume, but it seems like it's just a weak sympathy play, but if it causes any kind of buying, you can watch for a potential break, maybe resistance at that 50 period on the daily. But it'll be on my radar today. I don't know that I care about this for Amazon in particular. I mean, I kind of like it when a big business that does everything makes a decision that, hey, you know what? We don't think this is going to work for us. We can't do everything. We're going to peel back. In this environment, I don't think that's bad news for Amazon.
No, I don't think there's much to do about anything there for Amazon, but we'll see. Amazon's bouncing its head off of 136, so that could be a top for them. There goes Peloton. We just talked about this name a couple minutes ago when it was down at 1180. Now you're at 1205. A nice bump up for Peloton. Again, looking at some of these highs in the pre-market, I don't know if these are, legit highs or not. I'm going to check here on eSignal. Yeah, we did have. Yeah, I mean, this was just a dump there. 1250 maybe an area to get long. I don't know. We might have missed the dip buy opportunities. Like I said, if I was not here at 7, but that $11 rate down there, 730, I guess, 720, that was a good little level right there to get back to 11. I like to see us fall back into this area, but maybe not. And then just for Amazon, especially if this market wants to be up today, like, I don't know, it was up 0.8%. We've given back half here in about 30 minutes on a better than expected GDP number. So come on, change my charts over to Amazon. And that's just faded off that 136. So if you look here on a daily chart for Amazon, this is a 20-minute. You go back 3 or 4 days, we haven't broken this 136 yet. So to me, that's a nice little level, 136 up to 138. I think you can get $2 on that. So that's a good little break level right there. And then you have protection on the bottom of 133. So Amazon definitely for me is going to be in play. Again, I don't think it was a big thing. It was just what, their employees or something no longer qualify or whatever that was. They're dumping that out there for better news for Teladoc. Wind down its virtual healthcare service by the end of the year, right? And so, yeah, not a big blow to their bottom line, I don't think at all. I've never really even heard them mention it. But it is a windfall for Teladoc, as Neil went over. So I'm not trading this any differently based on that news. I'm looking for a 136 break long on Amazon, or if we dip down into this 133, let's buy that. So a couple good levels here for AMZN today.
All right, Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Groups, back with us once again to have a discussion on the Canadian side of things, although this is going to overlap on both sides as it does most of the time. Great to see you. Great to have you as always.
Anytime.
It is a busy week as far as financials are concerned on this side of the border. A lot of the major Canadian banks, as we've been mentioning over the past couple of days, reporting earnings. There's also, the greater, I guess, greater impact of what's happening south of the border this week with Jackson Hole starting today, as we said, but the major event tomorrow. Inflation still front of mind, interest rates still front of mind, going to affect these Canadian banks in general.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's been interesting to see as these banks have come out with their earnings. Analysts had expected it to be weaker than previous quarters and year-over-year periods, and that's come to fruition. If you thought about sort of where we were a quarter, 2 quarters ago, as interest rates started to move, those things generally will provide additional revenue sources for banks, and not to say that they didn't do well revenue-wise and net income-wise, and we'll get into some of those. But a big concern has now become loan loss provisions and how the banks are starting to look at their books of loans and seeing how much they need to set aside capital-wise for those potential losses. So that ebbed in Canada, ebbed across all the 6 banks. And all of them had different provisions on the loan losses. So that's going to be something critical to watch as we go into this period where there is inflation concern, where there is concern around rising interest rates. What will people be able to manage? How much will people have to maybe skate on? How much will banks have to get aggressive on? So generally when a bank has to book a certain amount of loan loss provisions, and some of them have actually banked much more than they have in previous quarters, that starts to weigh on the financial infrastructure that we've got, and it's particularly with banks. How do they account for this? So when you start to think about how these interest rates are going to affect the individual, take that down now to the next level, get a little bit more granular with it, and see where those losses may occur or those provisions may have to actually come into effect by the banks.
And spending, obviously, the key here, and there's a tie to the retail space. We'll touch on a couple of retail names here as well. Let's jump into the two. So we had Scotiabank, we had National Bank earlier in the week, Royal Bank as well, RBC, but CIBC and TD. TD specifically, we'll talk about here in a second. They have a huge presence south of the border in the U.S. But here's a chart of CIBC. This is as of yesterday, obviously, on a daily time frame. But talk us through both CIBC and TD here.
Yeah, and again, a theme that we'll see throughout all of these is the loan loss provisions and the net income margin. So the net income margins did get compressed, squeezed, but did well overall across all of the banks. And that's one of the big things you want to look at. Earnings per share also, again, across all the banks, they were good, but they were not in line with analysts. So this is right as an example. Right here, CIBC was not in line where analysts were expecting. Revenues were good. Net income was good. However, it wasn't in line where analysts wanted to be. A slightly larger loan loss provision than was expected. So those are the things that get to start to be of a concern. And then, like you talked about, our next one, how that leads into other markets.
Yeah, I mean, we can pull up any of these, really. They're all going to look very similar.
Yeah.
I mean, they've all had these monster moves off the lows from June, and now we're coming back in with the overall market. But the theme, I think, a little more important than the price action at this point, and where we might start to see a little bit of support coming in.
Yeah, and like you said, like on the next one we'll talk about is TD. Like if you're looking at the Canadian banks, look at where each of those banks have their revenue drivers or access and touch points into different markets. Now, for example, TD is one of the more aggressive ones in the US. They made 2 acquisitions. They acquired an investment banking group just a couple months ago, and another firm called Harvest a few months prior to that. So integrating these large US pieces of business. And again, if that US business starts to bleed into the Canadian balance sheet, how does that affect the stock? And so you just sort of keep those things in mind.
Yeah, I mean, these things have obviously had quite the fall from where we were at the end of last year, where we were, even mid last year. We're still well below that when you see a lot of Apples of the world, the bigger companies in the US almost back to those highs. ECN Capital, tell us about this one.
Yeah, so they're a company that's involved in the financial services space. They sell technologies to the financial services group sector overall. And so they trade well. The stock price looks good, trades decent volume. And they just recently sold one of their businesses to a group out of Connecticut. They're looking to maximize on shareholder value, obviously, and focus on the things that are making them incrementally larger amounts of money. So on the back of that sale to a group out of Connecticut, I believe it's called Sherwood, the stock did have a nice run up on the back of that sale. So you look, again, companies like that are focused in financial services, play in the sector with banks, and have banks as clientele. Those things generally continue to.
Let's shift over to the retail space. As we said, tighter spending, people not going out as much, people not spending as much on higher inflation, interest rate worries going to affect the retail space in this country as well.
Yeah, like the guys were just talking about Peloton, everyone's getting on their bike and racing to the bottom on that one, right? So I was trying to come up with a good one for Neil and Sean as they're talking about it. I wasn't going to sing Rick Astley like Neil, so I got to come up with something. So you got to, again, think about how these things affect the overall market. Nordstrom, as an example, they've already indicated they're going to expect lower sales going into the back half of the year, just simply because when you have $1 to spend, are you going to be spending it at Dollar Tree, or you be spending it at Nordstrom, and so those businesses like the Dollar Trees, Dollar Generals that we've talked about will continue to have a minimal level of elasticity, whereas the Nordstroms of the world are going to expect issues, and that even came into Walmart that we talked about a few weeks ago. Walmart is seeing issues with inventory and how they're going to have to start cutting prices because of the fact. Nordstrom's obviously the big one, but it even comes down a level to the Walmarts of the world where they're going to have to start looking at that.
Yeah, Target with inventory issues, Nordstrom's this week with inventory issues. So the theme, widespread right across this.
Sure.
You had an interesting note about, I don't know if, is Zellers in the U.S.? I don't think it is.
No, they're not. No, but
so a throwback, anyways, for anyone in Canada that remembers Zellers.
Yeah, Hudson Bay, Saks, they've all been commingled for years, and they've kind of been owned by U.S. groups, and then they haven't. So anyway, HBC said that they were going to reopen the Zellers chain of stores. So anyone that's of, I guess, our vintage, or my vintage, I don't know how old you are, but of my vintage.
We're close. I imagine we're close. No, that's really interesting. I mean, as you said, I think that's going to get a lot of our era back in that store.
And also, I mean, because you have so many stores that are just there, retail locations that have, shuttered for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And so instead of having a nice high-end Hudson Bay store in middle of Ontario, maybe you go and open a Zellers. I don't know. But that's something that they've looked at reallocating some of their retail spaces. So
times are changing. Great look at some of the banks, some of the retail space, some of the effect coming over from the U.S. on the Canadian landscape. Rahim Alani is Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto. Thank you, sir.
No problems. Waiting for Elon to start the DeLoreans again, and we're back in business.
Wouldn't be surprised, actually.
Yeah, why not?
Zellers.
I actually saw they're
I can't believe like Zellers is one of those. We date ourselves all the time, but most of the people in the chat are going to be like, who in a what is a Zellers? Old school store, man. That and Kmart were. That was a jam back in the day. But we talked about Nordstrom's just yesterday. It is worth mentioning Nordstrom's on those earnings. It's flat today, but if you have a quick look at this bottom, that 1850 bottom, I said I'd be here for it, and it's right there. It's pretty much resting 15 pennies away from that low. Not a name that I want to ignore today because it was a big mover yesterday, and if it gets through that floor, I think it's going to be in trouble. It might not matter what happens in the overall market. It could just continue to show that weakness there for them, and just going through some of those. I didn't want to get rid of SoFi, but I wanted to show you guys here. SoFi, the last time I played SoFi off of big news, it held a support level, but didn't follow through, and then the following day when I didn't trade it, the same level got held and then it broke out. So I'm going to go to the same sort of idea here. Longs in front of the 650, play it to the 75 to 80, and then look for the high break on SoFi. If it doesn't work 2 days in a row, I won't do it a third very likely, but certainly SoFi was in play, of course, after we finally got details on the student debt relief program that came through yesterday. So SoFi got to jump up. It was holding 650 for most of the morning, and then just couldn't hold on, and it couldn't really do that big breakout that we're looking for. Decent if you had it, but you had to be taking your profits aggressively and then not reloading at the end, right? Like about the fifth time I grabbed the long, or the fourth time, whatever it was one time too many. So I might only give it 1 or 2 shots here off that 650 level to start the day here on SoFi.
Thanks everyone so far for the sticky note likes and everything. Yeah, Meta. Yeah, we could talk about Meta. Thanks to Raheem again for throwing down. I mean, a couple interesting names there. Talk on some of the banks and whatnot, and blast from the past with Hudson Bay and Zellers and all that kind of stuff. So that was really fun. But it's too bad. I'm really upset that Target never worked out here in Canada. That was a really popular store for my family there. So people liked Target. I wish that would have hold out. But okay, I like Meta breaking through 166, not 165, but it's already down here to 165. We had yesterday's bottom of 163 in the afternoon. Remember, we were trading this one. This could be looked at again if the market does fall. Remember, stocks like Meta, I don't want to say NVIDIA because they reported, but it's those kind of names that are in this like 160 to 180 range that'll just dump around and move like $3 or $4 off the open. So I really feel like a name like Meta, you got to be careful with it. Look at yesterday off the open. We opened up at 161. We went all the way down to 159.50 there before making that move all the way back up to that pre-market high and then eventually taking it out and moving higher. So just in the first 2 minutes, Meta moved $3 down $1.50 back up, hesitated, and then went, right? So I think you got to be very, very careful of that with Meta. Again, look where we are here, 165.50. That's the pre-market high. I think if we take that out, we go long. So forget about 166, close enough, 165.60, but you could get a dump back into 163 where we're going to try it. I feel like the market goes long today and then possibly gets crushed tomorrow. So that's what I'm going to try to play, and then hopefully we're going to be right on that, because we don't want to be crushed too early here, Brendo. But over at the big screen, it's upgrades and downgrades. And I'm an investor of, let me see, at least the first 2 on the downgrade side. So that's not great. But then I do have snowflakes. So there is some positivity here in my long-term account.
Yeah, typical for an earnings day. We get a lot of movement as far as analysts are concerned. This one down here as well, Lennar, didn't report, but downgrade today for Lennar. This has actually been holding up quite well on a daily chart. If you go to a daily time frame for home builder, if you were wondering. NVIDIA, Salesforce to the downside, JP Morgan and Citigroup, among others, not looking very nicely at them. NetApp, NTAP, upside today. Williams-Sonoma, we mentioned end of the day yesterday. Doesn't really trade like a day trading type of stock, but in the retail space, obviously, good quarter for Williams-Sonoma. Snowflake and Autodesk, both higher on the day.
All right. We're just, we still need to, because we've told you a story before. We want to celebrate. We want to go out, have a cigar. I tweeted out my cigar, on Saturday. We'll have another one with Raheem, hopefully coming up soon. But
the last time I had a cigar. So.
But the Albany Club where we want to go apparently is closed. We're shutting down early on Monday. So yeah. We'll figure out drinks, and I just told him, hey, man, we'll go in September. We'll go. This weather's not going anywhere.
It stays hot until
I like the patio weather in the
September.
fall, man. You get to,
nice.
you throw on like a little jacket. Raheem probably has about 1,400 suits that he could wear. So, he'll pick one of those out, and then we'll have a lot of fun. So, thanks to Raheem. I always like it when he comes by the office, and especially when we get to go out for some cold beverages at some point. So.
Yes, frosty, cold, or maybe just a little bit of scotch. That'll work too. But that board mostly, the downgrades, we already know we're going to talk about NVIDIA and Salesforce on the right side of that. And of course, Snowflake, just booming the upside. Their model's interesting, and it bodes well for them in terms of like an economic downturn, what they're going with. But in NVIDIA's case, it's already going. So it feels like it's exactly the same thing that's sort of going on there with Peloton, where like NVIDIA bounces off this 165, just double checking here, like that, 167.50, already been taken out. It's running to, if it runs to this 170 area, 169.50 to 170 on NVIDIA, it's going to be hard for me not to want to play the fade game. That's that 50 period moving average. I popped to the 15-minute. Like, that's the double bottom area that you had the last couple of sessions. So, you know, the chance that you were going to get that 165 bounce is pretty much come and gone. I think now it's almost going to be a bit of a fade play. And the other way I look at this is you're getting a bit of relative strength in Micron and Intel, which tends to happen on days like today. That's not going to get me away from fading Intel. Intel's actually, last I checked, it was flat. It might even be up a little bit right now. I understand, like, you know, you have the chip bill and all of that for positive. And then, of course, a lot of what NVIDIA was sort of guiding poorly, gaming, maybe not as bad. But PC sales, I think that doesn't bode well in the overall space for an Intel. So I'm just going to lean back toward the same thing with them. They're not going to make our watch list, but I'll go with the same plan of action where that 34.40 from the daily chart, that's the initial short. If I don't get that, then it's shorts off at 34. So if we don't break 34 at the open, then I'm shorting off that level like yesterday. If we do break it, then I'm shorting off of 34.40 with a 34.50 stop. And that's more or less going to be the plan as long as it's in this channel. When it breaks out of this channel, if to the upside, then I'll probably stop doing it.
I'm starting to warm up. I might start investing something in Intel here. Warming up in the office.
My hands are cold,
here.
man.
I don't know. I think Intel might be turning things around at some point here. Intel's up 28% since the year 2000. So, I mean, I feel like it's need to get going here. NVIDIA is so much, like, NVIDIA is a $400 billion market cap. And like Intel and Micron, all that hovering like around 100. And it just, I feel like, it's why I didn't put NVIDIA on the sticky note here today, man. It's just like, it's back and forth. It's in some ranges. I have it up on another screen, AMD and NVIDIA, because obviously I trade AMD a lot more. And I feel like AMD is actually, more near key levels, including this 94 here, 93, that's 93, but 94 to the upside on a break for the last couple days there, 94 could come into play for AMD. I'm actually pretty bullish on some of these names. I don't know, NVIDIA, I don't really want to trade it until it breaks above 150 or below 150 or above 180. But AMD should be exciting today. I mean, it dipped down. It didn't even really get hit too badly. Obviously, on that initial release, it goes down to 91, which yesterday was huge, and we got out of our shorts down there. But, I'm just looking at this. I feel like you can buy this up. 91.50, 91, like I want to see what happens. There's going to be active trading today. The worst thing I could possibly do is look at a chart that I'm not, convinced on and try to like pick some levels here that really aren't there. But there's that 94 bottom. There's a 94 top. So if anything, looking to go long through 94, I'm taking sort of the opposite side. I don't really see that I want to be in a short in these names today, especially if the market does want to come back up to the upside. So I'm going to leave that alone. Some news here, Brendo, about Plug. Is that even moving right now? So here goes Plug Power. Let's just have a quick look at the 1 minute chart here for Plug. Wow, $28 here, up to 30. And guess what? Plug and Amazon right now signing a green hydrogen agreement. So there goes Plug Power, up that 11%. They got some nice, forward looks here from that energy bill there passed. So a nice, or what was it, the inflation bill? A nice little move to the upside here for Plug Power. And right now you're looking to take out this 31. It's trying to do it right now. It took 31.25, but there goes Plug Power through $31. This could be a decent long. We've seen what happened to Peloton yesterday when they announced that deal with Amazon. Maybe the same thing here goes for Plug. Plug $31. I like the long here.
Yeah, they're with a number of things, including that. There's an update on production as well. They're on track to produce 500 tons per day in North America by 2025. It's 10,950 tons. I'll double check on that for Amazon, though. So there's the note. Plug and Amazon teaming up. So huge move there for Plug Power. Let's have a look quickly at what's happening elsewhere this morning. Let me grab the social sentiment board, and then I'll show you this as well. Over in Europe, that's the way things are shaping up right now. Turkey, 2 days in a row to the upside in a big way. Everything else kind of back and forth ahead of this Jackson Hole symposium, as we've been saying. A ton of headlines to come potentially from that. There's the social sentiment board. A lot more green on this board so far today, including the big one down here today is Tesla, obviously. 300 and change for Tesla this morning after the 3-for-1 split. AMC here, Peloton, interesting green in a big way, despite the mess of a report. Bed Bath & Beyond, SPY, NVIDIA on here, Nikola, Q's to name a few. So that's a look at the social sentiment board to kick things off so far this morning. Can we, let's jump into what else is going on so far this morning. That's a link to the watch list, guys. We sent out even more to your inbox this morning via email. So if you haven't done so yet, make sure you sign up for that. Use a QR code. All you have to do is enter your email. You get the watch list in your inbox. Again, we're scaling up as far as how many we can do on a daily basis. Going forward, I think today was about 3,500 or so we sent. So watch out for your inbox. Otherwise, you can check it out on the website. Still, as always, that won't change. The first one we need to discuss here, obviously, Tesla coming off the 3-for-1 split, 300 and change. While Plug's still going here, $32 now, 15% on this Amazon news, guys. But yeah, Tesla, what do we do with this now that it's 300 and change?
Well, I don't think you change too much. Well, the first thing to do is to make sure that you have your adjustments on the key levels, right? So it's an easy thing for us. It doesn't split adjust, so I can just go to literally to my 15-minute and sort of I know 945 was a big level, so that works to 315 upside resistance there. In the last week or so, you've had this 860 bottom. So you do the rough math, like 287. I know that's going to be a big level if it comes down to that price. So I kind of know where it stands. 900 yesterday gives you 300 even. So those are the kind of things that's the first thing I did. So, and there was also that 910, 911 top. That's why I like 303 for dip buys. It gave it up. Now we're trying to recover, but you're getting lower highs. And I remember this happened for Alphabet. It was Amazon first, and then it was Alphabet, where there was some push early on. And then a lot of weakness kind of came in and turned into a sell the news type of event. But I'm just going to work off the key levels. The first one beneath this 303 to 304 area, the next one down is going to end up being that even $300. And if we go to the upside, certainly you've got a bit of runway, I think. If you get past that 304, which is just above yesterday's high, then you've got some serious runway before you get to really, really big resistance, like that former 920s, like 307, and then that 315 that we talked about. So it might have to travel a little bit. If it wants to hold this level at the open, then that's technically, like 303.5, that's technically a bit of a breakout from yesterday's high, if it can hold that level. But if it gets beneath, I don't want to diddle in the middle. And the middle right now for me is between 303 and 300. Like maybe there's scalp trades off those even dollars, but that little gap range there feels like the middle. So I want to stay away from that. That was the breakout yesterday that we were trading. It was 900 to 910. I'd rather be trading at the edges of those.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So exactly what I had written literally on the sticky note here. So 305 long, 297 short. I just want to deal with one of those coming through. This is the first day post split. If you're looking for some trade ideas, also at Trader TV, Sean here. I'll put that in the link, or Bears versus Bulls as well. Tesla there. We'll see yesterday's close of this 297, and then we'll see about a 305 on some NASDAQ strength. So pretty simple for me. Here it is right here. Here's the split adjusted chart. And by the way, that was a good reload on Plug. Let's go Plug. Look at this. We took a 20. We missed the first break. The order just was too slow to go out. There we go. We got the 31.25. We got the 31 break long there, or dip buy back in as well. So Plug Power starting to go back to the upside here. We'll find out more about that story. But like I said, a deal with Amazon won't mean the stock goes down, that's for sure. But just to talk about this, here we go. Tesla, there's that 305. I was just wanting to get above it. I mean, maybe it's 306. 305 was just only because we bounced its head off of 304 here a couple of times. I'd like to see it get going, which would be that 305, but that's kind of more random. But right there's where we closed yesterday, 297, right? And so that's the kind of level that I'm looking at here to the downside. So a break down lower means that, hey, all of this little bump up, maybe it was due just to the split coming. So that's what I want to watch out for. I don't know if we get to 297, but if we do, it's also the 200 period on a 20-minute chart. Not really that interesting, but 297 297 there for the downside for Tesla, or a break of 304. Then I'd like to see it break 305 to get real excited. But hey, man, we broke that plug power news for you right here live on Trader TV. So I hope that you guys have some of this trade, and it's a big one for me here because there we go. Yes, sir. Wow, good trade here to start the day on plug, man. Long at 31.20 right now, really hitting this. So plug power, there we go on the reload on a couple different opportunities here for PLUG. So good move. 30 bucks upside, just touched 32 again. That's plug power. Here we go, as they say. Plug power touching 32 and breaking higher.
10,950 tons per year going to Amazon. 500,000 though on the production side for plug. They're ramping up to be able to produce 500,000 a year, but only 10,950 going to Amazon. Still a big deal for plug, obviously. NVIDIA, downside this morning. Numbers actually not bad, but the forecast, they're warning about demand going forward. So down about 3% here for NVIDIA this morning.
A couple of things. If you zoom, make sure you zoom out on your plug chart. That 32, it's bounced off twice. 32.10 is that recent top on the daily chart there. I think we talked about NVIDIA a little bit here, and look, they already had that revision that scared the crap out of everybody and had the stock recently tank. And I think you've been bouncing off the 50 period in reaction to that and holding support down here. And the difference between like Intel, and people are like, oh yeah, Intel, I believe in them. I own shares of Intel, so I like them for the long term, but it was a shelf break on the daily chart, one that has not happened to NVIDIA yet. NVIDIA is above this one. Every time it's gotten to this 165, it's had a bit of bounce off. So I was kind of looking at this and saying, if you're above that price, that's a level worth defending. Certainly a lot of people were bracing for it to be bad, and it could have been a little bit worse there. But at the end of the day, if it's going to pop up there and be away from the support level I wanted to work off of, which was at 165, then the first thing that might come into play is that 170 area for the short. If it gets below 165, obviously, I can change my mind in there and look for breakdowns. But I will be having a bid. If we get down there, I'll have a bid down there in front of 165. I'm not saying it has to go to that price, but if it is, that's that last line of support there for NVIDIA. And then looking off of yesterday's support levels at 169.50 to 170, that's just your 50 period on the daily as well as previous support. So it looks like it's going to churn right into that on relative strength. That's a play I want to make. Obviously, 165 can still come into play, but a heck of a lot would have to happen for us to even get there at this point.
Yeah, I spoke about NVIDIA a little bit already, and just the fact that it's not on my watch list here today because, it's on my watch list. We're going to be watching it, but I didn't really pick out any levels. It's a nice move back upside. I guess you can't hold the giant down. Still the biggest and baddest name here in the semis, so down that 2.5%. They talked about gaming, and we know what the story with crypto's been, so they're going to lose a little bit on that one. Heading into the winter season, though, gaming's going to be super important, right? Are people upgrading their video cards to play those big games? They're well positioned. I really like NVIDIA here moving forward. I just thought that, when you're looking at a chart, it's been pretty disastrous to the downside, right? So it was just 190 2 weeks ago, or less than 2 weeks ago, and a big fall in the whole semi space. AMD down to that 92 bucks yesterday, and this morning 91 off that NVIDIA report. But there's 170. I think that's going to be a great long there. I don't want to go short any of these names today. We talked about that. The one I'm more comfortable with would be AMD if there was a short coming. But again, I'd rather go long on this 94 break than go short. So I just feel for all of these names, chip names, I just think you got to let the market open up and see what we're going to do, because if this market rips, then chips are going to go higher. So no matter what the report, I don't think it's a fade, and I just think it's a wait and see on all of these names. So I don't even have any pending orders out. I have a buy on Amazon, Alibaba, Meta, Peloton, and Plug were in. So I like all of those names better. Amazon, Meta, Baba, I like them all better than NVIDIA and AMD, and I like Peloton as well. So for me, I'll look at them, but probably not right away, that's for sure. So I want to let them settle down, but big day for chips. AMD's already come out. NVIDIA came now. I think you're going to invest in SMH, which is just the ETF or the SOX, if you did want something there for the semis. But for me, let's be a wait and see on a lot of these plays. I just think there's better levels on stocks that haven't reported.
Here's Snowflake, absolute monster this morning after raising their full year revenue forecast. A number of price target hikes, a number of positive analyst moves in general, but great report for Snow up here. 20%.
Yeah.
I quickly tried to do like an Informer reference, like something with the artist Snow, but I couldn't come up with anything. So apologies there, because every time we talk Snowflake, I should do something with Informer. But look, it's an unbelievably good report for them. But the thing about, and they're not making money, but it's about the revenue growth. But like over 80% revenue growth is a story, and it's the way that they're getting their growth. Because remember, Snowflake doesn't actually like. They're billing you based on use, right? It's not like you're just sitting there paying for the software, and it's like, oh, well, depending on how much use we get out of it, maybe we're overspending a little bit. So when you get that growth number over 80%, that's actually indicative of how much their client base is using their product. So it's not a case of, okay, well, in the bit of a downturn, oh, there's a bit of overspending, so it's packed up a little bit, but then people realize, oh, we're not utilizing it as much, we're going to drop. Every ounce of the revenue they're getting is customer use. That's why it's such an important metric, and that's why 85% is so good, and that's how you can be up 20%, quite frankly, when they're not making money yet. Because everyone's sort of extrapolating that growth and understanding that's a good model, and it's a pretty solid model in an economic downturn. Right? Like if it's like a pay as you use, then you get a level of certainty for their clients. So I think that's all really boding well for them. They're ramping up things. And look, you try to talk about valuations, whatnot, but that's not necessarily going to be the story here. You're also breaking out on the daily past a 180. You're getting into this 200 area chop, but if you hold the pre-market lows and there's a bit of a dip, people want to profit take. I'm looking at that mid-80s. It's about 185 to 187, where I think you can catch a bit of dip buy. You had support in the aftermarket, there, and then the pre-market lows. We try to bounce off of those. You get below there, and the gap is entirely too big if you break 185. Beneath there, when it gaps up this much and the company's still not making money, if the market does head down, I wouldn't want to be holding a bag below 185 because this stock ultimately did close at 160. That's a long way to fall were it to break that support.
Congratulations. I mean, some of you guys there in the chat, I mean, you're welcome for the Snow call yesterday. I mean, I said I wasn't sure what the implied volatility was, so I think a lot of you probably playing it with options. I said we could see 200 today. I said that yesterday. That would be a monster move. I'm really happy with this 20% uptake there. Look, I'm long Snow at 140, so I'm pretty happy with this play here. I started buying it way back, got out of it, got back in there. And honestly, when they started getting upgrades, it was coming fast and furious just a couple months ago, all over the place, upgrading Snowflake. So, I think it was in and around here. That's what I'm saying about this 140 area right there. When we took out this 50 period, we got right into Snowflake. We were, not nervous. I'm buying these for investment, so I'm not even getting out today. But again, it respected that 50 period. And then yesterday, at 3 o'clock, we were talking about buying Snowflake. So there it is, a nice little move to the upside. Congratulations, anybody that has this. It's on the sticky note here, exactly the same levels that Neil was mentioning there. So 184, 185, dip buys for Snowflake. I'm already sitting there. I don't know if it's going to happen, probably not. But, that's Snowflake today. I think it's gone. This was one of the biggest winners. Again, I remember we took like $20 or something. This Snowflake and Tesla, we've had some monster winners on. Snowflake can go again, man. Easily taking out that 200 level could happen. I feel like dip buys, though, might be something to look at. So between 180 and 184, they're good ones. I put down 185. That's where we're waiting for right now. Plug just took to 32 again. So we just keep getting out at 75 every time it pops up. So I'm going to wait for Plug to take out that 32. I think that does happen. It's already a nice win for us here today, but let's just see if it gets going here. Plug power continuing to power up to that upside. So we're just going to wait for it. Good news with them and Amazon. Long this name, the only name I'm long right now. We've already taken out decent profit. So hopefully this doesn't fall back. My target to get out is right here, 30.50. So if it comes back down in, we'll get out at 30.50 and then reassess it afterwards. But so far so good here on PLUG. Wonder if it'll keep rising, Hanzo. I
want to show the daily.
Yeah, the 32 is right there.
Yeah, like this is the level from April on the daily. So if you, anyone can look at the chart. If it breaks out from here, you've got a lot of room to the upside before you're filling in some bigger gaps. And there was another question in the chat I want to make sure we got to. Someone was like, I'm new to Trader TV. What's going on here? Well, we're live trading. This is a live trading show if you're tuning in for the first time. So we're going to be talking about the positions that we are taking as day traders, what we see as momentum, what we see as opportunities, and sort of and then broad overviews in the market, and we'll get breaking news as it does come, like the example that just happened with Plug. We got our rundown, and it still has a couple of names on it. So let's get to that, Brendo.
Ooh.
Yeah, no real move, I guess, for Amazon, obviously, off that Plug announcement. But as we said, the healthcare side of things, more interesting here. Amazon up 1.3%. Teladoc, however, up way more than this, off that news that they're going to wind down this telehealth operation that they got started going back a couple months ago. But interesting look here for Amazon. Is TDoc maybe a better trade today?
Yeah, like I think it's not that I would ignore the news with regards to Amazon. I think you just sort of trade Amazon normally here today. Teladoc is at least anything that has a significant short interest, I pretty much am not going to ignore. I want to make sure I pull it up because I didn't say it last time, and I want to make sure I get it right. So I'm just going to pull up Flow Checker. It's about 20% short interest on Teladoc. So a little bit more significant than Peloton, which is another one that we're watching today. It ticks a few boxes for one that has a chance to run, which is it's beaten up off lows and has a bit of a catalyst. The problem with it is 150,000 volume in the pre-market. A lot of times, I'd see 2-3x that and trying to churn. All that said, if it tries to, if you get volume off the open and it tries to take out these highs, certainly worth watching here today. Anytime that 20% short interest is of concern, we got to at least look at it. However, there's another name which has short interest, which I think a lot of people are probably watching. Yesterday, or at least in the afternoon yesterday, Bed Bath & Beyond tried to get going off $10. It then tried a $10.25 break. That was pretty muted into $10.50. Well, you're looking at exactly the same range today on a little bit of weakness. So it made that high just above $10.60. Pretty much all session long, throwing out the pre-market in the first 20 minutes, it could not get above 1060 and had resistance there. So you have a pretty clear line in the sand on Bed Bath & Beyond. Then you got the support down like 975 to 10 even. Those are the levels I want to play off here today. If it gets going and does a 1060 breakout, it's got some room to run. They did get the financing. We now know it was about, or just shy of $400 million there on the loan. So good for them. But it needs some more volume to chew through that level that it could not in the afternoon, despite trying.
Again, Amazon today, I think it's going to be a little bit better trade. I mean, Teladoc could be a great trade. Like I said, I was just looking at for key levels there. Amazon, this 133, I really like that. If it dips back down in, the NASDAQ's up today, we could fade back down. Like if we have one of those days again where you're up 0.6, down, or down to 0.3, then testing flat, then back up, then maybe negative. Like, we could have like a 1% sort of float today maybe, and if it does come down, then I think we got to buy this. I'm already sitting here at 133.25 to buy some Amazon. If it does dip down, like I said, this is one of those names like a Meta that will tend to move a little bit off the open, not as much of that. I'm looking for Alibaba for the bigger mover as well off the open, and Meta, but I like Amazon down here. And I don't know, man. If this market really gets going, that 136 is looking pretty juicy too. That's the bottom right there. That's 136.40 though, more like it. So 136.50 might be a play, bouncing off of 136 again here for Amazon. So yeah, this is a name that I like. I think it's been beat down a little bit over the last couple days, but it's had a great run. That was Amazon, obviously off that 105 bottom or something like that, recently off one of their splits. But a pullback down, I say beat down, but it's gone from 145 down to 130, 133. So $12 down in a couple days, still nice. Like that's still about 10%, right? Off of 150 down 12, 13 bucks. So little movement. There's 133 again. Like, I don't know, man. The more I zoom this out, the better the trade looks. So let's wait to see what Amazon has in store here. But I like the trade, and I think it's going to be well worth it here to take that long near 133.
Okay, a few minutes ago, here's Bed Bath & Beyond. We were talking about the financing yesterday. Huge move up on that note. We are right now holding the support area in the pre-market, even above that, from midday yesterday. So we find out, obviously, who it is and how much it is this morning for Bed Bath & Beyond. A couple of levels above that, 1060 and then 11. 1060 was this resistance, and then 11 the support. After the initial pullback yesterday, kind of quiet for Bed Bath & Beyond, but should give us a bit of a move at some point today, guys.
Well, I hope it does. I mean, we don't predict the future. I'd like to see it break out. That'd be nice. You get that 1060 break and it has room to run. NEO is above this. The last couple of sessions, looking at this 1925, it was a good short off of that price, and you've seen it be resistance 1, 2, and then even yesterday 3 times. Gap above holds this. If we hold 1925. Just looking at a 1950 break. So pretty clean, like it's a quarter, like 25 cents is literally that pre-market range that's essentially holding. Ignore the dark pool wicks, get a nice clean breakout at 1950, and then it can be all systems go. As always, I mean, every time you're watching a NEO, you want to keep your eye on 2 things. A, the rest of the EV sector, but maybe more importantly, what's going on in some of the other Chinese ADRs there. One of those, and we already talked about Alibaba, just don't sleep on JD as well. JD.com up 5%. You'll see across the board, like there's a lot of strength in the Chinese names. JD.com has this that it's doing, which is if you go back to like the 5th, they already reported, you could report, and then 62.5 has been like this gap down, fade all the way down into this support at 54, and then right back up, gapping into this 62.5. So there's a few names in the Chinese economy or sector, I suppose, that are trying to break out at key levels. JD.com, one of them, 62.50. I like NEO because I trade it more often. I just feel a little more comfortable with that breakout in NIO. But this is another solid one here on JD.com. I do have some SoFi. This is more of a day 2 type of play because the last time I didn't trade it off the same levels the next day, it ended up making the breakout that we thought would happen day 1. So long in front of 650, working it to 675. And then if we do finally get this breakout through that high that just couldn't happen yesterday, I want the long on the breakout at SoFi. That was about $6.87. I kind of don't love 687, so it'll be like 690 because I like round numbers.
All right, I'm just looking for some shorts here. Okay, Alibaba is the name that I like for Chinese equity today. Obviously, big run up the last couple of days from 90 up to 96, really just yesterday, and now trying to take that level out. The Nasdaq's holding above, so I think we got to look for longs today for now, anyways, and then we'll change our thesis if and when more news comes out. But Alibaba in a channel and trying to break. So I mean, if that doesn't look pretty good there, then I mean, I'm looking at the wrong stuff. Here's Alibaba on a 20-minute chart looking to take it out again. Remember, I mean, it could still fall. It's going to be pretty violent off the open. This is why I put 94, 95 down here as possible areas to start buying. I'm sitting here at, I thought I was, 95 and a quarter. So did we almost get long in the pre-market? No, we didn't. Okay, so I wasn't here when this is when I put it out, but didn't dip down yet. Back. So 95 and a quarter down here for Alibaba. We'll see if it wants to hold that. I don't really have an out if we're wrong, so we're gonna have to wait for that. But maybe I can do a little bit here. If I get long at 95, maybe 94.50, something like that. We'll get out. But I still like it. We'll see if it's going to work. The only position I have on right now is plug power. Definitely, realizing that there's that 32 top that we've talked about a couple times on the daily chart for plug right up there. So let's see if it takes it out. It's fallen back in. We've already taken profit on this name. We're going to get out if it comes back below that 30.50, just in case you guys are wondering, kind of where we started, and that was the top right there was 30.80. So, if this is good news, it should be above that. We'll see. There's 30.50 down here. So, we'll get out if it does take that. But with only a few minutes to go, let's have a quick look at the imbalance locator, which we have not yet today. So the TQQ, of course, is an inverted. That's the triple long. So that's a buy coming on the NASDAQ, it looks like. I know Trader Pratt was trading NU yesterday a little bit there. So that's on the sell side after a nice run up. Huge yesterday, giving it all back today, trying to anyways. New. Actually only down 1%, so I just take that back. AMC as a buy. AMC, hovering around 10, that could be interesting as well. DNA, I saw DNA on there. That's a name. That's Cody.
Whoa, CRM's going.
DNA is a name that you guys like to trade there. And other than that, though, NEO, so, some of the names, we've kind of left Carnival alone. We'll have a look at that as well. Back down to $10 on CCL, so that's a name. Oh, there's Alibaba, so Alibaba is a small buy. But look, we've seen this before. Everything on the board is a buy, guys. Every single thing except for new holdings there, so which had a monster move yesterday. today. So watch out. There could be a little bit of a bump early, and then it could give it back once all these buys are over with. So there could be a little bit of a dip here coming in the NASDAQ or in the market in general, not just the NASDAQ. And you're sort of starting that right now, coming down in a little bit. Let's let these imbalances settle down with only a minute to go.
Yeah, Salesforce out here with a bit of a bounce. I mean, it's down 7%, but it just made a bit of a bounce there. Look, they did miss. It wasn't overall terrible in terms of like the size of the misses on expectations. The guide forward wasn't good as well. That's why they got punished, I think. But it just bounced back up to this 160. Oh, did it get to, yeah, it got to 168, not quite to this 169 aftermarket tops, aftermarket bottoms and pre-market tops. I think it has to get through that. I mean, until you're through 169, I think it's going to be a little bit in the penalty box. I'll be watching NVIDIA, Tesla, Peloton off the open as well, as it's starting to come back down into that $11 range. So Peloton, that's the level I want to see hold at the open. If it doesn't break the low, only one place to go for this name. And then watching some SoFi, which I'm already into. I'm likely to get into an Intel short, whether it's off of 34 or 34.40. I'll let the market open determine which one of those two resistance levels I'll play, just like yesterday. I gave it a minute. When it was below 34, I shorted that level. If it breaks it, I'll go 34.40. But Peloton, $11 is going to come into play. And Tony is back on the bell, of course, because you can't keep him down. So locked and loaded, it is Thursday, of course. One more day till we get Jackson Hole. And then, the Fed speech is Jackson Hole. 3, 2, and 1, ring it. That was a little louder than normal.
There we go. We are now open. Thank you, Tony, for that. So let's let this market just settle down a little bit, as we said. Looking at Alibaba. Alibaba not open yet, so not much to see here. Market just kind of bouncing around a little bit. We're going to go over to Apple just to see what Apple's doing quickly here. 169, okay, has that 170. Amazon's another name that I'm interested in. Dipping down nicely. Amazon down to 134 right now.
Yeah, and just watching Peloton, it got to about 11.45 here, and then a little bit of a pullback. So it hasn't really challenged that level just yet. SoFi still holding the pocket at about 660. Tesla, however, is coming to the downside pretty heavily here. Tesla falling. I did get the JWN. Nordstrom's just broke that 1850. Tesla's approaching 300. I want to make sure that we watch that one pretty closely. But that level on Nordstrom's 1850, which was a low on the daily, that's now been broken. I did get 50 as an actual price. That's a pretty good fill that I was able to catch. And then I said I would be looking at Intel, not necessarily guaranteeing that I would be short it, but it's currently holding below that 34. So if it bounces, cannot get through 34 even, I'm going to look to fade that level first.
All right, we're going to go try to go long Tesla as well if it breaks above that 305. We talked about that. Where's my 1 minute chart right here? Oh, yeah, that's right. We can't use a 1 minute chart unless I zoom like this. Okay, or that 297 bottom. We're still looking at that. Plug power does dip down. Whoa, the NASDAQ is cranking right now. A lot lower. So a beautiful move there. Let's start to cancel some of these trades that we had on board. Watch out for Tesla 297 break. I'm still waiting for Amazon. Is that coming in? It's coming in pretty fast here, but we got to wait a little bit more for this. It is a nice little dip move here in the NASDAQ, but again, we're just hovering around that 13,000 mark. So we've talked about how key that level is. Let's just wait to see. I'm not in anything. I'm still only in plug, but we've gotten out of that. So letting that one settle down a little bit, waiting for a move here. Here comes Meta. I really want Amazon to get down into that 133. Meta's coming in as well to 164 a couple times. I should have probably bought that. I was waiting for a little bit lower. Let's see what this NASDAQ wants to do still.
Yeah, and so we got some intel, but Peloton is charging now toward that 11 even area. This is the shot. Like if it's going to bounce, I'm kind of pegging that it's going to be off of this 11 level. So I'm going to hold out for that. We're going to see if we can't get a good bounce off of there. But NVIDIA going in the other direction. So the market's coming down. NVIDIA goes right into 171.50. And of course, I'm over there like looking at Nordstrom's and Peloton at the wrong time. That 171.50 comes right into play immediately on NVIDIA. That's pretty much just below where we close. I'll see if I can work off of that level for a bit of a fade. I'm already into Intel. But NVIDIA pops up and then slides back into that downside. And then Tesla is right at 300. So this is, that's right, I have to zoom in for you guys, sorry. Right at that 300 level, looks like it's going to try to make that break as we speak. Baba. 300, the biggest level we're going to first see on Tesla, a split adjusted here. Brendo?
More hydrogen news, guys. Helion up here. I'll show you in a sec. Not a lot of volume, but new deal with GE for some hydrogen-related technology for this one, HYLN.
Man, I can't believe we're gonna take Tesla short through 300. So if that breaks, that breaks. I thought I had a buy order for Alibaba. I guess I did not, as that takes out 96 and just rips to the upside there. Comes back down in. There's 96. There's the take. A nice move upside for Alibaba. This is a name that I like as well. Back down to 96. So I'm gonna put some bids down there. I was bidding 95.25, but I think a 96 bid definitely worth it as well for Alibaba here. But we could be a little more patient with it. Let's just bid 96 flat for that. We're still waiting for Tesla. There it is. So there's the Tesla break right there at 299. So we're short Tesla 299. Let's see where this one goes.
Yeah, I just actually was able to get some 300s into 301, and then I didn't get the reverse. Part of the problem when you go long, we have to send 2 separate orders to go short. So it did bounce initially. Now it looks like it's headed southbound. I'm going to get it on any kind of a pop back up. I'm going to keep my offers sort of sitting in there and see if we can't get. Oh, I just got it. So just kept my offers out there after that reversal, and we'll see if we can work the short side of that trade. While that was happening, I just want to go back over to Nordstrom's here because that bounced a little bit. So Tesla looking like it's working to the downside, but Nordstrom's catching a bit of a bid at 1830. I want to see if I can work this back towards that 1850 level. It's right at that pocket. I did not manage to catch NVIDIA somehow. Looks like it's still coming back in. Yeah, it's still in the midst of coming back in, unfortunately for me. So a bit of a miss there for me on NVIDIA. It's going to happen to you. I wasn't aggressive enough, was watching a couple of other names at that time. And of course, Tesla starting to go as well. I haven't checked back in on plug. I'm assuming, yeah, it's still holding that 31 level. So that 32 on the daily, as long as we're above 31, the longer we hold that, that's still in play. 3210, which is the current high, 05 was the current high. That 3210 is a huge level on the daily. I think that can be a breakout as long as we hold this channel. And then I guess NEO with the market down, no breakout for NEO. I only wanted if it broke 1950. It decided to break support instead. So no long because no breakout.
All right, so nice trade there, obviously, for us on Tesla, as that's starting to break a little bit lower as well. So far, so good on that. We're short, obviously, at that 299, so good trade. Let's see, we're going to go short again on it. I think a 298 break, or do I even have that order in? Yeah, no, 297, we'd like to see it break. So a little bit of a movement to the downside. I do have an order to try to go, yeah, short break through 297. So let's put another bid. Tesla's come back up. We already taken out some for $1 and change there. I'm going to put another bid around that 297, just in case that is somewhat near the bottom. We will punch shorter, of course, through that name as well. Just to check back in, I'm still waiting, right? I mean, Amazon, unfortunately, we were waiting for 133. That doesn't look like that's going to come into play. Alibaba was definitely the missed opportunity. I keep doing this, man. I write these trades on the sticky note, and then I don't take them. So Alibaba with the ripper today.
And the annoying thing about that is it's like NEO was the one I chose, and JD is the one that's breaking out. So yeah, it is what it is. I mean, you pick the stock that you want. JD's breaking out that 6250. I'm going to put my stop long. It will keep my stop long on NEO because it is now bouncing. But JD 6250, if it comes back to that price, sometimes you get fortunate. It breaks out of the price, and then there's like that whipsaw action in the first 10 minutes, and it comes back and picks you up in front of that same price. I'll try my shot to see if that can happen there on JD, just in case I don't actually get NEO on its break. But it put a wick off bottom, bounced off 19, so still a chance. There's still a chance that NEO can bounce and break this 1950. It would have to be a wick bottom and taking out that high, which is awfully bullish for it to make that kind of a move.
All right, we reloaded, of course, not of course, but we reloaded Tesla up there at 299.50. Bang, right there again, man. We are on this name today. There it is, bang again at 297. So a couple $3 wins there for us on Tesla as we continue to make that move to the downside. Now for TSLA, we want to get shorter again when it takes that out on that downside. And we're going to go short again if it rips back up into that 99.50 area. Why not? Let's try it one more time. But nice couple trades there on Tesla. We talked about not wanting this name until we got down into this 298 area. That's what we were doing. Could not avoid taking the 300 break. So that's what that is, and that's going pretty good for us, obviously, on on Tesla as that's trying to break. Meta trying to take 166.50 as well. That's not happening. But so far, so good here on Tesla land. Looks like we're going to try to break 297, and then we'll see where we go from there. There's the break on 297. We got short, and now we're printing even more, baby. Let's go, Brendan. What you got?
More retail earnings. ANF trying to bounce was down big time on this note. They cut their full year sales margin forecast for the remainder of this year. Also the next quarter revenue forecast as well. So trying to bounce, as I said, still 10.5% here for Abercrombie.
Yeah, buddy.
So now starting to come back into the downside, but still holding some strength. NVIDIA might go green if this market was actually holding up a little bit better. But it bounced off that 175.50, pulls into VWAP at 170. I have gotten some out once, but this is sort of gearing up for a bit of a breakout to the upside. Intel, I have to go over this because if I have a negative trade, it will short Intel this morning. It happens. 34 got taken out. I want to work off that 34.40 level that's going to come back into play. I think. Well, I'm pretty sure it's going to come back into play for us there. Nordstrom's continues to fall, so you pick on the name that's weak. Oh, goodness, that chart. So anyways, you pick on the name that's weak. I'll zoom in so you don't have to deal with that. 1150, 1850 into 1825. I think we're headed to 18 even on Nordstrom's. It's broken major support on the daily chart and just falling like an absolute rock. NVIDIA, at least we took some profit, but now this is breaking out. This is how you try to stay green. I mean, you can think that it's going down all you want off of a key level, but that's still an upward churning trend and now breaking out of some highs on NVIDIA. Still no NEO for me, unfortunately. Looks like we're going to have missed out on that one. Tesla 95, through there, it's weird. Like the 87 is kind of the big level. If we get to 87 on Tesla, that's where I'm pretty sure I'm going to want that long, 287. And that's like $7 away, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here to hold that. I mean, this is why we talked about Tesla today into that split. So, yeah, this is what we've been waiting for. We talked about that. So, yeah, I'm here to trade it. 295. I don't normally trade Tesla, but there it is right now, $3 in the money off that 300, $5 in the money off the 300 short that we had. But we've re-engaged in that. It just bounced off 295. I mean, I'm literally waiting at 295. So, we'll see if that can come in and fill us down there. 295.02 or so is my bid. Here we go. Let's just see it crank one more time. It wants to at least test 295, don't you, Tesla, at some point? But, you know, maybe, I don't know, I can cancel that 02 bid. Maybe we'll go a little bit higher because it is bouncing off some of these levels anyways. Let's just go in the 30s, see if we get that 30. There it is. Yes, sir. Boom, on Tesla, getting unplugged today. A nice little bid there, taken out at 30 for another one. So it's a good little win here for us today on Tesla. Let's see if we can hold it. I don't have any more outs scheduled, but that looks like that was a good one. Look at that, the bottom of that wick there. Good. 295.30. I'm glad we changed our order a little bit. Let's see if it comes in. There goes Meta breaking through 165.50. So this should be a good little name here to run through 266. Hopefully that can happen. But so far, so good here. Brenda, what else you got for us?
A little battery maker making moves. Frey in New York, up 18% here. On this note, Goldman Sachs with a buy on Frey. They make battery cells and EV-specific batteries as well. Watch that.
Yeah, I mean, there was just a break of that 95 that just slammed right back into the downside. So it looks like they're still selling this one. That was like a failed break that instantly rejected the rejection, for lack of a better term, on Tesla. So it looks like that 95 was pretty good. I got out of mine thinking we're going to be able to work back into this trade. I did get in JD.com, by the way. That 62.50 on JD.com came into play. So I got to watch out for NEO. If that's going to bounce off that level, I think the NEO could start to come in as well. I didn't want to ignore... well, I had been ignoring Peloton, but it's only now testing the $11 level. So it just got down to 11.20, so it's about to test that 11 area. It gets below 11, I'll give it up, but this was sort of like if it doesn't break that low, only one place to go. Right now it is testing that bottom, however.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull back on some of these bids. Oops, just as I say that, I get the Alibaba bid. I was gonna say I'm gonna pull back on some of these bids because you know, the short's really paying off here for Tesla. Let's see if it pays off the other way here. Meta, that was a small take. We really wanted remember we talked about taking out this pre-market high, so it tried to do it, it didn't, and then got faded back down here. So this is gonna be a name to watch out for here on Meta, taking out that 165 area possibly there for Meta. So that's where we went. We tried to get longer back down there, and then Alibaba just came in 296. I have lower, like I really want that 95 area for Alibaba. We wanted 133 for Amazon. That's not coming in. So let's just see if this market wants to bounce a little bit. Alibaba's kind of at a key level right now and starting to drop back in. So watch out for this 95 break on Alibaba. We'll take another shot, but if it breaks back down below 95, then I don't think we want to be in. That's a 94 bottom. So we'll take a shot here, but a break of 95 and we're going to get out of Alibaba. Tesla, just a quick review there. Good trading today for me. Short 300 again, short 297, and just bouncing off 294. So maybe we'll put a bid at 294, but hey, let's see how far this name wants to go to the downside. That is Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla making moves. Drug made a huge breakout. So, man, I didn't have my stop order set for when this broke the high of the day from yesterday. That 260 is already come and gone. About the only thing I can look for is if it pulls back, it holds yesterday's high, and then you just try that little bit of a dip buy. But at this point, drug is off to the races. Clearly, I mean, there's going to be small caps that try to go there. I also did get into Snowflake. It just dipped down to like 185.30 or so right at that 185 level. I got 86s here as it bounced back up. I've already scalped some out. I'm looking at this 189 to 190 area is probably like the best we can get. This is sometimes it matters how it comes down, right? Like in the NASDAQ and the ES both falling here. And if you wonder why it's not falling more, I mean, look no further than something strong like NVIDIA almost going green on the session. The chip names showing a little bit of pep in their step and bouncing, carrying the market up. But that's not extending everywhere. The rest of the tech names I'm looking at least that I can find anyways, they're looking relatively weak. So I'm going to take that first profit and then not reload this Snowflake. If it breaks 185, that's a big gap to be filled. Peloton as well is testing that 11 area. I just got in there for the first time. I'll probably get some more bids down closer to 11 even. But in front of 11, I like the long. It gets below there and it turns into kind of like a Nordstrom's where if it can't hold that, let's not pretend that the report was good. It was bad, and the stock is under pressure, and the company is in trouble. So below 11, it is an obvious hard stop. No 10 cents lower, right at 99 if it fills. Speaking of Nordstrom's, I want to get more shares if I can on any kind of a pop. So this is VWAP here at about 18.40 or so. I'll try the reload on Nordstrom's if I can get that print.
Here's Tesla, $7 winner off 300, of course, and still trying to make a move down. So I'm going to wait for 292 or so, see if we can get that. We just resisted 293, so some support down there. Maybe we'll see. I mean, I thought the same thing at 95. It went up, broke that back down again here for Tesla. So we're definitely watching out for that. Meta's getting a little spicy as well, as that's back down to 164 flat. So I'm just trying to figure out what the right prices are here, because we got into Alibaba and scalped that out. So Alibaba was a good scalp to the outside there. Just got to make sure what Meta's doing. I don't have any downside protection here for Meta. So we'll wait. 164 coming in. Got to do a little bit more work as the market's really pulled back here. I'm hoping that I can get that 292 fill on Tesla. That would be pretty sweet if that came through. But yeah, like a 164 break, and we're going to get out of Meta. So if that does come back down, we're going to get out of it. Alibaba was funny because we got long and then it just broke 95. But the thing about it was we were getting out in here. So actually that was bad, but in here was okay. So Alibaba, we're going to be negative on it, but it's really not that bad. I'm really worried now. I mean, it just resisted that 95. Oh. Maybe Alibaba is that long there off 95. You have better support down near 94, so maybe that's a little worth waiting for that down to 94. But Alibaba, they're breaking 95. My focus now is going to be on Meta and on Tesla. So let's let Alibaba relax a little bit until it gets back down to 94.
But just CRM was another one that had earnings. It's making some big moves here. It did reject eventually at the open there. This is a real wick. I mean, it got up to 169, and now a lower high, I should say, at 167.5. So this is trending to the downside. There is some other weakness there. I just watched Intel sort of back off. Sort of back off of that 64.20 level. So I'm going to work back into Intel here. It's kind of starting to calm down a little bit. I did miss getting a reload in Nordstrom's, but I can't ignore like NVIDIA still holding that 172 break. Like NVIDIA is super strong right now in the midst of this market. It's absolutely crazy. And then Peloton making a bit of a mini bounce without actually getting over to that 11 level, bouncing at this 11.20 several times. So if it tries to go from here, I'll look VWAP as a first out, or just in front of that at about 11.40 to 11.45. Brendo?
Cavill Brands, guys, a name we've looked at before on the show. Up on this note, their vape brand BIDI winning a merits case with the FDA. That out half an hour or so ago. So nice pop here, up 31% for KAVL.
I mean, I'm glad my levels are at least legit on Alibaba. I mean, I got out at 95, literally the low of the day. Like, come on. And then it rips up 70 cents right from there. So that sucks because that's another big take for us there. But we did not take it. So we got out of Alibaba. Look, I started the show saying there's no way in hell I'm shorting any semis. Look at AMD. I mean, wow. I was going to let them settle down to pick a way, pick a direction, and AMD really is just like, boom, see you later. Okay, new position here, obviously, for Peloton. Peloton just comes in at this level of 11.05, so let's see where we go from here, but there's the long coming in on Peloton pretty quickly there, man. We have that 1080 level that we wanted to look at here as a bottom spot, but Peloton definitely falling out, but there it is, a quick little take there on some profit. Got some out at 12s, a nice little move back to the upside now for Peloton, but again, you know, dancing around. I wasn't even looking at this. My order came in and filled, so now we got to do a little bit of work. Peloton, some issues here in the 20s, so any sort of a bump up like that, I think we got to respect it back into the 20s. This is going to be out at 1080 if it breaks the 1080 level, so that's, you know, 20 cents either way, so that makes a little bit of sense. Up here into the 20s is what we're looking for Peloton, and by the way, Tesla right now marching again, just touched 293.50. I'm gonna have to put an out there, man. It keeps on bouncing off 293.50, so maybe we take that, maybe we don't, but that's an interesting level there as we've bounced off it now 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, and NEPT is trying to go there a little bit. So that one from yesterday, another one of the small caps trying to go. But drugs now pulling back into that key 260 level that I was looking for. I'm going to try and get this one off that breakout price from yesterday, which is 260 into a 250 channel. I just wanted to dip into that 60 so we can get a decent price. Peloton will break, well, if it breaks at 11, I'll be out and then looking for the reversal. I want to take something at VWAP out on Intel and try and rinse and repeat, because even though yesterday Intel managed to, I guess, buck the trend when the other names were going up, it also didn't give you any huge follow through. And right now, NVIDIA, you know, is working toward that upside. Higher lows being put in here. It initially resisted that 171.50, but right now you're bouncing off VWAP each time. Got to pay attention to that. And I did get the reload on Nordstrom, so that's looking pretty solid. The one thing you can do, which I've sort of talked about on Tesla, if you're not split adjusted, your prices divide by 3 and then go back to those key levels on the charts. That's why the 15 is not completely useless, at least for me here today. If I go back to yesterday's levels, there is yesterday's bottom at 880. That works out to 290. Obviously, that works out to 293 and change, which could be why you're getting a little bit of a bounce here off that 293 level. So that's that 880 level for a bit of a bounce play. If it keeps on bouncing off of here, there might be a structured long off of it. I'm going to go over to drug because I did finally get that dip buy. Caught it here at 265. Now it's right back up to that high of the day. So this one is on something. I could have just said it's on drugs. But getting back up to that high of the day, watch out for $3. That's an obvious psychological level for this stock. So I'd expect it to be its own trade through that $3 level on drug. The last time it got here, it broke, got to 340, and then absolutely crapped on itself for the rest of the session. So that's big resistance coming up if it does make a $3 break. That 330 to 340 area on drug could be some trouble.
I keep staring at Tesla bouncing off that 293.50 area, so that could be something there for sure. All right, so we're back into Alibaba one more time. That bottom there on Alibaba was 294.90. I don't know. I'm going to give it back down a little bit lower than that. We just, we just got out and then we saw a rip up $1 from there. So let's see if this market does want to get going a little bit here off the bottoms. Then we will try to respect that here on Alibaba. But again, I don't want to lose everything on Alibaba. So if we're wrong on it, we've been wrong before, obviously. So let's take a little bit out in the 40s if we can again. And then this high right there, what is that, 95.60? So, 20 cents away from that isn't horrible. So let's put a bid up there near 60. And then there we go, a nice little take early there on Alibaba as we just trying to go back into scout mode, right? Like making back a little bit of what we lost on that dip down. I'll try to hold it for that 60. Comes in great, doesn't, whatever, not much we could do on that. Peloton was a good out when it ripped up back in there into 15 off that first out. But again, we are noticing that there's obviously some support here or resistance at 20. So that's going to be a level to take. And then we go a little bit higher than that and we're back into the 40s. But again, a beat down name, Peloton, not a great report. We've heard that. But they do have some tailwinds, I feel like, with their Amazon news yesterday. So that's definitely something to look at. There goes Tesla again, back up to 295. So I'm feeling like they do want to support that down there at that 293 level. So, definitely back up to 298. This name could go back up here into VWAP again, which would suck for me because we're still short, but that's okay. We'll short more if it goes up to 298, and then maybe get out on a break back above 300 where everything's going to switch it up. So 298, we'll take a little bit more short here on Tesla.
Yeah, just want to note here on the futures and the NASDAQ. You know what? I'm not going to show you a 60-minute. I want to keep it on Tesla for a quick second, and then I want to show you here on my 15, not the 60. We've just rejected on a bit of a bounce in the market. We've rejected 13,000 this morning on the NASDAQ. So that's a pretty key level. Obviously, it's been a bit of a wall. So every single bounce that rejects that, you kind of want to look at what do I like to the short side? Is it still valid? And then sort of think about those as maybe reload points, and we get to those lows, take some profit out. But if we get above 13,000, I mean, I'm going to want NVIDIA, which I haven't flipped to the long on that, and I'm going to keep shorting Intel, but if we get above 13,000, I got to be thinking about where to get long in NVIDIA. Even Tesla, off of that 93 level, is going to start to be an appealing long. And we haven't really talked about the biggest name in all of the indexes, Apple, up 1%, trending higher, holding 169 on the bid, and then holding the market up. This has come down a couple of days in a row here, but that 169, come on, load up 15-minute chart. That 169, a pretty big level for Apple. If we get back down here, I think this could be good for dip buys. And if we break that 13,000, I'm finding my way into a long into Apple, holding up 1% upside here into a 0.5% for the rest of the market.
Yeah, we're making some money now, boys and girls. Nice little move upside for Meta here. Hit that, yes, sir. A nice trade, man. We're long at 165. Watch out for this taking that 166 area. We'll push longer again on that one. But look at the market, man. We are big time upside right now. Peloton not. Peloton going to the downside right now. Hit that like button if you can. Some big wins coming through here. Alibaba, 70 cents up to the upside there, 96. Smash that like button. What am I saying? Hit it. Here we go. There goes Meta right now. There goes Alibaba. There goes Tesla. There goes everything but Peloton. Here we go. A nice little move up. I'm going to take some more out. 95s here on Meta. We are going to go long if we take out this 166 level here on Meta. So all is well there. We just got to wait for Peloton to start getting going back up to the upside. I'm going to take another piece out here on Meta as it's just resisting that 166 area. So let's see if it tests it one more time. But we're going to get another piece out here in the 90s. But if I have to I'm going to push down in the 80s. Just take a piece out right there. Get some more out in the 80s, but here we go, man. There it is, up into the 90s. Meta, we're going to take that 166 break right now.
Yeah, we just broke that 13,000. So we break 13,000. What do I want? Well, hopefully I can get some Apple. I'm still on the bid there, but I got to go over to NVIDIA here, grab the longs, bouncing off VWAP as we're taking out major resistance on the futures there. So we're going to go long in NVIDIA. I'll still maintain the Intel short because, quite frankly, it's still below 34.40. So as long as that's the case, it's a big resistance. I'm going to hold on to that. It's not a hedge or anything like that. It's support and resistance over there for Intel. But NVIDIA clearly seeing value. Let's just say people are seeing value in NVIDIA, and you can see it stair-stepping to the upside. So we'll work this long. I guess I'm not going to get Apple off of 169. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen here. I'll stick a bid in front of VWAP and hope to get picked up. I don't want to chase this one too far because Apple, maybe not the most volatile stock in the world right now, certainly giving you chances to the upside, but it's not like it's going gangbusters. NVIDIA moving a little bit more. I want to go back over to Tesla if I can for a second because it's now broken away from that 293. It's so weak right now that I don't want to be chasing the up move in Tesla. It's one thing when something else is uptrending and you want to catch the move. Tesla's trying to break a consolidation, maybe needs to get back above VWAP or at least above like 297 and hold that price before I get into it. I'm going to hold off on adding to Tesla or getting into Tesla, but I did just pick up Apple.
Okay, so yeah, Tesla's really rocking here. I don't know if I want to be short short Tesla and long all these other names, but it's working out so far here. Meta was a nice little takedown there at 164. We talked about liking that name. Let's see if we can't just keep getting paid off here on this Meta long. Upside would be real nice from here. So 166, I mean, I have some outs as we go, 37s, 50s, up to the upside here for Meta. So a nice little break long through that 166. It seems like it wants to work. 20-minute chart for Meta. I mean, it's going to sound crazy, but 167.50, I mean, we could try to get to that level, which is where we were before. So that would be pretty nice to get up to that side on Meta. But we're going to hold it and see if it does work. Peloton not working, though. We've talked about that. Here it comes back in. We did take another long here to get an average price for Peloton. But yeah, whoops, I don't need that. Unless we come back up to the upside here, that looks like it does want to take down some of those lows. So our average price right now on Peloton is 97. So not helping our case here to go long on Peloton. It's just coming back into that level. And why do we like 1080? I don't know if I can zoom. It was right. Nah, it's back here. But anyways, it's the bottom of a couple days ago before yesterday's open. I'll have to find that, but that's why we're looking at 1080. There goes Meta to the upside. We just got a 40 print on that one, so that's going to be a good trade. Meta, nicely done to the upside, 166.40 right now off that 166 punch and 164 long. So a couple nice trades coming through here. What's not coming through, though, we ignored that bottom on Tesla. We should have waited. We should have got something out at least at 94. We talked about that 293 area. Here it comes right back up to VWAP at 298. So all is not really that well here for Tesla. It's just ripping here.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm seeing in the chat, it's like, take a look at Ford. You're missing AVYA. I've had 3 straight rinse and repeats scalp shorts off Oxy. All names that we've looked at in the past, but I mean, already into like 5 positions as it is, right? So you got to pick and choose. I mean, the market started going. It's like I had to find some longs that'll follow the market. Apple off 169 made sense. Nvidia long off of that 170,
Finally.
off that 169, sorry, that 170 area made sense as well. So I grabbed a couple of those, and I'm not trying to ignore the small caps. I like them. I'm into drug. That's about it. But yeah, AYA is fantastic. But you got to pick and choose what you're going to trade here today. It's a big runner. It was a good one yesterday. I'll go over some levels when I get a chance. I know 150 is a big one, and it's already broken that.
Look what's happening on Alibaba, baby. That's what we're talking about. Nice little move upside. Alibaba, Brendan, just absolutely blows up here on deals. China near deal for inspections of Chinese companies' audit records in Hong Kong. Big time move up. Bang for Alibaba. There it is, man. You know, we've been defending these bottoms. Nice little upside move here for Alibaba. We're on one on this name, man. Peloton starting to go back up to the upside. Meta, we're long down here, 164, then again at 166. Peloton starting to go back up off that buy as well. Everything working really well. Big time trading here. Alibaba, I mean, we have Tesla, we have Alibaba today, and we have Meta. Today definitely is a good day for these longs. Big time trading happening. Good. We'll go to Brendo. What up, baby?
Yeah, they're all popping, guys. All the Chinese ADRs popping up on this note. Again, it's a Wall Street Journal reporting this. U.S.-China near deal to let U.S. inspect Chinese companies' audit records in Hong Kong. So, yeah, right across the board, Chinese strength coming in.
Just going over to JD. I still have my stop long on NEO, but it hasn't broken 1950, so I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes that gets filled, and you get a fill on spot news. I don't like catching a breakout at the high on spot news. I'd rather see it consolidate here, which is what it's doing. Load up a little bit, and then go. So I had to make sure I double check that order. The market is now, look, I mean, that 13,000. We're already at some pretty decent highs here and getting into yesterday, like these tops at 1308. So got to start thinking about where you want to take some profit. Apple, we just took some out there again off of that 169.80 area. So it's about to break toward 170. That can be another leg to the upside. Nvidia, I mean, everything's sort of going up here, but Nvidia just tried to break 172 and go green on the session. It got green for about 3 seconds and then pull back in. I'm going to continue to buy the dips in Nvidia, but might need to take profit at that 172. It doesn't quite want to go green just yet, although the way the market is going, it feels like it's going to be inevitable at this point. I still hold on to Intel shorts because, I mean, if at some point I suppose it's going to break out, but it hasn't happened just yet. So Intel short, still going to hang on to that. And I don't want to ignore drug. It did pull back into VWAP here. I did miss that one as we were getting Apple and Nvidia. But if it goes to VWAP again, I'll dip buy and then work back toward that $3 level as we go to Brendan at the big screen to find out what's happening now.
Fuck yeah.
Hey guys, yeah, nice green board to show you right across the entire thing here this morning. Good to see 1 full percent now for the NASDAQ. To the upside, leading the way, 0.3, 0.8 there for the Dow and the S&P. Here in Toronto, nice day as well, 0.63 for the TSX, some of the resource names. Back to the upside once again. Interesting moves, to say the least, this morning. This support ends up being important from aftermarket yesterday there. on Snowflake. Back to the upside here. Huge volume coming in just as I was standing up. To come up here, still holding on to that 20% mark. Yeah, not so much for Peloton. Maybe rightfully so. Day lows at the moment. Just took out $11. Downside, big time for Peloton, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, it's too bad because Peloton, we had that runner back up here into $11 again. It went actually to $11.05. Good couple outs, man. 94s, 98s, and then again at 96, but it is fading back down in. So we do have less and less shares on that one. Pardon my language, but yeah, baby, some nice cannons being fired off today. Like we just upped our shares, man. I've had, like I said this before, some days you get hit, some days you cash in, and today is definitely one of those days where it's cash city. Right now, we just missed. Like I was at 298, man. Here comes the fade back in for Tesla. So wow, Meta is blowing up right now, and our net is blowing up right now. Nice little trade here to that name on Meta. That just continues to go. Like we hit that one, baby. Let's get some out at. Yes, there it is at 30. I still have a decent spot on this, so I've already talked about. I'm gonna get some more out, man. Like I can't believe how much we're doing here on Meta today. And then look at Alibaba, man. We took that one. Beautiful trade at 95. Obviously, that news comes unexpected, but we knew that we wanted the Alibaba long, that's for sure. So I'm going to take some more out here on Meta just because I'm like enamored with that win there. So a nice little trade there all the way to the upside. Look at these longs, 165, 164, 166 right there. That was the name that we talked about. Not only that, it's all over the sticky note here today. We talked about Meta, why we liked it. There it is right there. So nice little call for Meta as there's the, big time trade today on that. And Alibaba, no real reason. I am out of this name. I have a small piece, but that name continues to fly to the upside. There goes Alibaba. And then, yeah, Tesla one more time here. It stopped again at 96. So maybe the move downside for Tesla has kind of come and gone. We had that monster short off 300. Today is really, really working, man. Obviously going to be my best day this month, and it's only 10 o'clock, so I'm going to sort of settle down now, try to reevaluate, look at some of these positions, and work on them from there. There goes Peloton. Yeah, buddy, another successful day trade for me on Peloton. We're going to go perfect today. The only name that got out was Plug right there when that dropped below 30.50, but hit it early. Great day. There goes Peloton. Yeah, Peloton, nice movement, baby. Nice little upside trade there on Peloton. Let's get something out again at 08 or 09 if we can get that. Then again at 13, 14. Come on, Peloton. Obviously now we wish we would have held more of it, but today is definitely one of those great days, so we'll belly dance that one off.
I want to get to this. We're going to go to Brendan just a quick second, but I'll go over AVYA because we have to, absolutely have to. This has been a big runner off of 25% now. Watch out for this $2 level. Obviously, it's going to stand out. Just beneath that, you had previous support 175 into that 50-period moving average. So that's the big channel. I think it's going to pull back off of that level. Obviously, he still has a chance to go. I did get NEO. It finally broke that 1950. So NEO in the midst of this breakout that you can see. So wick off bottom, breaking out a big key level. Going to have to give it some room to run here. There's room to $20 on this move for NIO. Gregory. Sometimes you're sort of sitting in there like the long on NEO anyways through that level. It doesn't hurt that you get some positive news that might out of the Chinese names that gives you a bit of a boost there as well. Apple's still churning, but not nearly as much as NVIDIA. NVIDIA now getting toward that 174 resistance from yesterday. It just hit 173. Still looking to buy some dips on NVIDIA at VWAP, but right now the trend is pretty strong into that upside.
Hey, how are you?
I just watched the overall market here, guys. The first Jackson Hole comments coming through right now. Feds Harker speaking on CNBC. Beautiful background, by the way, in Wyoming, wherever they are at this point. Here's a few comments to note. I'd like to see us get back above 3.4, and then perhaps, he's talking about interest, obviously, perhaps sit for a while. He also said 50 basis point move in September would still be a substantial move on the 50, guys, from Feds Harker.
Pouring this hot milk into a cup, I'm telling you.
Yeah. I mean, you know what's weird? Like, I understand that it was like that 50-50, but I kind of think that the 50 basis points is going to be where we end up there. Look out for Drug. Drug is doing some, quote, levitation right now at this $3 level. It keeps getting to 3, slapped back down to 93 as the sellers sort of churn into this. It could do one. It already did a wick top there through 3 even, got up to 304 and pull back. So it's trying to go the second time. Sometimes the second time is the better breakout. Has to clear 05s for that to be the case. But I do not need to be sitting on the bid. If it does a fail break here, you could see a slam back down into a 10% pullback. There you want to sort of feel the move out, see if it does hold at VWAP, and then catch along. I don't need to be catching that falling knife. I'd much rather look at that 305 break if I'm going to be adding to this on Drug. Still a pretty strong name. The volume is holding up, which is always something that I want to see have happen at these prices. If you're going to be buying tops or you're going to be buying a breakout, you want there to be volume on that potential break. Tesla's starting to roll back over here. So you see it get to 97. You always try to do that whole multiplication by 3 to understand, and then those key levels will start to work. 97, certainly one of those, and it just rejected. I think this can still be shorted off that level. So I think we're going to try to get back into it. Probably should have already had the offer, but this market is so strong that you don't want to be rushing into those shorts at these prices. You want to make sure that you're getting it in where it's good. That's always going to be key in general, but especially if you're going counter trend to the overall market here. I still have Intel. It's not doing a heck of a lot. It just bounced up. That 340 level still in play. And it's feeling a lot like yesterday, where it's going to go sideways off resistance. And I'll show you what happened yesterday with this. With this, it will essentially ground its way up to that 34 level, and it was just shorts off that. And it was the same sort of thing. This time I stop out the short below 34 and then start working it off 34.40, which is the next level to the upside that we saw that breakdown on the daily chart. Only short I have on. Maybe we'll get some Tesla. I don't know if that's going to be the case. We're going to try to work into it. And then AVYA, which is on the New York, I'll get it right for the first time here, starting to pull back. Can't seem to get through that 165 high. 150, sort of that obvious psychological dip by price can be in there. I'm not in AVYA yet. I'm not really looking to go short unless it gets close to $2. I think that could be a level that we'd work a short. NEO still trying to work its way off that 1950. We're going to have to give this one some time. We're taking a top-end break. It's a significant level on a higher time frame, but it has yet to really run away from that price just yet on NIO. And yeah, if you're still watching what's going on in Apple, pretty strong. However, like I said, NVIDIA is still churning. Like that one's testing, a couple of bucks higher here, whereas Apple, you can see it gets to this 170, slowly starting to pull back in here. I think it's going to be more of a grind to the upside with Apple as opposed to NVIDIA, which is charging to the upside. But that makes some sense. NVIDIA's earnings, NVIDIA was down significantly in the pre-market. Apple was going sideways. I think this is more of a just buy the dips and hold the line in front of 169, but not expect more than a couple of bucks at best here on Apple.
All right, I'm back. All right, 295. I was waiting at 294 for Tesla. Shout out to Randy over there on the board. What's up, Randy? 295. How many shares? Okay, I don't know. I was just thinking about it. I'm going to put a bid down here at 295 in case that does come through again there on Tesla. But all right. So Peloton, nice little move. Take a sip of coffee. We already got out of that name. We're basically flat on Peloton right now. We have 10% of our total position on that name. Java. Okay, Meta, obviously we've talked about that over and over again. Big time highs there of 167 and change, so that trade just continues to work for us. It might be tough to pick the trade of the day today. I like Meta down here near the bottom. Let's go over to AMD here. So I was saying that there's no way I was going to be shorting any of these semis today. And yeah, look at them continue to rip, man. I mean, AMD continues to make those highs. Look at that move. We talked about possibly taking a 94 break. Missed that one. That was $2 in the money. Again, if I could just rewind and make these calls all over again, that 294, I mean, I don't know why we didn't go long there. We were focused on Tesla. We're focused on Meta. And I think that's one of the things that has really helped me for for sure is like trying to focus on a few names. You're only going to see me now in, 1, 2, I mean, I'm in 4 names and they're all monsters, but besides Peloton. But at the same time, it's like focusing, making sure that we trade the right opportunities, right? I mean, Alibaba's on here. The only name that we didn't look at so far today that's on the sticky note is Snowflake. So maybe we'll have a look at that when we get back. But I just really want this name to fall down a little bit here. If Tesla can get us into that 295, then all will be well. So is Meta falling back a little bit. Let's go over to Brendo.
All right, Fed Harker saying, guys, remember 50 basis points still would be substantial, but then he clarified and said, but he hasn't decided on what he's going to support on for the September meeting. Yeah, maybe. That's, again, Feds Harker speaking at Jackson Hole. Let's talk about this one. Dr. Van Nordstrand on Twitter pointing out this one, Avaya Holdings Corporation, little low float name with a bit of a short float here as well, 17.5% for Avaya having a pretty big day, up 25%.
It is. It's definitely churning it out. But NVIDIA, look, sometimes you have a key level. What I like about key level trading is it gives you the opportunity to trade in both directions. Right? I can short in front of the level. When it breaks and holds support above it, then I'm looking for that long trade to follow the trend. Done it several times in NVIDIA, but it did get to that 175 that I was sort of concerned about here today. So that's at 175. We're out in front of it. We can maybe work back into that trade at some point. Like I said with NIO, I was going to have this breakout on NEO more or less no matter what. Like I was going to take this trade regardless of any news that came in. But it obviously got lucky that you're going to get that news sort of dropping in there for the Chinese names. Because NEO was pretty weak. I mean, NEO was getting absolutely crushed. It then eventually makes the breakout at 1950. Now it's working up to that 1920 area. So we'll take that, continue to take that one out to the upside. Drug did not rug, well, it didn't rug pull, but it also didn't break that $3 level yet. So it's still working to the upside. I want to see that 306 breakout. Now if it calms down and wants to bounce off VWAP here, it won't be a gigantic failed break at 3 even. It can be more of like a dip in a consolidation, a little more calm. And then of course Tesla kind of rolling over. Did miss out on that 297 short, but I wanted to see it start falling before I jumped in. The market was screaming to the upside. I felt like it made some sense there on Tesla and have to constantly zoom in. That's not split adjusted. It did make sense to try to allow it to roll over and fall away from that price before jumping. But clearly a bit of a missed opportunity to roll back into that short on Tesla, the weakest name in the market. And oddly enough, like we're not breaking highs because Tesla's such a big name in the indexes. Not that I've checked on Microsoft, but I can assume that that's doing pretty well.
Yeah, everything doing quite well right now. I mean, look, guys, I'm just in chill mode. We get that 295 again, so another good idea there. We missed the Tesla 298 by it went to 60. We're at 80. We missed it by 20 cents, or we'd have another $3 winner on this name, but we did miss it. We'll try it one more time if it does come back up, but we just got lighter there on Tesla. So like I said, we're just trying to stick with the names. I mean, on the sticky note today, and again, hit the like button on this stream, man. I mean, if you're not liking some of these trades, then I feel like, maybe you're the other way, but it's been a nice aggressive day here in the market. Look at Tesla. We said we wanted to leave this alone until some key levels hit. That's great. Meta 166, Peloton down to 1080. Like the 1080 bottom there on Peloton. Let's just see where Peloton's bottom was exactly. 1080. So right there, that's the bottom for Tesla. We went long at 87. Sorry, for Tesla, for Peloton. It ticked down. Actually, the bottom was 1082. So not bad, up to 97 now. So these names are starting to work out for us, obviously, on that side of things. A good out for me on Tesla. And then the other name that we had on the sticky note, which is right down here, is Alibaba, long, 95.96, right? So don't be too patient with the trade. But at the same time, could have made a hell of a lot more money on this, but we got dipped down there and actually wound up losing on a 95 break, but then we got right back in. We let it rip up to 96, then we got right back in at that bottom. So not a bad trade there on Baba for that bottom pick. But hey, we're just, honestly, I'm just going to let these things break out now. We talked about 167.50 for Meta. That came into play right here. That bottom's 167.50. I was like, yeah, I don't know if it's going to get there, but it got there pretty quickly off that bid. So nice little move upside there for Meta. Man, we are really, really cruising here today. Like I said, my best day this month. And so far, so good. So pretty happy with it. How are things going on your side?
I can't complain, but I mean, I'm kind of looking for more, and we ignored didn't ignore it. I see the super chat, and thank you, Sam Tat. NU had a pretty strong day. NU had a strong day yesterday. Today, it's pretty much flat. And I feel like a lot of what happened, it had a big break. I mean, SoFi kind of made a move yesterday, and then this just rejected the same high. The only good sign is, okay, there's afternoon support, 495, it's holding. Maybe there's a bit of a breakout. I mean, I just showed, I mean, Neil's doing the exact same move. Like, this is exactly like Neil's chart, but Neil's breaking out of that high. New needs to get above 515, 520 for it to start going. But that is the setup. We can get a wick bottom. You wipe out a bunch of, I guess you wipe out a bunch of longs, trap a bunch of shorts, and then you end up breaking out of the high. So New would have to get through 515 to put that same setup in, which is exactly what Neil's kind of doing here. I think if it gets to 20, I'm probably out of this and then working a different trade. So when he gets some more shares out here at that 75. Tesla, by the way, is now coming back up toward that 97. And the charts will be like this for a little while. Like, you go back, ours won't split adjust. In time, that'll look a little bit better, but it's testing that 297 again. Each time it breaks, it gets to about the quarter or the 35 mark and then starts pulling back in. If this gets above 297.50, then I'll give up on the notion of reloading the short, but each time it fails, it kind of makes me want to jump into here and give it toward that high of the day. The only thing outside of Intel that I like short right now might be this. Let's go to Brendan. He's got a name for us.
That Harker interview guy is now done, so he was the first apparently to come today. DLTR, keep seeing this one popping up on volume, trying to get back above 150, down on earnings, but trying to climb higher for Dollar Tree.
They got smoked. It was it was Dollar Tree that got smoked. I didn't see Dollar General, but I thought they'd do a little bit better than they did. It's kind of disappointing to see everyone was talking about how well poised they were for an economic downturn, and then both of those disappointed. Dollar Tree SSR now, that's crazy. I'll get to that in a second, but trying to catch the Tesla turn here and looking for that reload. If I get 169, I'm looking for a reload on Apple. That hasn't really come into play just yet. NVIDIA is the other one that we've been watching. It just pulled back a little more firmly off 175. So I'd be looking to see how it responds. About $2 down from here on NVIDIA. Could be worth a little bit of a dip buy, but Dollar Tree, SSR, not a good look for them. There's already enough to be looking at to trade today without trying to force the issue on Dollar Tree, which I haven't really done the work on.
Yeah, no. That is the problem with doing work on some of these names. It's like there's so many to look at. Very, very tough to pick your winners and pick your spots where you want to sort of push into if you're not focused on individual names. And that's where really what's benefited me today is the focus on key names that we've really liked. So let's just continue to do that. I'll look at anything you guys want to look at here. Let's go back over and look at APE. So let's look at AMC first. 960 right here for AMC. A good trade. Obviously back down into this 950 area for AMC. That's yesterday's levels. So if we sort of zoom this back out a little bit here, right into here, 950, we've dropped out. It dropped out yesterday. When it did come out, it went to 925. So watching that, I said we'd look at APE as well. So let's go over to APE right now, 670. That makes a bottom of 665, 645, sorry. So not really a whole heck of a lot happening right now on that front. Bed Bath & Beyond was a name that we looked at, we talked about earlier in the pre-market, down to 950, the bottom of the day, 960. Bed Bath & Beyond, again, I mean, it's still, we can zoom out or whatever, it's still that 850 level that we were talking about from last night. That's that, or not last night, 2 nights ago, the close of 850. If you look here on a 20-minute chart, this is that risk to reward that we're talking about. Going long anytime this name gets near 9, 850, something like that, and then getting out if and when it takes that bottom out of 850. So I feel like that's a pretty solid risk to reward situation for you there on Bed Bath & Beyond. But a quick little look, we're about to go to Brendan at the big screen, but here comes Peloton. This is why we're only in, that's why we're only into 10% right now of Peloton. So came back in. We are going to get out if it breaks through 1080, but I think we'll put a little bit of position back on here just in case that is a super key level. Peloton back to 1080. Let's put on a little bit of trade here against that. 5 cents worth of risk for about 10 or 15 worth of upside. I like it. We are ready for Brendan. And I'm going to hit this. There we go. Over at the big screen with a little, didn't even know that. We were just talking about this here. He's talking about it over there. Let's go to Brendan with Bed Bath & Beyond.
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning for small cap land as well. Bed Bath & Beyond, well, I mean, it was kind of 2 days in a row to the downside here. This was 1050. Pre-market high yesterday, late in the day, was resistance. So I would have added into this to 1050. No need. It just collapsed at the open all the way down to day lows, essentially coming 950. Below that, I mean, this 7 area on the daily chart maybe comes into play. So back to earth for BBBY, NERV, huge mover yesterday. Kind of disappointing as well as far as price action. This thing got all the way to 850 at the highs yesterday. This was 740 was support a few times throughout the day here. And then resistance pre-market this morning, same thing. Probably could have added there in front of 7, but I was looking at it something else. So grinding back to day lows for NERV. Drug was a great long. This was $2.15 and then $2 was this consolidation at the end of the day yesterday. Just went straight higher. Still about to take out the highs for drug, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, that'd be nice. It hasn't yet. It seems like it's running out of steam a little bit, but I think it has a chance to go. That AVYA, I think, is another one that looks interesting. It's barcoding now off 150, so this is pretty much exactly where psychologically you expect there to be the dip. If it can hold 150, 148, looks like that little bit of a low, you can get a bit of a bounce. I'd expect it to fail the high before it actually breaks out. So I think you're scalping it from here if you can break. But they're leaning on it right now at that 150 price. You want to back off at least just a little bit. Tesla, I'm good. Thanks, Randy. Randy offering the coffees because he's a good man. But Tesla continues to run away from 97s pretty aggressively here, unfortunately. I'm about to get that dip buy in Apple. It's at 169 that I've been sitting around waiting for. Looks like it's going to come back in here. And CRM is another one. We haven't even talked about CRM. That has been holding you up. I was just saying under my breath, CRM's been better than Apple in terms of grinding higher lows all the way. 167 looks a little bit solid here for CRM. They've beaten up. They're still down 6%. It probably needs a 170 break when you look at the higher time frame, but it is grinding toward those highs. Also grinding toward the high is NEO. Now at 1985, it's that 20 level I'm looking for. I do expect when it sees 20, there'll be a big offer, and I'm looking to get out of that one and maybe put on another trade there, whether it's a breakout at 20 or like a 97, 98 short that I can scalp, risk about 2 or 3 cents on any short at 20 even. It's not there yet, but Neil's getting pretty darn close to that 20 level where I'll be out of the long and looking for a scalp short.
Yeah, I was still looking. We did not get that short again here on Tesla. It came up to that 298 again. Actually, it only went to 297.50 one more time. I'm still going to respect that and then out at 300, man. If Tesla does that, then so be it. But I want to try that one more time, that short into that. There goes Peloton. We talked about buying that off of 80. We're at 82. It did break a little bit there, but we're back in it up to 88 again. There goes Peloton. A nice little run to the upside. We just talked about this for you on this name. So PTON, still trying to make that move. You know what? I'll take another piece out at 89 if we can get it, and then let's just put some orders upside a little bit higher. Like, I don't know, maybe that was it. Maybe we don't go any higher right now. All right, yeah. So it is starting to fade back in on Peloton. That's funny because we just got an 88. We went over to it, and since then it's just been ticking down here. So yeah, if this breaks 75, the low of the day is 77 now on Peloton. So we're gonna watch out for that. Look at Alibaba. Alibaba is up 7% today off of this huge move to the upside, and we still got a piece of this. So this is $4 in the money right now, Alibaba, and still trying to go. So this is going to be a good trade for us. I think it can take $100, man. I said Alibaba's on the way to 120. Here we go. Alibaba, some more upside moves here happening. Tesla's really getting spicy. We will give some back.
It's going to break it.
Yeah, if it breaks out, it breaks out, man. The market is breaking out, so obviously so is Tesla coming back, not breaking out, but coming back up to the upside right here for TSLA. So we're just going to watch out for that 300 break. That's about all that we can do right now. We did get that other piece short. We just got a 297.80 like we said. So now that trades against us. So Tesla against us a bit here, but all is well, man. Look at Meta. Meta really ripping faces off. This was a name that we talked about. We put so much into this that I couldn't be more pleased with trading today. And yeah, I hear about NVIDIA. I just wish I would have been stronger in my conviction for the long.
I got out of NVIDIA $2 ago, so I wish I had been stronger conviction in the long in NVIDIA because it's now up to 177. That does mean that lonely short on Intel is gonzo. Intel now above 34.40. So tried it out 34. It worked for a bit in front of that 34.40, getting back down into 34. But now you're even breaking out on Intel, which above this price, it's working into the long. I am now out of NEO. It hit that 20. Well, it didn't hit $20. It hit $19.95 there on NIO. So not quite to like a potential rollout spot. It was a 1950 breakout trade into 20 even. If I could have got shorts at 97, I probably would already have it in NIO. Again, with a relatively tight stop. And I say relatively, I mean, a lot of people might have stops at that $20 level. I'd be one of them as well, just above that price. Sometimes you give it to ones or twos just to make sure you don't get wicked out. But it didn't quite get there on NIO. 95 the high. I got out at like 93s just in front of it. We'll see what happens. Ooh, someone's saying Frozen in the chat. Great name, by the way. I don't know if that's because you're cold or because you like the movie. My daughter certainly loves it. But a firm with a double top. So I'm being ooh. So when I see the market, the NASDAQ just broke the high. The ES as well, looking like it's, there we go, fix my mic. The ES also trying to get toward those highs. And then I can find something which is, I don't know, last I checked, can't get through not only its pre-market highs, wick top through 31, which is a lower high, and another level a little bit lower. If there's going to be something that you can short, you want it to be relative weakness. If the market starts to roll over, yeah, thank you for giving me a name, which usually I'll look in the other direction. A firm might give it to you here. Something that's not breaking out, something that's relatively weak. That looks like a firm for now. So if it doesn't break these highs, I'll be looking for shorts on any market turn here. But first things first, is ES going to break that top? It's pretty darn close. I want to see it fail there before I get any shorts.
All right, so the ES motoring right now, and we are really motoring with Meta. Meta all the way up to 168 again. Another big trade, man. We have a lot of big names, a lot of big trades here today. So really happy with the way everything's profiling out for us. We're going to get out at 160. I mean, this high, we'll take it if it can come in again on that. We did look Tesla in the face again because it did come back into 297 there. Again, another level that we are debating getting some out. We just reloaded this at 298, so that's why we have a little bit of an average price now of 297.30. But let's see. I'm going to put a bid at 297, just where that 50 period is, just kind of where this level is right here. This is really 297.20. So if it bounces off of a specific penny, then whatever. I don't know if that's what's going to happen or not. But we're going to get out if this breaks back above 300. That's really the play for me, waiting for this name to see what it does at 300. And then we'll take the L, right? If it goes back up, breaks 300, we're out. We'll take the L and we'll just celebrate sort of these bigger plays, man. I mean, we had a $5 winner. It did go down to $7 at 293. We noticed that there was strength down there. I was just getting a little bit excited, thinking that, hey, what if we get to that 290 level? Then what, right? So let's see. Here it comes back down. We'll take a 297 fill here on that name, but there goes Meta. Meta's trying to go Peloton and Alibaba. Look at Alibaba up to 100 right now. It stopped a couple times at 99.60. So this is a name that I'm a little nervous about, Alibaba at that 100 mark, but we're not in it very much, so we'll wait for that to come through. And Peloton back up to 88. This is a good price to get out. It's the last price we got out, so we'll see about it again. There's another out at 90, so we'll take a couple outs here on the way up. There it is, another one for Peloton as it rips through 88. So yeah, man, everything good. All winners today, sans Plug, but Plug did make that move up early, able to capture profit, and then we lost 50 cents on the last little bit. So everything working out so far so good. We just need this Tesla to make it down a couple more pennies and we'll get filled there at 297. It's big screen time with the big guy. What up, Brendan?
Hey guys, let's get you caught up on crypto land. It's worth a note, nat gas inventory is coming out right now, so heads up on nat gas stocks. This is Bitcoin up here in hourly time frame. This consolidation continuing after we got the breakdown from the past consolidations. We came back up to 21.9. Looks like that's going to be resistance at this point. Ethereum, same story, kind of chopping around 1,800 still. Not a heck of a lot of movement over the past couple of days. On the equity side of things, interesting note this morning, GSRM, if you've seen that one pop up, that's a SPAC. They're going to take Bitcoin Depot public, apparently. So some Bitcoin SPAC news for you today. Here's the big board. Shout out to our friends at Binance there. BTC, top of the list there. 0.8 right now in positive territory, 3% for Ethereum. 2 days in a row there leading the way. Shiba Inu fans, you might be interested to know, 6.3% for SHIB. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, you want to look at a long term for some of those. It looked great for that, going up that 6% to be sure. Ether having a bit of a recovery after that pullback at 2,000, which was quite frankly a little bit of a level. Ether at 2,000, a little bit of a level. Neo at $20. I had the short right at 98. Put the stop just above. I could have had a 20 stop, but I actually went with 02s just to see if we get above. And then when it breaks out, we're kind of back into the breakout style of the trade. If it had pulled back off that level, I would have looked for a reload at 1950, but I'm just going to keep playing every even dollar. I have scalped some into 10. It just got to 10, so I got half out. Now I'm going to try to hold on to the rest. It looks like the market does want to continue upside. At this point, like I said, Nvidia's, it's now at 178, so it's gotten a little far there, Cotton, but this is 178.5. If you go back into Friday of last week, that's where we closed as a bit of a bottom. I think there to 180 does make sense for a bit of a pullback, or at least a little bit of a consolidation. When you get to lunchtime and something's going this strong, buying the tops is not usually the way I want to go. I want to look for that reversion to the mean trade, and I think it has to break into that channel. It has to break 178, get in there between that and 180 before I can at least think about a little bit of a short opportunity in video. I think it's coming pretty closely here, and it is 10:30. So, there's time to think about that, or forget about the fact that we missed out on the last $2 of the move, and then where we can make the next trade, which I think is to the short side here on Nvidia. 78 to 180 is what I'm going to work with.
Ding. Yeah, we just sitting in here, man, and like my man over there, Prodstradamus, we're making the calls today, baby. $4 in the money on Meta there. Baba, $4 in the money. Tesla, we just took out that 297, and we continue to go down off of that. So yeah, big time trading over here today, and we're just going to continue to watch this go to the downside. I'm going to cancel some Amazon. I'm going to cancel all of these orders now. I actually had a Tesla 299 short ready to go. We're going to cancel that. I guess I'm not getting Meta at 164.20 like we tried to get right there, and then we missed. There goes Meta up to 168, guys. Again, big time move here for Meta today. Yeah, so far so good. Like I said, my biggest day by far, well, not by far, but my biggest day this month, my biggest open for sure today. We've really taken a lot of cash out of Tesla today, but my biggest trade is going to be that Meta. And then Alibaba, by the way, got to 99.85 right there. Prad, we're long 95 right now on Alibaba. So a nice little move to the long side on that one. I am leaving lots of money for you. You're going to be coming up soon, and you're going to make that cash as well, my friend. And we are going to have an interesting segment about teaching traders moving forward as well that I'm going to be on, so that should be really exciting. And we're excited for that. Peloton, there it is again. Sheesh, another one here on Peloton, coming back up to the upside, up to 92 now off that 80 bid that we talked about. So yeah, man, all is well. Big time trades happening, and I just want to see Tesla, honestly, keep on falling, man. We still have a position on this name, and why can't we get back to 295? If this market is a little overextended today, which I'm not sure if it is or not, but that could continue to make that move back down in. There we go. We just got another fill. There's another one. Yes, sir. Some good ideas coming through today. Peloton, Baba, Meta, Plug, Tesla, all is well. What's up, B?
Nerdy, once again. If you remember, this was 2 days ago. This thing had a huge move back to 380 a couple of days ago, just popping up on volume here. Trying to get going again, 7% for Nerdy so far.
Yeah, I'm looking for one of these that'll actually continue to go through. I mean, AVYA, I did just get the first curl in NVIDIA. I'll work it to the high of the day, obviously. That's usually the play. I'm always going to have a firm out. If you're going against the grain, you have to have yourself a bit of a firm out. But while that's starting to work, AVYA has now, it broke below 150, so it didn't really hold that level, but it's now broken back above. And now you can get a chance to make a wick bottom through 150 and try to hold sideways there and give yourself a bit of a look to give a secondary long. I think, for this one. NEO is continuing to try to make that $2 break, so $20 to $20 break. It continues to go to like that 10 to 15 area and pull back, but it's been a nice little churn. I think the trend is pretty strong, obviously in some of the Chinese names to that upside. So I want to hold on to this one above 20. It's just NVIDIA to that sell side of the trade for now. And as you said, Nerdy trying to go. I'm not trying to ignore that. Well, we're not trying to ignore I guess the meme names or squeeze names, whatever you want to call them. But Bed Bath & Beyond broke support at 975. So any of the long ideas that I had for Bed Bath & Beyond, it didn't hold those levels, didn't try to bounce away from 975. It didn't try to break 1060. So that one's pretty much done for me at this point. It could recover back above 975, and maybe there's something there. But it feels like I'm not going to be trading that one at all today. Unfortunately, just nothing to see there. AVY maybe not dead yet, but Drug pulled back. There we go. No breakout for Drug at 305. I stopped out when it took out that VWAP to make sure that we didn't turn the rest of the trade into a loser. So for now, it's trying to hold that same barcode area above that barcode area that it had in the afternoon yesterday. So you had a bit of a double top in the last couple of days. If it holds above 250, it's not done just yet. But I had to get out when it broke VWAP, and it had a bit of a death candle on it too.
Man, there goes Tesla coming back into the downside. We did get out of some of that Peloton, but here's Tesla making moves, man. I mean, I don't even know if I want to, honestly, I'm not even sure I want to get out at 95. I don't have any bids down there. I'm thinking lower on this name, so let's see if that can come into play right now. A lower bid here. I mean, we have dropped out a couple times at 295. I mean, it's a big win for me to have this on board here, so I don't know. Tesla just continues that move, but look at the march on the NASDAQ. It's good that we were sort of net long today, obviously, as finally, there it goes, man. We're going to have to watch out for Alibaba today. We're going to face slap that one. Like, who knew what kind of move this name would have? We got a little bit of diamond hands on this one, up 450 now. Pradstradamus in the money on Alibaba, trying to take out that Hyundai level. So we'll see if that's coming through. And there goes Peloton. So we did, as I say, there goes it. It just went to 11 there and stopped. So let's see if Peloton can continue its move back upside. I just put an offer at 98. Hopefully we can get that fill. But maybe I have too many sort of rose-colored glasses here with this Tesla short. Because we've only been short, that's kind of the only way I'm looking. But I'm trying to think about, like, if I was debating to go long, I mean, the NASDAQ's up 1.36%. Tesla's actually down today, right? And so if Tesla's mind gets changed and only wants to go back up to the upside, then yeah, maybe this 295 is a legit level. So, you know, debating taking a piece out on that. But on the other side of things, what if this market cools down now? You know, we've already taken our profits. Like there it is. Yes, sir, man. Barbecuing up the profits right now as there goes Alibaba through 100. So that's good, man. Now we're $5 in the money. We're $2 in the money on Meta. But this is the thing. We're holding these longs, but then we're also holding Tesla short. So some of this has taken a little bit of engineering to do, but we'll see if it can continue to work here as these names continue to make moves to the upside. We put it on the sticky note. We've really hit it today. Today's not one of those days where I can't complain about the money not coming in. Like I said, it's been a rough couple days trying to pick some of these spots, but today definitely paying off. We're going to be at the highest spot pretty much. As long as Tesla sort of dances like this, my net should stay the same. I don't have a lot left in this market. We've taken out the profits. Meta, Baba, Peloton, Tesla, all working out today and all working out quite nicely. Okay, that's a pretty green board over there, needless to say, as the S&P and the NASDAQ both north side of 1%. So let's go, not south side, north side of 1%. So let's go over there and see with Brendan, maybe some sectors that we've been missing.
Yeah, after a couple of kind of back and forth choppy days, good to see very directional so far today. 1%, as you guys were saying. Back to the upside, few things of note. That's DLTR, down 10% in the retail group. This is CRM. Salesforce down 6% for both off earnings, obviously. Adobe getting dragged down with that 1.5%, but otherwise, tech stocks are leading the way so far. It's all about the chip names so far today. There's AMD, ON, QCOM, Micron, they're all there. 3.5 to 4.5%. NTAP, great report for them as well. 6.5% to the upside. Juniper, HPE also back to the upside so far. Here's all the automakers along the side of this one. GM, Ford, APTV, Tesla, obviously, in there as well. But PVH, RL, VFC, WHR in the consumer durables groups leading the way as far as this group is concerned. Everything, though, positive. Industrials, healthcare, material stocks, communication services, Dish, Match, both back upside. Even the banks, guys, catching a bid today. Nice look for the board. Very green, full percent, as we said. Back over to you guys.
And look, only two big red names in that board, one of them Dollar Tree, the other one being CRM. Salesforce it's on the midst of trying to break out pretty big here, but it's a random price. It's like 169.33 currently, and ignore these wicks to 180. Nice if it goes to 180. I'll be happy to see that, but it's not going to happen today. 169.33 is the current top. It's a double top. It's a pre-market high. It gets through this, maybe through that 50s. It's in the midst of a break. I like this breakout. It's a gap down. I didn't think the quarter was that bad when you really looked at the misses that they had in there. And one thing that we didn't mention, like if you looked at their revenue guide miss, it was like that $200 million entirely made up by the strong US dollar. So it's not to say that that necessarily is going away, but there's some kernels of, I suppose, positivity that you could find, or like a green, whatever you want to call it, like just a little bit of a green patch in that bad report for CRM. And it's a good consolidation break as well. So if it gets it, I just got into it there. So there you go. Not if it gets it. CRM now in the midst of that breakout, starting to go up. And then I was asked about where I would go long NVIDIA again. So a bit of I don't know if we're going to actually get this chance to. It did make that first call off 178, so it got into that target $2 range where I was going to look for some shorts. It failed to break out at 78, so I came in short just below 88. I got someone in front of 77, and then it's already looking like it wants to retest the high. I was trying to bid 176s to get out. I think 175 is a more interesting line in the sand, and not because of anything, not because it's a round number. I just look at the gap it's filling. This is 175.50. If you look at this week, that was that top. I'd be buying dips in front of that top. So that's 175 to 175.50. Or on any dip, I'd be looking to get into longs again on NVIDIA. Could just take out the high here, but in this range between 78 and 80, I'm looking for a bit of a pullback on NVDA.
All right, just looking back at Tesla. Tesla, again, just dumps off at 295.50. So, I mean, it's trying to make, like, if you look at this, and like I said, sometimes, and by the way, Alibaba is now $6 in the money as that continues. Yeah, thanks, Brad. It's good to hear that. Nice little move to the upside here. Look at this. Bottom right there at 294. Bottom there at 295. Now we bottomed at 295.50. So I'm sort of feeling like, Tesla does have some issues here for going down and sort of respecting some of these levels. So with that being said, unfortunately, I will throw in the towel here a little bit and take some of that cash if and when this name does come back down to that 295.50 area. I just feel like that's an area that, let's put it one more, Nah, you know what? I don't know. I have enough shares that I don't have to hold. I can start to scalp this out. But let's just wait here. 295.50 off that 298 take. I mean, it would still be a $2 win. It's not, how much lower am I really going to get? I mean, if it goes to 294, would I get out? So yeah, probably. So let's just take that now. We feel a little bit better. And then if Tesla does take down that 300, which I still feel like it wants to sort of gravitate up to that level. Now that I'm looking at the charts, that's where VWAP is on a 3-minute. That's where actually the 200 period is. I mean, it's right up there. That 200 period is not going to matter here on our system, but it is around 300 there. We have VWAP at 297.50, 298. So, this name is getting some strength behind it. So, I could even just take profit right now on this and put $1 in our pocket. But we are trying to be a little more greedy on this name because we've seen it come down here before. So maybe just a 296 take is what we'll do because it's coming in right now. We'll sit there. We'll take a 296 bid, basically 296 flat. If we can get that, we'll cancel our 295.50. We'll take $1.80 on that last fill. And then if it wants to continue down, at least we'll have a part and I won't feel as bad about missing some of these bottoms. But okay, Brendan, 10:45, what you got?
Our earnings, COTY, having a pretty good day here, guys. Back to the upside. I didn't even realize this, but apparently they make Hugo Boss perfume as well. But Coty up nicely, net revenue up 10% in their quarter, 11.25 today, taking out highs here for Coty.
Definitely a good look for them. I did not know that either, Brendan. So you're not alone there. I was just asked, what am I thinking for Apple? Pretty similar to NVIDIA with the weekly high being a key. Now, NVIDIA's broken through that weekly high at 175, and I like it for support now. But Apple has not broken the high in the week, which is 170 even. I've already scalped some out here, as you can see, so I am looking for a break of that level on the rest of our shares at this point. I could be convinced that if we fail it again, because we failed it a couple of times, that it's just not strong enough, and it's the other names that are showing much more strength in this market. That could certainly be the truth, but it's now 2 times. If it does it a 3rd time, we fail that top, I'll look to get out at that 170 level and just concede that Apple can't seem to make it through. But I didn't get the dip buy because I was too close to 169.
Man.
This time I'm going 169.25 and above that. I don't want to be missing out on these dips on Apple. If it wants to hold this range and be inside of the channel, I got it, no issues playing inside of it, but I've got to be at least a little bit more aggressive on those bids to be able to catch that dip buy here on Apple.
All right, we've been hitting a lot of things. Let's just hit the bang. We haven't done that yet today. And you know what else I don't think we've done today? And we're going to do this because we're going to be at our highest spot right there today. The first time we've spun that bad boy because, look, we just took that out. I got out at 296.20. So you could take that fill if you want, if you've been following me around right now. That's a 296.20 fill. We just took a piece out, again, off this. Now we're pretty light. But again, we're still here to party. So if the name does come back down in, no more bids for me on Tesla. I want to be able to ring that Reggie if it does come back in down here to 93 again. I still think it fades out. I mean, this is playing out exactly the way I thought it would today on these breaks, right? I mean, I was thinking Tesla was going to be weak today off of the split. It's exactly what's happening. It's actually not even that weak. Like, if I'm thinking this is going to be weak, then I have to think that there's a lot more downside coming in Tesla because I feel like it's held up pretty good and not weak at all. So let's see if Tesla can come back in a little bit. I just put in the chat there that maybe Alibaba needs to come out now, $4 or $5. I mean, it's looking like it wants to break. I mean, this level right there, 100 is right there. I think 99.80 we'll get out of Alibaba. So we'll just take that out and see if we can roll from there. 99.80 right there. You dip back in. We'll take it out. It's 99.90. We'll give it a little bit more work. I just don't even want to get out at 99. I want to just make sure that we capture a little bit of profit because as the market pulls back down, we'll hopefully be able to watch our Tesla print. So let's get out of some Alibaba. I'm going to put that order right now. 99.79. Why? Because 79 is a great year. There it is.
Now that's a better year.
Yeah. 99 is a better year, but 79 is a great year because without it, your boy wouldn't be here. So
yesterday you said 80.
Yeah, 80 is great too. That's another great year. So 1980 is great, but 79 even greater than that. So here we go. Nice little upside move in Alibaba. $6 in the money. We're printing, baby. Meta's printing as well. And then the only name that's not really printing for us, although we're still up on it and we cannot be negative, is Peloton. I repeat, I am not going to do this trade again down here at 1080. If it falls down, it falls down. We'll get out and we'll take that cup of coffee hit. But so far today, Peloton is upside. Tesla's the banger right here today. But the number one name net-wise here today is Meta. Meta, just a nice move, huge move to the upside. And again, we're just cruising with it. Wish we had more shares, but we don't. Meta with a big win. We have 3 names that are more than $2 winners in our accounts as we speak. So today's a big day for me.
Yeah, I want to watch this NVIDIA. It just made 3 attempts in the last little bit there at that 168. This feels like if it doesn't fall now, it's going to be an absolute moonshot to that 180 level if it does make a big breakout. That 180 could come pretty quickly in there. CRM ended up failing that breakout. The NASDAQ and the ES at the same time started turning. I was able to get a little bit. I got to clean up this chart because it has these wicks to 180, so I'll clean that up when I can so it's not that skewed and condensing everything. But it did make a push through 169.50, then put a wick top on that break. I got some out for a small win, and then it looks like it's going to turn back into VWAP there. As we could pull back in. I feel the same way about NEO here that you probably feel about Alibaba. It gave that 1950 break, then took the 20 break. It did not get to 2050. It just turned around at 2037. At some point, these are going to come back in. It's been too big of a move to the upside. Like, it's up 7.5% when it was dying. Like, this was a dying quail off the open. realistically. And then there was that news that came out of China, and then all of a sudden it ramps up. At some point, I think these are going to fall off. It does feel like that 2050 could be it for NIO. I'm going to hold on to it here, but a trailing stop does make sense. You're running right into resistance on the 15-minute. So beneath like 20 and a quarter, maybe 2020, I'll just get out of NIO here and then look for the next opportunity as we go to Brendan for a little money talks.
Hey guys, yeah, it's a wait and see kind of day on this board as well, ahead of what's to come tomorrow. Fed Chair Powell at 10 a.m. I just read as well. Fed Chair Powell will hit the microphone tomorrow at Jackson Hole. 0.3 for the U.S. dollar downside today, but we are still hanging out on the chart over there near highs from this week, obviously. 109.25 back to recent highs anyways for the USD. So everything nicely higher on the day, including the euro, 0.3 back to almost parity. There was. It just flashed through parity there. Canadian dollar, 77.4. British pound, 118. Up 0.3 of a cent there, or a percent, I should say. Australia and New Zealand, nice day as well. 0.6, almost a full percent for Australia. Remember, they had pretty negative news or pretty negative data out early in the week, so they're down sharply. Nice bounce back for both of those. There's Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ripple kind of chopping around, as we said earlier, but it's a wait and see kind of day for currencies, guys, ahead of tomorrow.
Yeah, currencies. Big days coming. I'll address some talk here. So, what's up to Santoro 11? What's up, my man? What made you want to start getting out of BABA? So I'm not. I mean, I'm not out of BABA. What I was doing was just looking to say, hey, look, we're day traders here, and as much as I like to celebrate and you know, we love to get all these winners just coming through over and over again. And like I said, today's been a big day, but at some point, you know, Alibaba could pull back. And if it does, I just feel like this is a top, or sorry, a top that was broken at 100. And if it takes it down again, we'll give it a couple more pennies and then we'll just get out of the remainder of our trade. What made me get out of this was just the fact that we were long 95 and started getting out at 96, thinking it was pretty cool. And then again, looking down, and part of trading is honestly looking at your net. Like when I look down there and I'm hitting certain goals and stocks are starting to go and levels are coming into play, then I'm going to get out. Like $98 there is definitely an area for me to start to get out. So when it ripped up, we took the first out at 98, then it went back up again. We got 98.50s, and now we've sort of just let this go. So just like we're doing on Meta, you know, at some points, like as it comes up here to 167, and remember, you have to do the best you can based on the information that you have. And for me, right into here on Meta, just because it's a little bit better example than Alibaba, because you're right, Alibaba really has a lot of room to run to the upside. But look at Meta, it came into this level of 167.50. So I'm thinking to myself, what a great move off the bottom. We were just at 160, and this morning we ticked down to 164, which we had as well. If this can come back up, and you have to look at stocks average true range as well, like to have a $5 winner on Meta is great. So when that comes up in here into 167.50, for me it was like, okay, there we go. These are the majority of my outs, man. Because remember, we went long back in here again at 166. So as this started to rip up, 167.50, 167.40, so be it, right? Why I'm always holding on to a little bit left is quite frankly because I'm out of the majority of my shares. I'm trying to use more shares and take, like, if you take 1,000 shares or 100 shares and you make $1, that's $100. But at the same time, if you take 500 shares and only make 20 cents, it's the same $100. So, you know, you got to understand that there's different methods of trading and different styles. And for me, I like to sort of hit it and quit it, as they say, and then try to hold a little bit left. So Alibaba up to 100, a key level. If it wants to hold it, great. But since it's not, it's coming back down. I'm going to take a piece out here on Alibaba if it does. Well, be out of it all if we do take that level. And there it is. Spin the money. There's Alibaba. Thanks for the talk. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. And why, buddy? Because of Tesla. Down goes Tesla. The trade of the day, Tesla. Big time movement. Now $4 in the money. Neil, before we go to earnings, anything you want to talk about?
Well, as the market starts to come back in, NVIDIA's starting to pay off. If it was going to break out, I'm going to give you the worst case scenario, right? It was consolidating here. I said it either is going to break down here and head towards support at that 175, or we'll look for a dip buy, or we're going to get what we want. So It looks like it's going to get the better of it the second half, which is to the downside. If you haven't taken profit on something like NVIDIA to the long side, I mean, I don't know what, like, it's up 2.5% after it was getting crushed. So, at some point, you got to think about where you want to take profit on a move like this. I'd assume this is what's going to be happening now as it broke 177. There still are a couple of earnings names to get to, at least one of them, which we talked about today, and another one, which is in a sector which has given us some good opportunities. Brendan?
Yeah, there we go. After market tonight, the most names to report as of today. But I mean, biggest day of this week, probably yesterday, but still some opportunities to come for tomorrow.
So look, obviously a firm got mentioned here. I hadn't even looked at a firm today, but it was relatively weak. I should probably pop over to that for a potential short opportunity. Ulta Beauty is not a bad, interesting one, but Marvell is at least one name in the chip space that we don't usually look at, but on earnings, after what we've seen happen to the rest of the chip names, it's going to be on the radar. If they can have a good quarter, actually distance themselves with the strength we've seen today, that's going to make sense. And then, of course, Gap. Any retail name with a decent short interest, I'm going to care about watching them for the earnings because we've seen some pretty solid plays in there. So a few names to look at, maybe not as big as what we've seen today for Catalyst. And then, yes, Jackson Hole is going to be front of everybody's mind tomorrow. But yeah, a couple of names out there. Marvell, not one we usually watch, but I will be tomorrow because the chips have been so good.
Yeah, Gap, a firm on there as well. Another name that I'll be all over tomorrow, just like we were over Peloton today. But hey, I'm going to stick in my bread and butter, man, and what's really been working. Throw down some chicken dinner winners again tomorrow for you. Meta didn't report. Remember earlier I said that I probably won't be on any of the names that reported? No Salesforce for me today, no Snow for me today, no anything else that reported, no NVIDIA today for me. But we did take Peloton, so that was one name. And then, of course, we had the actionable trade on Tesla, which is now $3 in the money. And then we had that monster move on BABA and Meta. Let's just check in to see where BABA is. Yeah, so there we go. Get out on Alibaba at 80 or 83, whatever that was. And it's just hovering around here. So whether or not that's going to be a mistake for me to get out, we will soon find out. I love messaging Fahad back and forth here as the show goes. This dude really interested in trading. Hopefully we can come up with something with that guy. That should be a lot of fun here. I definitely want to be teaching again. So Fahad, me and you can have a little talk, my friend, about that one. And here we go, man. Biggest spot for me all month. It's right here, right now. I'm glad you guys were a part of this today. Big time trades, my best day this month, and finally needed it. So that was a good one here. And I've got a whole new plan of action, man. And I'm just excited to keep putting this into play every single day. And, we're here. We trade different styles. As you can see, some nice wins for Neil over there today. And obviously, I've sort of been talking about mine. So,
ooh, I just found it's a different note. There's been an issue we have with stops. I just figured out a solution for it. In the pre-market, that issue we're having, I think it's solved, buddy. I'll let you know.
Good, yeah. I mean, I'm excited for that.
Been, when we trade
I don't
before,
take too many pre-market
I know,
trades.
but like before 8 o'clock here at Day Trade the World, I've been having issues when I trade before 8 and then script stops not working for me. And it looks like there's a condition I can set for what triggers the stop. That'll actually have it go through. Anyways, that excites me because we always talk about trading and improving and understanding your platform.
Throw it out.
So I think I understand something about the platform now, using like not necessarily a bid-ask price, but using a specific area print. One last thing to get to here. I did buy the dip in Apple. So you'll see me back in maybe at a different price, but I finally bought that dip in Apple. It's taken a while, but Apple's only going 69 to 70. So I kind of feel like we'll be doing that for the rest of the day. Only 1 minute to go. It is Thursday. There's been some hot trades today, but we haven't mentioned that tomorrow, obviously today, look, we got midday show, Prad and Sharif are going to kick butt, and then of course we still have our afternoon show as well.
Tony coming on.
Tony coming on as well. There we go. But tomorrow we're doing our spicy trades in the afternoon, so everyone's going to have to trade and talk markets while enduring some delicious hot wings, which is going to be more interesting for some than others, I do think. I think I'll be fine, but I'm talking a lot of trash. So if I'm sweating, you guys can trash talk me there. But should be a heck of a lot of fun. This day is not done just yet. We still have a lot of fireworks to go in this market.
Yeah, I still can't believe that. By the way, Sharif just sat down there and was like, what's this milk doing here? I forgot to put that milk carton back in. I actually thought about it. Yeah, I thought about it this morning too. I was like, oh man, I forgot that milk carton, and I should have. I thought of it on my drive in, but whatever, man.
We'll probably throw that one out.
Yeah, whatever, man. After today's day, man, I buy a cow here. So you know what I'm saying, Sharif? Okay, so and look, we just talked about Tesla. Like when I got out here at 96, I was like, whatever. I'll probably get out at 94 anyways. Well, guess what just happened? 94 came in for Tesla, but I ain't getting out, man. We want to take a little more on this trade here for Tesla back down into the downside, and we're going to hold on to some Meta. I may not take another trade until I see you guys again here at 2 p.m. So a big show today, big winners everywhere, man. There goes Tesla, another $4 winner now. $4 winner on Tesla. Not only that, guys, look, there's the 300 break, right? We take $1.25 on that break. Then we reload that again. Then we take $2. Then we go short again here at $2.97 and take another $2. Then we go short again up there at $2.98. Take money, take money, take money, all the way back down to that downside. So what a great day. Happy to be here. And we're coming back, man. We're not going anywhere, but we do have to end this day so I can call my wife, and I think we definitely deserve this. Thanks to Randy.
Thanks,
we got a
Randy.
cookie each, man. We're going to be pounding that one soon. But yeah, man, you're going to get a call soon, my wife, coming up. Going to go for that walk. We talk about that. De-stress. Let's throw it over to the big guys at the big desk. Let's go, Sharif and Brad.
Big guys at the big desk. Let's go, baby. It's time for the Trader Pratt and Sharif show. It's the midday mayhem market movers. Not a Monday, though. It's a Thursday. I was almost going to say Wednesday.
I know. It feels almost like
It's a
Friday.
Thursday. We're going to have a great time. The markets are positive, so we're going to look for some longs in the game. But at the moment, the market pulling back slightly. So I'm punching into a brand new short position is Roblox, RBLX. Brand new short position. Hopefully my position board is updated. It is, so let's go. Already taking profits on said position as we are 28 cents in the money on Activision. I want to show you a couple of my best stocks, man. Today, China for sure was number one. It's a meme that those gamers have going on. They always run around those lobbies saying China number one. So today, without a fail, it's the China stocks that we're going for. BABA longs, JD longs, your NIO longs. I even am looking for an XPEV long. Looks like I actually might have gotten stopped out on my XPEV long that I had. Yeah, I did. I just now got stopped out. As it's pulling back to a better area that I might try for a second attempt on this position because NIO today was really clean. So here's my NIO long. Took the pre-market breakout long. Added on the pullback when it didn't pull back all the way to my stop. So that gave me conviction that, the stock was clearly having relative strength in it as the whole sector, the whole Chinese sector in general had relative strength as the regulators. I think they have the catalyst right here. The U.S. and China are near for a deal for U.S. auditors to visit Hong Kong to inspect the records for new NY-listed Chinese firms such as Baidu, NIO, XPEV, JD, and BABA, and so on. So multiple stocks taking that catalyst and using it to elevate themselves to the north side on the stock prices. So thank you, NIO. And obviously you saw BABA from Sean's perspective, $5 in the money. He got the long at 95. So I took the a breakout long around the 10 o'clock breakout long, whatever the 10 o'clock price was. Decent trade for me, just not as big of a winner for Sean, obviously, because he was able to catch the dip buy long, which I wasn't able to.
Yeah, Brad was showing me his trades before we came on the air. He's got quite a few good ones. Good diamond hands on him today. I've been really more on the futures today. I don't know why. I just decided that I want to trade the futures with the GDP number coming out. Took a nice little break early on and held for a good winner. Didn't really dabble too much with the equities. I had a nice little trade on Tesla earlier to the long side, which is funny because Sean had it to the short side most of the day. But we took a nice little scalp, especially when the futures started pumping up. Now we're looking at drug, guys. It broke through, I know Neil was talking about this one earlier. It broke through VWAP here. I'm looking to go long at that 270-ish level. We're looking for perhaps a break through that $2.80 level. We got days high here in and around 305 or so. So some room to move up. We're thinking about going long here. We see a nice little bull flag forming, but I kind of get hesitant a little bit to take initial breaks of VWAP because sometimes they just break through and then boom, they come right back down. So, a little bit hesitant here, but, we're going to hit the enter button. We're going to see what happens. We're going to give it to around, let's see, this level here. We could give it to 269, VWAP's there, or there's a good level of support here at that 266. We'll give it to 266 because We don't want to get shaken out of the trade. We're long. We're long a decent amount of shares, so we're gonna hope for a profit target of around 290 or so. Otherwise, we'll get at that 266 level. Other things that I'm watching are one that's coming up on my scanner called VACC.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot today. What is that?
Yeah,
Vaccination stock?
you know what? It said it's called Vaxitech, I think. Vaxitech. That's the name of it.
Yeah.
Currently trading at 642, up 40% on the day. So definitely have that. I have that on my side screen, guys. I'm not gonna. You know what? Actually, let's flip to our other screen. So let's put that in here so you guys can follow along. It's a NASDAQ stock. Excuse me. Why isn't it flipping? Come on now. There we go. So that's Vaxitech. You know, looking at the chart, you know, you had a nice move up from that $5.70 level. Couple of big green candles, and there you go. Boom. Moving right up to that $6.80 level. So it's making moves as we're speaking about it. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on this one. Let's zoom out and figure out where we are so we can figure out our levels for this one. High of day seems to be at that $6.80 level. So we're about 10 cents or so away from that. You know, not too far. Let's zoom out. Let's switch to the daily chart here to see what levels we can identify. So we're definitely at recent highs. If I had to look and to see, so let's hear, we're approaching 7. So definitely a level here, which is $7, you can see right here. And then the level above that would have to be that $8 level. Okay, so we're looking at whole dollars, and then the level above that is at $9.25 level. So remember those, remember $8 and $9.25 on VACC, because it's moving quite parabolically here, guys. If we weren't busy analyzing it, I probably would have been taking a FOMO long here. We're moving right into that $7 level. Nice bull flag that formed here, and the continuation of that bull flag. You'll recall that we spoke about how the bull flag tends to have the same type of upward momentum once it breaks above the flag. So this length right here will sometimes be continued in this move right here, and you guys can see where I'm pointing with my cursor. So we'll continue to look at that one. Oh, geez, drug dipped hard on us at the key level that we talked about, that 260 level, now making a break back up above the VWAP. So we'll hold on to this one. We won't let it dip down again. Let's put in a stop here so that if it does dip down to that level, we're out the next time. So we're going to give it to 259, and we're going to be all out. We'll give it a bit of a buffer to 257 in case it moves quite parabolically down. All right, so we're waiting on that one. Prad, what are you looking at? Prad's looking at coin, guys.
Looking at Coinbase, yeah, Coinbase just broke 70 for the second time today, but right back above 70 is Coinbase, so not sure if I like this trade as much. There we go, okay, we're going back under 70. Popping up on the scanner a little bit as showing that it has weakness in it. I want to quickly head over to Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies to see what they're doing today. They're actually all green just from a quick glance. The main coins, at least, the ones I track, are all green to the north side. Bitcoin up 1%, Ethereum up 3%. So not sure what the weakness is on Coinbase. We'll just manage this trade over here by not giving it too much of a wiggle room past the 70 area. If we do get stopped out, that's fine with me. I think we can find a better entry somewhere around these ranges at 71.50 or so on. Although the low a day break over here at the triple bottom could be a good spot to enter and ride the stock to the downside if it was, you know, if it was to offer that opportunity to us. I did cover my Activision trade, closed it for profit. Looks like that was a pretty good exit as the market now is getting ready to have a little bounce in it. On a quick glance, also looks like S&P 500 is back to the 4170 area, which is a pretty solid resistance from history and support area from history. So we're gonna punch along over here on the S&P 500 market to see if we can take advantage of this side on the for a reversal long off of VWAP areas, off of 4170, 100 areas. But it looks like Coinbase did manage to stop me out. I think I'm gonna try to get in closer to 70.50 instead of where I got in. That way, if we saw more weakness coming in, I'll be able to take advantage of it. Not going to give it too much wiggle room from the low a day area on coin.
Nice 7 break there on VAX while Prad was talking. I want to actually ask you, have you heard about the divergence now between coin and Ethereum? Ethereum's up markedly higher than coin over the last month, and they're trying to attribute that to the upgrades coming to the
The classic or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Wayne probably has some interesting comments on that because he follows that. But yeah, so it's kind of interesting to watch that. And as I say that, VAX is going without me here, now hitting that 720 level. We got to stop talking about Ethereum and coin and focus on VAX because that's where the money is right now. I kind of don't know where to get in. If I get in here, I'm gonna be chasing it. You know, maybe I can give it to that $7 level as a stop. I'm not really too sure. I was hoping for a little bit of a pullback more than just a one-minute candle before, you know, I have an enter into that. So Wayne just passed me a note. Ethereum merge event from proof to work to proof to stake. Okay, that's very interesting. Not like I really understand what that is, but yeah, for those crypto buffs, they probably get what Wayne just wrote there. So we'll follow on that, and we'll get some more information for you guys as the show goes on about that little tidbit of information. Going back to our drug trade real quick, just to manage it. Yeah, we're still, you know, a couple of cents out of the money, but holding above VWAP, so we're definitely happy with that. We've also put in our stop, so we're not really worried that it's going to go too much against us. It's a $2 stock. We're giving it about, you know, let's say 25 cents risk, which is not too bad. I'm thinking maybe I might have a dip trade in and around that $7 level on VAX. So we'll go ahead and put it in that 702 order, and in case it touches $7, we'll have that ready. And as an exit plan, we're looking here at that $6, between $6.60 to $6.70 level. That'll be our stop to know we were wrong. This may go without us though, guys. So you know, if it starts moving parabolically, we're gonna have to look for a different entry.
Yeah, Roblox giving me more profits to the downside. Now 60 cents in the money on Roblox, and it looks like the market might just be able to give us that long bounce off of 4170 on the S&P 500. Trying to see if I can get a couple more, you know, a little bit more size on the future side, but not sure if we'll be able to because I'm being a little stingy on my price over there. But I guess, you know, being stingy about your price is always a good thing. So we'll just be patient on that side. But thank you, Roblox, for allowing us to take around 60 cents so far and now holding the last few bits of my size to most likely break even. No reason for me to jump out of this trade anytime soon. Looks like we have a couple super chats coming in. Busy in the morning. There's okay, yeah. Feedback from Jose Mercado. Looks like two chats and two $20 super chats. Looks like then I don't really see a message in there. So if Bear versus Bull can see a message, maybe we can talk about that. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Jose. Look, the morning group is a little busy, right? There's a lot of stuff moving around, so it is. I understand that you're sending money in, and they might miss it, and the frustration behind it. But they're looking at a lot of stuff over there. They're looking at news. They're looking at stocks moving all the way from 9:30 till 11 o'clock. So I'll do that part over here. Apologize for us missing your super chats. Looks like thanks for teaching. GCT still holding strong, waiting for them to shoot up. Have a great day. See y'all tomorrow, says Jose again with another $5 super chat. You want us to look at GCT. Let's get over to GCT on NASDAQ. This is one of those crazy stocks that I believe was supposed to open at $4, right?
Yeah.
And then opened up at like 20, launches itself to 40, 60, and now we're trying to wait to see if it goes back to that $4 price at some point. Forming somewhat of a base around $28, $29, still in yesterday's range. It looks like we're in halfways of yesterday's range actually. So anybody's guess, honestly. This company, this stock, and this move on this position, anybody's guess. I can't predict the moves on this one like I possibly could on Apple or AMD, as those have levels for us to look at from all the way in the history.
Yeah, so we got shaken out, guys, of our drug trade. We gave it down to that 260 level. So we went about 25 cents against us. We'll take that L, no big deal on a $2 stock. It's not much of a hit. Yeah, so we're going to continue to watch that one as it floats in and around VWAP and decides what it's going to do. Let's zoom out a little bit to have a look as to what the chart looks on on a wider basis. Yeah, so it's kind of below VWAP now, you know, and even when it stayed above VWAP, it kind of wicked below several times. Doesn't really look like it's respecting the VWAP level all that much. So we're going to look to get back into this. We want a break of 285 or perhaps a break of 295 in and around that area. We need to see some movement, some sustained movement to the upside. Otherwise, you know, we're just going to play. We're going to diddle in the middle and get chopped up. So that's not what we're about. At the same time, we took a VAX trade here. We're in at the high wick, but we're going to average down on this one. I'm going to give it I'm going to get filled, and I just got filled actually at $7, and I'm going to give it to about $6.70. Not too much size on this one, so I'm able to average down without taking too much of a hit. And yeah, this one seems like it's going to go. Let's zoom out. We didn't do our full analysis on this one. We kind of just got wicked in because it was moving so quickly. We couldn't do a full review. So let's just go out and zoom in here. So we're at day's high, or we just made day's high at $7.30. I want to say 33 cents. But what does it look like on the daily? So let's zoom out, have a look on the daily. Okay, kind of consolidating for the past couple of months on the daily chart. Let's zoom out so we can get some better levels. Okay, so that $7 level was hit here back in. Let me fix my chart so I can tell the dates apart. All right, here we go. So that $7 level got hit back in March. And then prior to that, we have some good levels at $8 and $9.25. So we'll continue to watch that. We'll make sure that we're cognizant of those levels. Moving back to the minute chart here, yeah, we're above $7. We got filled at that $7 level, and we've averaged into that, so we're going to continue to watch that one. Moving back to drug making a move back into that high of 280, that recent high. But again, we're looking for that 285 break to that 295 break before we initiate another long. Brad?
Yeah, it looks like futures turned around over there, and coin stopped me out and is now a full dollar below where we punched in. Could have punched back in around 70 and given it a little bit of more wiggle room, I guess. But missing out on the Coinbase move is at the moment, as it is pushing down, and the market's not bouncing off the 4170 level either. So we're gonna take that quick little loss on the futures over there. We tried, you know, we tried to try and take a 4170 long. It didn't work out. Now we're pushing down maybe to 4150 lows to where the market started off the original rebound move to the north side. So just gotta wait and see, I guess, if that's the story that will play out. Maybe NASDAQ will bring the market down a little bit more to actually go test that 13K level, as we're only 20 points away from it. Still up on the day for NASDAQ, 4.71%, and S&P 500 up 0.5% on the day. Roblox at the moment, 47 cents in the money, and looks like it's creating somewhat of a bottom also, not looking good on the 1 minute chart. Not sure why I have 1 minute chart on this side. Let me just go to the 5 minute chart. There we go. Coming back to the north side a little bit is Roblox. Obviously, we have our stop out. We're just going to have to wait patiently to see if we're going to get stopped out for a flat trade, or do we continue to see an extended move to the downside on this position. With the market coming off, might be some time to look into new short positions to punch in. So I'm going to head over to real quick mRNA to see what Moderna is doing. Looks like Moderna recently broke the low a day. Low a day previously was around 138. So I think we could take a trade here.
Oh, wow. Haven't traded Moderna in a long time.
Yeah, Moderna. We'll try to see if we can work with Moderna here in the meantime. While giving it a little bit of wiggle room, obviously. There we go. You gotta be able to hold this stock against you, at least to the high of that candle. We're short at the moment, 137.90, so I'm gonna give it till the high of that candle to see if I'm wrong on said trade or not. With the market pulling back at the moment, maybe we can put some damage on this one. It's also clearing the yesterday's lows, looks like, on the daily chart. So if you pull up the daily chart over here, if we're actually breaking yesterday's lows and we have weakness in the stock and there's weakness in the overall market, some possibilities for shorts.
So VACC continuing to hold that $7 level, and now it's wicked below it a few times, but it'll bounce right back above it. That kind of gives me a little bit of a positive outlook onto whether or not there's buyers, because clearly there's a supply zone here where a lot of people are coming in. So we're going to continue to watch that one. I'm a little hesitant about it. I'm not going to let it go too much against me. I'm thinking perhaps like that $6.60 to $6.70 zone. But maybe we'll average down one more time if it does break that $7 level. I do like that $6.60, $6.70 zone for potential average down. But yeah, anyway, now breaking above 7 and going into that $7.10, it had a huge wick up on this particular candle. Went all the way and actually made high of day at $7.35, but it was so quick we couldn't get anything out at that time. So we'll continue to watch that. You know, it's a decent pattern in the consolidation or above 7, so I like it. I'm going to continue to watch it. Back to drug doing nothing, bouncing off this flat top right here, which is at $2.80 level. You know, and then it'll just move right back down. Looks like algos are trading this. As soon as it touches 280, the selling comes in. As soon as it comes down to that $2.60 level, give or take a few pennies, the buying comes in. You know, you could play that range if you want to. If you have that discipline to wait for the top and the bottoms, you could play that, play with the algos. But, you know, it's not really my game. You'd have to go with a lot of size, too, especially on a $2 stock. Let's look at the futures. The futures, yeah, it made the move down, so we could probably play some big tech here. The chat talking about GSUN. Yeah, GSUN is up. It is actually the leading gapper on the day with, well, since open, it's up 38.2% since the open, 43.39% on the day. But the liquidity is just poop on this one. It's 438,000 shares of volume on the day. In the last 5 minutes, it's only done 45,600 shares. So, you know, not much liquidity. You could get stuck, and a big order could either make this shoot to the upside or to the downside. So you're going to be really careful with illiquid stocks, especially ones like that are, you know, unknowns, as Golden Sun Education Group. I don't even know what that is, guys. Brad.
Just still managing my Moderna trade if you want to continue for a little bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. So Prad's in Moderna. We're going to continue to watch VACC, keeping that on our main screen. Let's have a look at the scanner here, and I'll bring down the scanner for you guys so you guys can follow along with me. This is what I use to kind of figure out what I'm going to do on the day. So here, this is the scanner I kind of showed you guys yesterday. This is the scanner in the middle. This is my watch list on the left. And then this is called the Fundamentals Explorer. It'll give you like fundamentals of the company, everything you need to know. This in the middle here is the news reel. So anytime I click on a particular stock, it'll load the news reel for it so I can kind of figure out why it's moving, and not just the fact that it is moving. And that's obviously the chart. So as I click here, it'll change a bunch of things on the side to move along with it. So let's see what's doing volume here. Drug, yeah, we already talked about that one, VACC. All right, AVYA. Yes, Neil had been talking about that earlier. I heard him out of the corner of my ear that he was in it. Kind of a $1.46 stock. Not my cup of tea. I don't like these dollar stocks, especially the ones that look like barcodes like this. Kind of stay away from that one. What else is doing volume? Moving all the way down here. Pins. What's Pins moving for? Let's see what the news item on that is.
Yeah, I saw Pins popping up on the scanner multiple times today. Not sure what
really
it was.
Say something about a whistleblower.
Ooh.
No. Okay, no, I wouldn't move up. Exclusive college app from Pins is invite only. Trends on TikTok. How to get in? Okay, whatever. I guess that's a news item, guys. Let's click it. You guys can see what I'm talking about here. Here she is. If it'll load. Yes. Shuffles, exclusive college app from Pinterest is invite only. Trends on TikTok. How to get in tech times. We'll have to click that to actually read the entire news article. But yeah, so maybe we'll put Pins here on the side view so that we can manage it if we do enter a trade. Pins is a NASDAQ stock? No, it's not. It's New York.
New York.
All right, so let's fix that. New York. Thanks, man. Sean's commenting on my shirt. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, holding here 7 is VAX. As we said, that $7 level is obviously key at this point. It's touched it a whole bunch of times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. Now making a move back into the 712, 715 area. We're looking for that break of 730. We'll take our first profit target at 740. Our average price for VAX is 717 because we did average down right at that $7 level. So we're waiting for, you know, about 740 or so. We'll start taking a bit of profits, maybe scalping about 25% or so, Prad.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Just needed some management on that trade. We'll have to see what happens at the end of the day, obviously. Coin still looks like it's popping up on the scanner showing weakness. So this stock is Well, boy, I just had the poor stop on, and now we're actually going to see 69 coming into play. But I want to head back to Roblox, as Roblox is pushing back to the lower days. Maybe we get to take advantage of Roblox a little bit more. Does it break the lower day? Does it push past the 100-period EMA on the daily chart over here, which happens to be around $39 or so? Well, let's see if we can break $40 to the downside first, and then maybe some extended moves. Akshay Doke coming in with the 100 rupee super chat. Today, will NAS will be bull in open? I guess you're just throwing out a general statement that the NASDAQ will be bullish off the open, and you're not wrong. Market did rip up to the north side. We were up almost 1% on the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ, I believe, at one point. But now pulling back slightly a little bit to that 13K marker is NASDAQ. We did hit 13K just now. That puts the NASDAQ up at only 0.5% and S&P 500 up at 0.35. Does the market, that's NASDAQ I'm talking about, find a way to bounce off of 13K, which would obviously be a good thing, which is what you want to notice for the market, which is trying to stay green off of the symposium that's going on from today all the way up to, or was it yesterday, going all the way up to Friday? Well, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
So tomorrow you have Fed Powell chair speaking, and we'll obviously wait to see if they're going to be talking about how they want to handle inflation, if they keep in line with their statements from before, or if they start changing their statements on that side. So lots of variables for us to deal with. Just going to have to wait and see. So thank you for the super chat from Akshay. Ken Hall coming in with the $2 super chat. I got to go to work now. Crypto talk, please. So yeah, we gave a crypto talk. Hopefully that will suffice us. Sadly, we don't trade crypto over here, so we can't really go too much in depth, as it doesn't really benefit us to make too many trades off of that. But Coinbase is something that we did talk about and gave a quick little crypto outlook on that. Hopefully that helped you on that side. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Trading question from new type XVII. Do you recommend straddling options on high volatility days, that is tomorrow with Powell speaking? We don't do options over here, so I can't really suggest to you on what to do and what not to do on the options side. That would be up to your risk management and up to your strategies. We do mostly stock market here on a day trading basis, so we're in and out. We're scalping trades. We're not holding it for too long, honestly. So we can't really help you on the options side, sir.
Oh, another super chat that just came in, Prad. JWN Nordstrom going crazy, going to be the next meme stock. Good earnings. What do you guys think? Yeah, we played JWN yesterday, It was actually one of the stocks that we talked to on the show, and I'll just have to interrupt here for a second because VAX actually just broke that 7 level decidedly, and now is moving to the level that we identified earlier at that 670, 660 level. Depending on how it's moving, we may average in back to that point, or I just may actually get out. I'm still deciding, to be honest with you. But talking about JWN, yeah, we had a great short off for JWN yesterday, especially since it was an earnings loser the day prior. So I don't know if it's going to be the next meme stock. These stocks tend to move aggressively after earnings for a few days, plus or minus. So before and after the earnings, because a lot of people speculate what the earnings is going to be. So you have a lot of options volume, and you have a lot of preemptive buying or selling going into earnings, and then it tends to calm down a little bit. But yeah, we'll continue to watch JWN. If it pops up on our scanner, we'll definitely have it. We'll definitely speak about it. In and around back now to VAX, it's holding that level that we talked about. So I may actually average in one more time here, and then if I'm wrong at 660, I'm going to be out completely. Because this one will kind of, get me a little bit in trouble. So we're going to put our out here at $6.60 because I do like this here as a possible support level. I did like 7. 7 held for a while and it broke. So I just don't want to be wrong. And then, this is what traders fall into, is that they don't want to be wrong rather than making money. And so I have always had this problem, and I don't know if I'm the only one that suffers from it, but yeah, we're going to average down one more time, and we'll put a stop now so that we don't have a choice about it at the $6.59 level, and that will be all she wrote for that, 6 and we'll give it to 657 in case it goes parabolically. Oh, what the hell? Looks like I got out of 75 shares. That's not what I meant to do at all. Boo! That was a keystroke error there. That was a mistake, but we'll let that one slide, Brad.
Yeah, it's okay. Keystrokes happen. Usually after a weekend, I have my keystrokes on a Monday mostly because I'm not used to the certain key structures. But it's okay, as long as you were able to make profits on that keystroke.
No, I wasn't. No, I suck.
Darn, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Roblox over here. I did close the trade on Roblox, and we're gonna take those profits. As looks like Roblox does not want to take out the day market. Did manage to bounce off that 13,000 level that we were talking about earlier, and Moderna seems like it wants to keep on squeezing me on this position. So just managing my Moderna trade on the second screen. I keep looking at it as it's pretty close to my stop. Looks like we're going to get stopped out on this trade. Sucks to be me, and we'll have to look for other opportunities. But man, Coinbase still rocking to the downside, still getting destroyed today, and not sure what exactly we're going to do with Coinbase. I really want to be involved in it, but I'm still pretty surprised that Coinbase is on the opposite side of what Bitcoin and Ethereum doing today overall. But as you mentioned earlier, that they have been trading a little bit of out of correlation a little bit, so that could be something that is looming around Coinbase and not allowing it to go to the north side today. Looks like we did clear that weekly lows, and now getting ready to go somewhere else to the downside is my guess. Maybe we see 60 coming in very soon if this is the story for there. Now we broke 69 just now, so that trade would have been a little bit of a more juicy trade if we just held on to it. Darn it.
I want to address another super chat from Sergio Campos. He says, follow SIGA for the next 5-6 days for potential calls. Currently at the bottom of trend lines. SIGA longs coming soon. Okay, well, we'll have a look at SIGA. I'm not gonna agree or disagree with anything that was said there, but just reading it out for your information, viewers. So SIGA, is it an NQ stock? Yes, it is. SIGA has been on everybody's watch list since the whole monkeypox thing, right? It's a monkeypox stock, right?
Yeah.
Brad? Yeah. So let's zoom out here. Let's go, first of all, to the daily chart. Let's see how the daily's been looking, because I know it hasn't been on our radar. So, yeah, as you guys can see, it's been pulling off the highs, made a high back on August 16th. Is that 16th? Yeah. It made actually the 15th made a high right at that 27 level, and ever since then it's been one concoction of red candles, now making a recent low at 1910. If I had to look for areas of support, I would be looking to that 1850 level, perhaps maybe even that 17. So between that 17 to 1850 level, there could be areas of support. This spike here is supported by this area, which is the breakout area here. Let's zoom out a little bit on the daily. Let's see what else it's been doing. Yeah, you guys can tell it had been basically doing nothing right up until May of this year, when the whole monkeypox craze started coming out, and it had some erratic movements. And it's been, if I had to look at the trend, it's definitely uptrending, but the most recent is kind of a downtrend. So I'm gonna reserve judgment on making any sort of predictions or any analysis on SIGA and where it's going in the future. Just kind of giving you an idea of what the chart is saying. Back to our VAX or whatever trade, yeah, still holding in and around that 7 area. Broke it ever so briefly, right up that 710 level. Again, we're waiting for that $7.40 level to take anything out. It's holding 7, which I do like, but trading below 7, which is poopy. But yeah, we'll continue to watch that. What's the chat up to here? Any one-member movie pass, mob halt.
Yeah, people are talking about MOB right now, which is halted to the upside. MOB is popping up on the scanners too. Is this why does it say it's not up anything on the stock? Maybe because it's halted.
It's not on my scanner either.
But no, it's up here, but it just doesn't show up that it's up any percentage or anything. So it looks like a little bit of a bug, a little bit of a glitch there. But no, this position is indeed moving. I want to see what the volume is looking like on said position. Let me quickly do this, put that there.
Oh, is this a IPO?
I think that's what it is looking
like.
like.
Yeah, it is, because I don't have anything previous to 11.20 or 11.15.
Yeah, it's an IPO. It's an IPO just now coming live. Mobilicom Limited basically is supposed to open at $7.42. Only 1 million share flow. Gotta love it. Gotta love these stocks that are only with 1 million share flow, with the offer amount of not even like what was the offer amount over here that we just saw? 13 million. So STBX was 20 million. This is 30 million. STBO 4.7. It was supposed to open at 7.42, but it opened at $3 or 3.60. Yeah, that's not really a good sign for a stock opening up way below its indicated open price. But it looks like it wants to go to the north side, so we'll just have to wait and watch where one of these another question mark stocks are going to do on the day. It looks like it's an Israeli telecom stock. Mob, let's go to 2K. Yes, sir. Yeah, just like AMC and GME and everything else out there. Send every single stock out there to 2K. That's where they belong. GSK. I want to go back to coin real quick, and actually let me go to super chats instead. Austin coming in with the. Thank you for trading live, but coming in with the what's the thing called again? Becoming a member. There we go. Becoming a 6-month becoming member for 10 months so far apparently. Dominic Famularo. Okay, Dominic, I see you. Haven't seen your name for a good time. $10 super chat. Good morning, trader fam, and good luck. Great job, Sean, Neil, Brendan, crew. Miss Chelsea Summer. Yeah, miss you too on that side. Thank you for the super chat. And you holding, guys. Good entry before breakout. And you, this is from Sam Tat. Sam coming in with the super chat, basically asking about NU, which is not loading up for me over here at the moment. So we'll give it a second. Let's send it over to Brendo at the big screen though, while we wait for this to load up.
Hey guys, yeah, a quick update on the European session as we wrap up the day over in Europe. It's 11:30, obviously the close Eastern, but then the actual final prints come in here about 5 minutes later. So England, Germany, positive on the day, 0.2, 0.36 to the upside. About flat for France, 0.14 there for Italy, Spain negative, and then the three, Sweden, Swiss, and Turkey, all in positive territory. Again, everyone kind of in wait and see mode ahead of Fed Chair Powell going to make a speech tomorrow at Jackson Hole. Really hasn't been too eventful today, Jackson Hole, but it is underway, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, Jackson Hole. We're waiting to see what obviously the Fed's going to say about how they want to handle inflation and so on. Sam with the NU super chat. Yeah, it's holding good for a long. I don't know. I don't see the volume in it today. No reason to trade a stock that has no volume in it. There's tons of opportunities, tons of trades, tons of stocks to be trading instead. I think NU just is not doing those type of moves for me. If you have a good, if you believe it's a good entry for yourself, then yeah, more power to you. But I don't know what your trade setup is. Maybe you're holding it for a swing trade. That also allows you to hold it to a swing trade if the trade goes south, because you're not on a prop firm like we are. So I personally don't see a long for myself here. Shivam Patel coming in with, I believe, a member, 1 month recurring member, and has been a member for 2 months. Amazing call on Baba Sean, 3 times daily goal and done for the day. Let's go. Yeah, Sean coming in with that beautiful call out on Baba. The Chinese sector overall has been great longs today. Let's actually go check out what these Chinese stocks are doing. JD, did JD pull back by any chance to a spot where we could maybe look for longs at? My charts are being slow. It did pull back, but looks like we didn't pull back all the way to 64. So that's going to be a missed out opportunity. What is Baba doing at the moment? Come on, charts. Don't do this to me today.
You got it.
There we go. And Baba did pull back also from those highs all the way back to VWAP 99. The best index to look at when you're trading these stocks are the FXI ETF, sorry?
Mob open.
Okay, go for it.
No, well, my chart got absolutely distorted there. Sorry, guys, because there was a dark pool wick up to $49, and the stock is trading at $5.44. So the chart is going to be absolutely distorted here until we can fix it. Let's try to fix it right here. So 11:38. So we're going to go in here. Give me 1 sec, guys. So while we fix this bad boy here, so we'll say 5. I don't know. Let's see, 565 or whatever. Okay, there we go. There we go. That gives us a better view. Okay, and it is halted to the upside again. So we couldn't do anything about that because we couldn't really see the levels. So $5.89 is where it halted at. It'd probably be another 5-minute halt. We'll come back to that. Sorry to interrupt you, Brad.
No, you're good. JWN going to be the next meme stock. Yeah, we could.
Yeah, I talked about that one.
We could. Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, I did. Hey? Yeah, we addressed it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's another super chat from the same guy saying the same thing, and another super chat from the same guy, same thing. So yeah, we appreciate all the super chats. It is possible it could do that, but only Lord can tell the future. I for sure can. So we'll just have to wait and see when that squeeze comes into play for JWN. Maybe not anytime soon, maybe tomorrow. I for sure don't know. We're going to move away from all the JWN super chats from here on out and look for the other super chats, though. So that's because we already addressed it. You know, we appreciate the super chat, but we already addressed that question. Unless you have a different question in that super chat regarding a different stock, then, you know, most likely it's better to just move on from that. New member from Trader Mark coming in. Also a $10 super chat. Can't thank you enough for what you guys do for the community. I mean, damn, guys, I'm swimming in profits over here. Bang, air horn. Yeah, baby, let's go. That's what we're talking about. Look, the point of this job over here is to you know, show people how to maybe trade in different styles. So you find one that works for you, and then you apply that one for yourselves. So we have Sean, we have Neil, we have Sharif, you have myself over here, Prad. Hopefully you guys are able to pick something from each and every single one of us and able to find out how you can apply that for yourselves over there. So appreciate the kind words, and we love you guys, no doubt about that. And I'm pretty sure you read the Sega one, right? Because I heard you talk about it. So yeah, that should be the wrap up of the super chats for now.
Yeah, thanks, Brad, for that. We're 2 minutes into the mob halt here, so we'll continue to keep an eye on that one. I have, let's see, let me just load up something so I can tell you what the theoretical auction price is for mob once it decides to unhalt. And currently I'm seeing $5.89. It halted at the 561 level, so it does show intentions of continuing to go up. So we'll definitely be ready for that one once it comes out, because we do want to scalp some on that. Do you know what mob is all about? Do you have any idea?
Israeli cyber company or something?
Okay, so that's interesting. Yeah, no, I don't really know why it would be on the move like this, but anyway. Okay, so back to managing our VACC trade here. Yeah, it's floating in and around. You know, it's been touching 7. Sadly, it's been below 7. 7's kind of been the ceiling for it for the last about, I want to say, 10 minutes or so. So I'm kind of getting the feeling that this may go against us, but we already have our stop in place, and we're not going to take a bigger L than the one that we've already planned. We've averaged down 3 times. We got top wick at 731. We averaged in at 7, and then again at 685. So this hits. I believe my stop is at 659. So if it hits 659, we're definitely out of that one. Waiting for mob to open up. Let's just make sure that our orders are ready on that side. And being a $5.89 open, we want to have at least an order in and around that area so that we're ready to trigger if and so we decide to. Let's have a look at this scanner. GSUN, yeah, GSUN's still the top dog here, but with really low volume. I see another one here, VIVK. You know, it's up 25% on the day, but with also very sparse volume. What else do we got? We talked about AVYA. AVYA kind of like, you know, in the really tight pattern between the $1.41 to $1.55, give or take a few pennies. In and around VWAP, gonna leave that one alone. Not a fan of that. Let's see what Big Tech is up to. All right, Big Tech, almost all. Tesla, Facebook, Microsoft, all below VWAP. Meta, strongest of the bunch, I'd say, above VWAP, bouncing now off that VWAP level at 166, breaking that 167 area. Interesting one. I know Sean traded Meta several times this morning, and he was up big on it. Amazon also around VWAP. And that 50 EMA. We'll keep an eye on those two. Apple, Microsoft, and Tesla seem to be a little bit weaker. As we talk about that, we break that 7 level on VACC. Let's go, baby. Move up. We want that $7.30 level so we can take a little bit of profits. Okay, we're approaching 720 or so. Let's go. Where's that volume? Bring in that volume. I feel like a guy at a racetrack or something trying to cheer on a horse. You know what I mean? But this is how we get emotional when we have money invested in stocks. So we'll continue to watch VACC. Brad, were you looking at XP?
Yeah, I'm just looking at whatever that's popping up on the scanners. Looks like Pinduoduo is one of them to the north side. XP is to the downside at the moment. Punched into an NVIDIA long as NVIDIA started to push towards the high a day and looking to see if we can take advantage of NVIDIA, elevating itself right back towards the high a day and a breakout of high a day towards a new high a day maybe. So waiting to see. There we go. Pushing right back to the north side is NVDA. Just got to be patient. Let me quickly pull up my blotter, which I seem to have hidden behind the YouTube chat. So there we go, put it that way. Now I can see my blotter, and now we just focus on to see where these positions will go towards. I think the other stock I mentioned was Pinduoduo. That's right. PDD also popping up on the scanners, but to the north side as the S&P 500 does manage the NASDAQ does manage to bounce off the 13K level and is now pushing towards that 1360 areas to put in the market, still in the green side, not allowing the market to go to the red direction at all. I mean, we saw that coming. The market was well north of being red today, so it would be a pretty drastic catalyst for the market to come out with for us to see a completely turn around on. NU, the person who mentioned about NU earlier being a good area for a support long, I'm actually seeing it pop up as a relative weak stock at the moment. So that means volume might be coming into the opposite side of the trade that you were talking about. I mean, when a stock doesn't really have that much volume in it, I just try to stay away from it. So I would urge you to do the same. So here's the weakness coming into NU, some selling pressure being put onto the stock.
Guys, we're pumped. We're pumped because we were right about this VACC trade. We were right, and I don't know why, but being right seems to be more important than making money to me sometimes. That's not a good thing as a trader, by the way. Just putting that out there. But yeah, we averaged down 3 times because we felt maybe our timing would be off, but our ID would be right. You'll recall initially, we'll review this quick. $7.30 entry, $7 average, $6.85 average, and look at these outs, guys. Boom. That's all I can say is boom. We're looking for that 750 level. We still have about, I want to say 25% left on board. I'm thinking maybe I'll have what's my average cost basis here on VACC? So our cost basis somehow is $6.85. Okay. Well, we'll put probably a $7 stop on this. If it breaks $7, we'll be out, and that will give us a break-even trade on the left, on the rest, excuse me. But we are looking for that 750 break. You know what? Because this one tends to move a bit aggressively, we are going to put a 749 stop order for, and then we'll put for this amount. That way, we don't have to use the flatten key, and sometimes we don't get the price we want when you use a flat key. But if the order's there, then we're going to be ready for it. So pumped about that VACC trade. Moving back, oh wow! So Mob, I got so excited about that VACC trade. I forgot about Mob. Mob went all the way from the $5.89 theoretical auction price open, all the way, and I see top wick here at $8. And then I don't know, is that accurate? What do you have on your chart's distorted too? Okay, so I see an $8 wick. Let me just double check that on. Neil says 640. I'm just gonna pull it up on my other platform here and see what it tells me. Yeah, Neil's right. 643 was top wick, so these are probably dark pool prints on our charts that don't show up on others. So yeah, we've halted at that 547 level. It's a downward halt. Let's see what the theoretical auction price is on Mob now. It's a 547 open, and it closed at 540. It halted at 547. So now 546, 547, flipping between those two. That's a theoretical opening price again. So we'll definitely keep that on watch on our other screen here as we continue to monitor our VACC trade. We have about 25% left. We have an order out at $7.50 for a profit taker. We'll see what it does there. It's currently floating in and around that $7.30 level, Brad. What are you looking at? The Qs?
Just looking at a couple things around, looking at the market in general. I think the market, just forming a theory around just off how the market's moved today, it's been up and down. We did manage to hold 13K, but now I don't know if it has the power to go back towards the high day and actually continue going towards the high day and have a breakout one more time. So we might just be back into those little kangaroo moves. Yeah, we're positive direction today on the markets, but you know, it's been a lot of whipsaw action without a doubt. It's been up, it's been down, it's been up, it's been down. In terms of the movements, that is. So no real directional movements in my opinion, but there have been some stocks that have been absolute directional, and for the most part those have been your Chinese stocks, the China basket in general. So JD, your PDD, your Baidu, and so on. Apparently Mob halted to the downside, so we did see that. We're just gonna have to wait and see whenever Mob opens up. Look, I did mention I try to stay away from these stocks for a good reason, right? So hopefully you understand something off of that. But if you still want to go trade it, that's up to you. Nothing wrong with it. There's opportunities for anyone to make money on this position, and the same thing on the other side. There's opportunities for anyone to lose money on positions like Mob. I much rather go lose on Coinbase than go lose on MOB. That's just me. I'm not going to be trying to put my capital at work on MOB, which is just looks crazy. So here the stock opens up. Now we're looking at it most likely pushed even more further to the downside. Remember, the stock was supposed to open up at $7 today. Instead, it opens at $3.60 if I remember correctly, and now trading at $5.80, pushing towards $7. And I'm expecting that we see rejection at $7 one more time. If I remember what the high was from Neil, I think it was what, $6.80?
643.
643 was the high. Yeah. So the idea that we should see rejections around 7 are already playing true.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Prad there. I'm going to hold off on entering anything to do with MABA until this halt fest kind of subsides. But I wanted to tell anybody in the VACC trade with me, what I saw on the tape was a hidden seller at 746. Sometimes we refer to that as an iceberg order because you know how an iceberg is. Like you have the tip of the iceberg, which is the part that you can see, and then the majority of the iceberg is below water. So that's kind of, you know, an analogy or whatever you would call that with a hidden seller. I saw really small size on the tape at 746, and I saw a lot of buying coming in, but it wasn't printing above that. So definitely keep an eye on that 746 level going into VACC. As I stated earlier, I have that 749 profit taker right 1 penny below 750, and I always do that. You know, sometimes it doesn't hit the whole dollar, $half level, so I'll put it up like a penny or two below just to make sure that I get filled. Something that I've been doing for a while. What else we got? We were looking at pins earlier. Let's check out. Yeah, pins. Kind of move it. I'll bring in this little chart here. I know that this chart is black, but what we do is we kind of have a different screen on the side where we can monitor other things. Pins is kind of holding that VWAP level. So I'm thinking, you know, if it continues to hold this level, I might actually take a long at around VWAP with a super tight stop, maybe at that $22.60 level. You know, the news catalyst wasn't all that convincing on it. I'm not really sure why it justifies being up a whole bunch on the day. Let's see how much it's up currently. Pins, where are you? So it's kind of dropped off my scanner a little bit. Let me pull it up over here. 1 second, guys. It's a New York stock. PINS. Oh, PINS, and then it's New York. So pins is up, yeah, 47 and almost 8.5%, 9% on the day. VWAP is at that $22.75, 73-cent level, currently trading at $22.84. The 50 EMA being at that $22.90. So let's see what the 5-minute chart looks like. Maybe we'll take the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. The first 5-minute candle to make a new high, it'd have to go above that $22.90 level. So maybe we'll keep an eye on that for a potential long.
I'm long.
Huh?
I'm long.
Prad is already long. Prad doesn't care. Prad does whatever Prad feels like. Yeah, price levels are for chumps, TAs for chumps. You know what I mean? We're joking, of course, right? Moving back to that mob trade, how come I got distorted again? What happened? 11:38. Okay, I got to fix that again, guys. Give me 1 second here to get that one out of the way.
Pinduoduo is going to $60 today.
565. Well, you guys heard it here first. Pratt called it. PDD is going to $60. All right. As we continue to talk about that, we'll check quickly into the VAX trade again. Still holding well above $7 at $7.20 level. We're out of most of the positions, so we're super comfortable with this trade. We're going to hold the last 25% to that 750, Brad.
Congratulations for your final
What?
acceptance on the thing over here. I know you had a talk yesterday with Sean.
Oh, yes,
So
I appreciate
congratulations
you.
on that. Not sure if you told the viewers.
No, I didn't mention it.
We're gonna have more of Sharif on the show. Whoop, whoop. So I did send him a message. I said, yo, we're a pretty good team, so we're gonna do big things over
appreciate
here.
that.
So let's kill it, baby. We got lots. Obviously, you're going to have to deal with a lot more Prad jokes and annoying Prad stuff, but that also means you're going to hopefully have some fun along the way with it.
Yes, sir.
So let's get the ball rolling. Couple positions you saw me punch into, Pinduoduo, and also Pins Longs,
okay that I mentioned
QQQ, and Spies, baby. QQQ and Spies are pushing to the north side at the moment. Or sorry, downside, what am I saying? I'm short and they're pushing to the downside. So my PNL is pushing to the north side. That's what I wanted to say.
That's what everybody wants.
No, I said the market's pushing north, but the market's pushing down. But that means my PNL is going up because I am short Spies and I am short the QQQ market, currently trying to take advantage of it. I know earlier I did say I don't think the market will go back down, but if I'm really looking at the chart and just quickly looking at the movement of how the stocks played out today, we'll actually go to the futures instead because I was studying the futures charts instead. So real quick analysis, right? We opened up below 13K. Yesterday we broke above 13K, Sharif. If you remember, the market broke above 13K slightly and then pulled back, and that's when I had that short on the midday show at the 13K. So if you consider that high from 13K yesterday, today we're opening up slightly below 13K, and then we break 13K, push up to 13.1, 13.11, and then we're not able to go any more higher. I was expecting maybe 13.15, right? But we didn't see that 13.15 area. We come back down. We successfully hold 13K, but then we don't manage to push back to the high day or anywhere close to 13.1. So including all of these factors, the theories, and how the stock market has been playing out today, I think there is a potential chance for this market to actually go back to 13K, break 13K, go back to the lower day, test the lower day, come back to 13K, and then continue trading sideways. So expect more kangaroos, expect more sideways action. That's what I'm expecting from this market. Let's send it over to Brendo, the big screen, for Money Talks. Happening now, sir.
Yeah, one of those. It's 12 o'clock, guys, heading into lunch hour. Let's get a check of a green board still. Nice numbers here right across the board. NASDAQ leading 0.73, 0.72 there for the composite and the 100. Remember, we were over that 1% mark at one point this morning. Worth a note, strength back in the Russell 2000 again. Some of the small caps popping back up. It's been 2 or 3 days to the downside. Russell 2000 leading the way. Dow was flat. The S&P about 0.5%. Going into Friday, and more comments from the Fed coming out of Jackson Hole. Here's Ford. Saw a note they're going to reopen the order book for the Mach-E going into 2023. So Ford popped up on some volume. A little bit of a move there, but right back down. Still a nice day for Ford, up about 2%. And TDOC, faded that Amazon news this morning, but also trying to bounce back up for Teladoc. Guys, back over to you.
Yeah, I'm just taking profits over here as I am currently, I was 40 cents in the money on both of the markets, but I'm not anymore. But Pinduoduo, baby, I did say Pinduoduo is going to $60 today. As soon as I punch in along, we're already 34 points in the money, 34 cents in the money, sorry. So let's see this move, Pinduoduo. Obviously, China still continue to be number one move on the market without fail. Your Babas, your Pinduoduos, NIOs, even XPEV at one point, turning its market's complete move around from the earnings move that it had. If you remember, earnings move was negative. Today we're positive on XPEP, positive on NIO. So most of these sectors, most of these stocks, sorry, in that sector have been absolutely beautiful to the long side. You saw how BABA was. I don't even have to tell you that too many times.
Oh yeah, Baba was strong.
1,000 shares on MOB, Sir Sergio. Well, congratulations if you took that and you were able to walk out with a profitable trade on it. Let's squeeze MOB. Yeah, people are still looking to trade that MOB stock. Looks like the idea still stands true for me, which is I expect rejection to come in at the IPO open indication price. So IPO open indicated price was supposed to be $7.43. I'm rounding it up. 7425. I'm not even sure how they put that in there because I don't know any platform that lets you take a 425 entry.
No.
Well, actually, we can. We can take mid-print.
Yeah, you can
We
take
can
a
take mid-print, so that makes sense. But you can't throw an order out on BATS, normal BATS gateway, and have that accepted. You gotta know how to throw a mid-print order properly to have that order filled. Anyways, that's something for the prop firm talk for us to have on the floor over here, not required on the live show. But 742 areas, 743, 745 areas, we're expecting to see some barriers, and we're already seeing said barriers at 6.4.
All right, guys, just to update you on our VACC trade, it did dip below 7, so we had our stop out right at 7, so we got out of the remaining 25%. We were hoping to get at that 750 for the profit taker for the remaining 25%. It didn't happen. I didn't want it to go against me, even though now it's floating in and around 7 to 710 or so. So we're out of that one. We made a good profit on that, and kind of happy because we did average down a couple of times and could have went against us for a loss there. Moving to that MOB trade, yeah, it's up 40%, currently trading at between 575 and 580 or so. Moving now a bit less erratically, holding that 7 EMA. I'm trying to think if I was to go long here, where would I go long? I'm thinking perhaps if it breaks at 620 level, 619 or so, with some sustained oomph, we can get into that. Otherwise, perhaps a short, it's kind of hard to tell where the levels are here. Perhaps maybe a short below that 547 level, which was one of the first downward halts, or even below the 515 level, 513-ish, another short. So we'll continue to watch that. Volume is starting to drop off a little bit on it, and it is kind of moving to the downside a little bit. So we'll continue to watch that on our side screen. What else we got in store today? I was talking about pins. Yes. Okay. Let's move to our pins trade because pins is bouncing a little bit off VWAP. There we go, guys. VWAP is at 2275 level, give or take a few pennies, and now we didn't touch it exactly. We were kind of above it by 2 pennies or so. Let's zoom out so we can get a better picture of the chart here. There we go. Now we're starting to make a bounce back up, about pushing into that 23 level at 22.95. You know what? I'm going to give this about 20 cents or so. I missed it. I wish I had it at that 22.80, 22.75 level. I didn't get it because I was doing other things. We're going to enter a trade here, looking for perhaps a touch of high of day at 23.30 before we take our first profit target there. So yeah, we're long there. Now, with respect to where we're gonna be out, we're either gonna give it to VWAP or this low right here, 22.76, 22.75. This one is a bit of a slow mover, so we're gonna have to be patient with this one and leave it on the side screen, let it do its thing essentially. We are long at, I want to tell you in a second, we are long at, where is it, my pin? 22.95. That's what we got filled at. So we're break even at the moment. We'll continue to watch that. As you guys can see, a lot of thickness on this tape. Look at this. These are basically the size per share at every level. So a lot of thickness on the tape gives you an idea that this might be a slow mover. It won't be able to, I don't want to say it won't be able to, but it's unlikely to, jettison up or down at a very aggressive pace. So we'll continue to watch that. We got it on our side screen. Prad, what are you looking at?
Tilray. I'm looking at Tilray, but real quick before I go back to Tilray, I'm looking at AVYA as it's showing apparently some strength to the north side. Let's pull up the stock. I'm not seeing anything. Why is the scanner lying to me? You lying scanner. But yeah, let's go back to Tilray. As Tilray is near $4, so I'm punching along near $3.99 and waiting to see if we can get a $4 break. All the way up to $4.50. I think we have a move up to the north side on Tilray, up to $4.50 today. Maybe not today. Maybe later on. The stock doesn't really have that ATR in it to really push 50 cents to the north side. I believe the ATR on Tilray actually is, where's Finviz? Right there. TLRY, ATR meaning average true range is 32 cents. So we're already halfway through that, more than halfway through that range already. So not sure if we can get that move to 450. It would take Biden smoking weed on CNBC or something to get that type of move. But we're not gonna get that type of move because Biden's not gonna do that.
Or Kamala Harris.
Or anybody. It'll take any one of them to literally go up there, light a blunt, light a joint, and on TV to get that type of move. So maybe we get that move one day from them. Hey, maybe he is up there. Let me turn around. Okay, he's not up there, but we got that $4 push off.
There you go.
We were looking for that push. We got it. Maybe it's Elon Musk on Joe Rogan again, smoking a joint, because we were waiting for this push. We're getting this push
you're
now.
getting a nice
Let's
push.
go, baby. Tilray, we're long at $3.99, and the volume is coming into TLRY. This is what we need. Let's see how high can we go. Maybe I can get that 450 today.
You might. Look at that. That's a nice, beautiful green candle up.
We'll
very
take some out over
aggressively.
here. We have some money
Okay.
to capitalize. We'll take 10% out and we'll hold 90% for a bigger move.
All right, nice trade, Brad. Love that. It's funny, we're talking about marijuana, so what came back to me was an interview Joe Rogan had about his time on, sorry, not Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, about his time on Joe Rogan's podcast. He's like, despite the fact he doesn't really regret smoking weed on the podcast, he
didn't
said,
even smoke it, bro.
Yeah, he looked at inhale.
It.
He didn't even inhale.
Smoke it.
Regardless, he's like, he doesn't regret it, but what he did kind of didn't want to happen was the repercussions that came afterwards, because
Tesla
SpaceX
got in trouble for that.
SpaceX
got in trouble
because they
for
have
that.
government contracts. So he said he was
from
like
NASA?
he was indained with drug tests. He had to take all sorts of drug tests after that to prove that he wasn't on drugs. So you know what? It gives you an idea of where marijuana culture still is. It's getting more into popular culture, but there is still that taboo effect. And so yeah, it's kind of like an interesting thing to have in the back of your mind there. Moving on to our pins trade. Yep. We're break even at $2.22.95. That's our entry. Now it's at the midpoint. We're gonna give this one time. This one's such a slow mover, and the tape, and the book is really thick on this one. So realistically, we're looking for a first profit target at that 23.10, and maybe at 23.20, and then top wick here at 23.30. Those will be our take profit levels. It's above the 50 EMA. I love that. It's above the 200 EMA. It's above VWAP. All the right signs, and it's trending. It's trending in the right direction. There's nothing to say other than that. So we're going to leave that one, keep it on the side screen, keep it on watch.
Hey, what did I say about Pinduo Duo, baby? Pinduo Duo now 55 cents in the money. Let's take some profits on this bad boy over here. We're actually get that 59 break now. Let's see if we can continue past 59. If we can, I don't want to take any profits because maybe we do get that $60 price target that I threw out earlier. I threw that target out before even punching into the position. So it would be nice to see if we can actually get that move on Pinduo Duo. 57 cents in the money on that, 13 cents in the money on pins. Tilray already pushing to the north side. You guys saw that one taking place. The QQQ and the SPY position sadly did pull back quite a bit. SPY now only 9 cents in the money and QQQ flat on the position. So just going to wait and see where these positions go. As Luke always says, just patience. Patience is a virtue. We'll just be waiting on these. Wait a minute. Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay. Pinduo Duo still continue to the north side. So let's, come on, Pinduo. Give me that $60 target today. I'm going to take some profit just to be safe in case it does pull back. I don't want to be sitting here watching it pull back below 59 and not covering any positions because that would be absolutely stupid. But we're happy that we're getting the move off of it.
Yeah, one stock I forgot to mention today was Snow. Now, it's not doing much at the moment, but is it a New York stock? Yeah, it looks like it's a New York stock. Okay, flip in here. There we go. We got to load up. Give me 1 second, guys. Load. There we go. So yeah, this one was a really interesting one off the bell. This is what we call the red to green, because it was obviously an earnings winner last night. I traded it aftermarket, did really well on it on my personal account. Basically, this one right at the bell, right at 9:31, it just went red, and we're talking red. From that 191.50 all red. Like us yesterday, because we were both wearing red. From 191.50, and it made bottom wick at 184, and then went boom to the upside. You know, a couple of pullbacks here and there, and maybe you could see a little double top in and around this area, but it's just been booming to the upside after that. It made a new day high actually at 193.50, and it's pulled back a little bit. This one's an interesting one because it's the second time I've traded it on earnings, and both have been successful. It is really pricey, so you can't take too many shares on it. I wish you could take more. Perhaps you have to dip into margins probably to do that. But this was a one to keep on your watch. Perhaps going forward, this may elicit some institutional buying, as it was a really good positive earnings winner. So keep that on your watch, guys. Not financial advice, obviously, but definitely keep that in the back of your mind. Looking at our pins trade, yeah, still flirting with that $23 level. We made top wick at 23.02. Our first profit target, I forgot to mention, is that 23.0506 level. We have our profit target ready for that. Switching back to MOB, after making bottom wick at $5.44, now we're approaching that $6 level. So are we gonna start seeing some upward movement again? I've got a range. I've got a target here of $6.18 before I initiate it long. If it breaks $6.18, I'll definitely take that. Going into 660 or 680. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. How's Tilray doing, Brad?
Tilray's still above 4, and that's the only thing that matters at the moment. As long as it doesn't pull back below 4, we're going to continue to try and hold that for a little bit longer. Did I not cover any SPY from earlier? I thought I did cover SPY from earlier. Looks like I didn't, so I'm taking some of my first profits on SPYs, and QQQ's also pulling back, so not looking good. QQQs are absolutely flat. SPYs are 30 cents in the money, so we covered some for profit on the SPYs. Tilray's still only 5 cents in the money, so looks like Tilray's kind of stuck at 405s at the moment, even though we had that pop. Looks to at 410 at one point. So I just threw my orders out for every 5 cent range to the north side to see if we can take some advantage on Tilray, obviously, if it does manage to continue pushing. Actually, I want to take some more size out here just to be safe. You know, capitalize some profits, put some of those profits into our pocket, and make sure we don't give it back in case it goes back down. NERV, MOB, and ZM uptrends. I'm seeing MOB, but wasn't NERV down today? NERV. It is possible, though. It is having an up move right now. So let's go check out NERV. Yeah, NERV down on the day, down more than 10%. So that means it's SSR on the day today, and it's going to be SSR tomorrow also. For those of you who are new to the market and don't know what SSR means, it means short sale restriction. Shorting the stock will be a little bit harder today and tomorrow. You will not be able to do so by taking off the size on the bids. You have to wait on the ask or the offers, that some might call it, to wait for the stock to go higher. That's the only way to get filled on said short positions. Currently, JBHT apparently pushing to the downside. Let's go check out what JBHT is. What is JBHT? JB Hunt Transport Services, with the only 300,000 shares traded on the day, with a relative volume of 1.54. So JBHT, let me see the chart. We just now cleared the low of day around 188.76. I actually like that. So we're going to punch into a short over here. What? Where's the size on this book? Everything's on NASDAQ book. I don't even have that gateway coded. So I'm going to have to cross a little bit harder on the BATS gateway to get my BATS filled. So that's going to ruin my risk to reward ratio, but that's fine. I don't want to go to code it a NASDAQ gateway right now. NSB is NASDAQ book? Yeah, so I don't want to code in a NASDAQ gateway right now, so we're just going to stick with our BATS gateway. That's a quick level 2 how to read gateway, guys. For example, you saw where the size is. You saw how I was throwing the order and it wasn't getting filled, so I had to chase that order a little bit more to the downside to where the size actually was on that gateway that I wanted to punch in.
I gotcha. Yeah, interesting there. While Brad was talking, VACC pooped the bed right down from that $7.05 level. Now we're at $6.44, breaking even that $0.50 level at $6.45. It's pushing towards what seems to be perhaps the 200 EMA here at $6.37. If I had to look for an area of support, you know, it could possibly be at 633 because there is the 200 EMA and also the bottom of this bull flag right here, or pennant, or whatever you want to call it here. There's that 630 level. Other than that, there does seem to be support at that 592 level. In any event, I'm not going to take a long on this one. It's just kind of like catching a falling sword, to use Neil's analogy. But, you know, I'm going to leave this one here for a little bit. We made good money on it, and you know, we'll see what it does into the afternoon. Currently, we're in an illiquid part of the day where everybody's munching down on some lunch, and there's probably not many people hitting the buy button as there was
Our lunch
earlier.
is actually pretty good today.
What's that?
Pizza.
Ooh.
But it's pepperoni. I don't think you eat pepperoni.
What do you mean? Of course
You
I
eat
eat
pepperoni?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Hey.
I don't know, man. I know a lot of my friends who
Yeah.
are from Middle East and so on.
Yeah.
They don't eat pork and stuff. I'm not supposed to eat beef. You know what I tell my mom?
do you
Forget
tell her?
that. She's like, don't have beef at home. I'm like, yeah, right. As long as I'm living here, you're gonna be paying for that beef, and I'm gonna be
that's funny.
buying it. I don't care. I want to eat beef. I'm buying
Brad
beef.
runs his
I run
household
this
as
house.
he sees fit.
Yo,
Yeah.
chill. Don't do that.
Sean says, let me take a clip of this and send it to your mom. So there you go. And we'll see how he goes. VACC, though, guys, yeah, we're bouncing off perhaps a little bit above that 200 EMA. We're going to continue to watch that to see if any signs of strength coming in. Other than that, we're going to sit on our hands. Monitoring what happened to the chart that was here? It went away. So, Brad, take over for a sec, sorry, while I fix that.
Pinduoduo still moving north side. Now 78 cents in the money on Pinduoduo SPY. We're 70 cents in the money, so 90 cents in the money on our SPY shorts. So let's go cover some more profits on the SPYs. The QQQ is also pushing down, so we're 60 cents in the money. We did cover some already. We're going to hold on to that. And JBHT, the short that we recently punched into, you guys saw me having to chase that order. We're already 30 cents in the money. Since this stock is not really trading on the BATS gateway too much, I don't know if I'll be able to catch any fills. So we're just going to throw an order out there. We'll wait to see if we can catch the fill. I might have to quickly code in more gateways on my keyboard that I can actually use to find liquidity and exit off of this position. Obviously, it's a little light on the volume end. JBHT only doing 1.55 relative volume, which in terms of actual volume is actually 300,000 shares, $187 stock, which is understandable that it's not doing too much volume, but I would like a stock to do a little bit more so that way I don't have to fight for exit liquidity over here with all the other traders who are trying to jump in on that trade or are trying to stop me out on this trade. So I don't want to fight for that exit liquidity. I just want a position that's way more able to get in and out of. That's why we always look for positions that have volume in it. We always talk about that. And Pinduoduo now 90 cents in the money, baby. PDD. Let's go. Did they give me that fill on the stock though? Yeah, they did give me the fill on JBHT. Now breaking 186 to this 187 to the downside. I think we have a move to this 185 bottom, 185.60 bottoms on JBHT just off of real quick technical analysis. But I want to head over to PDD on NASDAQ. Come on, Pinduoduo. There we go. 58.24 now on the high side. Sorry, the high day 58.29. Let's see if we can actually get that $60 marker because Prastradamus never fails with his calls, baby.
That's funny, Prastradamus. Prastradamus. There we go.
There we go.
Well, Prastradamus is pretty cool too. Yeah. Okay. So looking at VACC here, kind of like regretting we didn't have in our mind to take some sort of short. We were so fixated on figuring out where we were going to take the bounce long that we forgot that it's possible, guys, to take a short on this one. And, you know, I'm definitely not going to chase it now. I had an opportunity here when it consolidated at that 650 level to take a short off that 642, 643, currently trading at 627, 628. But yeah, we'll come back to that one.
You know what this is?
CCEP?
CCEP?
No idea.
Coca-Cola Euro Pacific Partners?
No
I
clue.
thought Coca-Cola was KO.
What's
Yeah?
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, Coca-Cola Euro Pacific Partners popping up right now with apparently weakness, and they're pushing to the downside. So I want to go check out if Coca-Cola is actually pushing to the downside themselves, along with the CCEP stock. And looks like the answer is going to be yes. So Coca-Cola, no, not my baby Coca-Cola. I promise you, if you cut my vein, you'll probably see Coca-Cola pouring out instead of actual blood, man. That's how much Coca-Cola I've drank in my life. It's ridiculous.
funny.
And I talk about this, people don't believe it. After this Friday challenge that we're doing tomorrow, which I am not excited for. I am not looking forward for this. I actually might have to book in a doctor's appointment specifically for that time slot when we're doing this. What time are we doing this, guys? Afternoon, yeah. I think I'm going to have to call my doctor, book in my eye appointment somehow to escape this challenge.
Neil, where are these wings from? Okay. Oh, we're using a proprietary hot sauce. Gotcha.
We're using the hot sauce actually from
That
the
makes me
hot
more
ones
nervous.
ones. We're using their actual hot sauces.
No, he's not. He's like, we're adding. A viewer sent in the hot sauce that we have to use. That's going to be...
I know this person spiked it just for me. I know it. I know this person spiked it. I am not excited for it.
Yeah.
But we'll be there. But what was I going to say? After that next challenge that I want to do is a blind taste test of Coca-Cola versus Pepsi and see who can actually do it and who can't. And I'll tell you right now, I'll go 10 for 10.
All right.
I'll go 10 for 10.
You heard it here first, guys. Prad's calling it. He says he's going to be perfect on the taste test. Maybe that'll be one of the things we do later going on into the summer here. Looking at MOB, MOB did have a sustained move upward right into that 665 level before really wicking down a wicked red candle there, closed at 605. So from 665 to 605 in one 1-minute candle should give you an idea of the kind of volatility to expect from the stock. Currently is still on an uptrend though, making higher lows and currently higher highs. So it definitely want to keep on the lookout because this one could move parabolically pretty quick. Current volume on it, guys, it's only been trading since 11. I want to say the open time was 11:18. It's done 16.77 million shares of volume. So definitely tons of liquidity on here. Super tight spread, either between 1 to 2 cents. Sometimes it opens up to 3. Other than that, you're not going to have much slippage. What you will have are parabolic moves upward and downward. What did you say the float was on this? 1 million shares?
On MOB? Yeah.
So guys, the float rotation refers to how many times the total amount of shares has been traded over the course of a time period, whether it's an hour, a day, or whatever. We've had 16, almost going on 17 times float rotation here. So that gives you an idea how much participation is in this stock. It's kind of ridiculous.
Someone's soaking it all up too, right? Someone's soaking it and they're just waiting to pull the rug at the end of the day, and then you don't want to get caught on that.
No,
you don't want to get
not.
caught on that.
Yeah, well, if you got caught on the downside, you might make a buck or two out of it, but then that kind of looks like more of a gamble than anything. Let's go back and look at our pins trade. Looks like that 23 level is a bit of a resistance level. I mean, I see it on the tape, but the tape doesn't always tell the big story. The book doesn't always tell the whole story, I should say, because there could be some iceberg sellers in and around that area. We double topped. Let me just turn this on here. We double topped here at 2302. Other than that, we've been sitting at that 23, the 22.99 level. And it really hasn't touched our profit target. Our first profit target on this bad boy is 23.05 or 6, whatever triggers first. So, we're waiting for that one to get going. But, I like where it is, above 50 EMA. It's above VWAP. And we're going to continue to watch that one and hope that it continues its upward trend. But we are in the money on that one, so nothing really too much to worry about. Looking back at VACC here, VACC touched that 200 EMA, dipped a little bit below it. Now trading back at $6.43. Let's watch this one. Let's try to judge whether it's a better long or short at this point. Clearly, it has some intentions of continuing downward, given those huge red candles. We'll continue to watch that as Prad pulls up funny memes of soccer.
Nah, so we're not gonna show that. We're not gonna show that. It's all good. Why am I making so much money? What's going on at the moment? Trying to
complains
understand
about
what
that?
positions are working out. I actually can't tell which position is giving me the profits from. My unrealized plus net just went up, and I can't figure out from which one. So I'm just gonna pull up all of them. Screw it. Tilray. Okay, maybe that was Tilray because Tilray did pop down. So my unrealized plus net did go down a little bit, but now Tilray pushing back to 405. I think that's what I'm a little bit of a tripping out about over here. But that just means more profits coming in on TLRY, SPY now 80 cents in the money. So market's still pulling back. That idea of rejection of VWAP short on the S&P 500 futures. I shorted it off the futures move. I don't care what the ETFs are doing. I'm shorting it off the futures move. I'm doing the same trade on the QQQs also. I don't really look at SPY ETFs and QQQ ETFs. I look at the futures move, and then I trade the ETFs off the futures move in general. So that's just my setup over there. I took that short. I don't even know what this chart looks like because honestly, I just don't know what's going on. I know I could fix it, but like I said, I'm not even trading off of this chart. I'm trading off the futures chart. I don't care what my price is on the SPY ETF. As long as I can see the overall idea on the futures are playing out, I'm involved in this trade, and it has been working out for me. Stop buying Tesla, says non-Tipat. Okay, I can't even try saying that name, but he says stop buying Tesla. Not sure why, but didn't Tesla just go through a split? Yeah, it just went through a split yesterday night. So today, now we're trading around $300, $290. Tesla down a little bit off after that split, obviously, as people are taking profits on it most likely. But we can expect Tesla to start going bonkers one more time because now this offers opportunities to traders who previously watched Tesla go to 1,000 split, go back to 1,000 split, and they're like, what are the chances this happens in round 4, round 5, round 6? So you'll see a lot of new investors coming in, probably myself somewhere down the road trying to look for a new entry, or not a new entry, adding Tesla into my long-term account as I am part of the Elon cult.
So I just wanted to address something. We spoke earlier about what an iceberg order is, but Jay Williams in the chat just asked again. And just so I'm not going to explain it again, but what I will direct you to is a really good resource. Prad mentioned this yesterday. So what you can do is just go to the homepage on YouTube for Trader TV Live. So here's what we'll do. We'll do it live. We'll go to YouTube. And then all you got to do is find the channel. Since I'm not logged on this computer, I'll actually have to enter it in. Here we go, tradertv.live. And then go here. See where it says videos? And then there's a little search button right there. You can type in things like VWAP. You can type in iceberg, hidden seller, whatever the keyword you're looking for is. Chances are Neil, Sean, or Brendan have made a video about it, and it's probably very informative and definitely will help you out. So anytime you have a question about things that you may not understand, terminology that we use that may kind of fly over your head a little bit, head over to the tradertv.live homepage on YouTube. Use that search button right here.
No shot.
Right here, and then find out, because most likely it's there. What's going on, Prad?
MOBBW. There's another stock, MOBBW. I'm guessing these are the warrants, right?
Oh, probably.
I can't pull it up, though. Why can't I pull it up? What market are you on? MOBBW
I think it's
on the
NQ.
NASDAQ, yeah.
Oh, you have it on NY.
MOBBW on NQ. Can you pull it up?
Let me try. MOBBW?
Yeah.
MOBBW.NQ. Nope, it's not coming up here
so
either.
not sure, but yeah, it looks like that stock might be the warrants for MOB. So which means if MOB is starting to halt, you might see some volume pouring into the warrant side of MOB, which is MOBBW, starting to move around a little bit. Obviously, the stock is now closer to $7 from before. Not sure if it cleared that 640, 650 high from earlier. Looks like we have a $8 high on MOB. Is that even true? Let's go check it out real quick. MOB. Apparently, we got to push to 8. Yeah, no, we didn't. The high day on the stock. Are you kidding me?
Jeez. Currently? $6.40. Ooh,
no, look at the high. $6.66. That's the high day. What a joke.
Of course it is. Of course, it's $6.66. We just took our first profit target like we wanted to at the 23.05 level on pins as it continues to move upward. I think our next profit target here, just based on the chart, is at 23.10, 23.12-ish, I want to say. It's a super slow mover, guys. Don't expect any parabolic movements here, especially the way it's been trading and how thick the book is on this one. So pack your patience if you're looking to take profits here. If you're long, we got long here at 22.95. Now it's at 22.07. It's making that move into that 23.10. We're not gonna take any chances. We're gonna put it in 23.10, and we're gonna take out a little piece at 23.10, and we're gonna leave it, let it do its work, and then we're gonna focus on other things. Looking at VACC bouncing off that 200 EMA, but liquidity has really dropped off VACC here, guys. And you can tell by the bottom of my chart here. Look at the liquidity here. Look at how high these bars are, and then look how low they are. And by the way, trend lines are not just for price action. Trend lines can actually be used for volume. You can draw trend lines in the volume area of the chart just like you would draw them on the price action. It gives you an idea, is volume accelerating or decelerating? So always keep that in mind. That's something that I used to do when I was studying TA early on. And yeah, currently we got Brendo up at the big board. All right.
Hey guys, yeah, halfway through lunch hour. Let's get you updated on how sentiment on social media is looking so far in the afternoon here. A lot more red, first of all, has crept back into this board once again. If you remember, when first we looked at this in the pre-market, it was very, very green. A lot of those still on here, just shrinking in size. And again, if you're seeing this for the first time, that just represents the frequency as to which these stocks are being mentioned on social media. Obviously, Tesla, you guys just talking about that coming off the split. That crept back onto this board after it being green this morning, now red, obviously. SPY to the upside, ever so slightly at this point, but decent day anyways. NVIDIA on here as well, coming off earnings. Peloton here has been under pressure over the past couple of days after the news yesterday, obviously. APE to the downside, AMC to the downside, GCT, PULM, STBX, that low float IPO. I was just reading about another low float. I don't know why I'm saying this, but there's another low float IPO called Hempaco, which is a hemp-based cigarette maker that's coming next week. It's 1 million shares, 1 million shares. That'll be fun. Plug, APRN, BABA, and Tilray all to the upside. But that's a look, guys, at what people are discussing on social media so far. Back over to you.
Thanks for Brent. Brendan, what's the ticker on that? HPCO. So that's for next Wednesday, guys. Okay. Looking at our pins trade here. Remember how we said this one doesn't move that quickly? Well, we have to eat our words on that because it just moved pretty quick off that 23.09 level right down to below 23. So we're at 22.99 now. We're going to put a break-even thing here. We're going to put a break-even stop at 22.95. I'm not going to let this one go against me. I already took a quarter out. So let's put 22.95 and then take out the remaining portion, 22.95 at 75. There we go. So if it touches 22.95 or breaks through it, we'll be out. We'll still be positive on the trade, but sadly, we only took a quarter out there. Top wick is at 23.09. So we were one penny away from getting another quarter out. So we would have had half a position in a profitable state. Sadly, it pulled back aggressively there. I don't really trust the catalyst on this particular stock. It was some nonsense about some TikTok thing or whatever for pins. So, you know, although I don't disrespect the stock itself, I'm not really sure of the catalyst. So,
Call it names.
so we're going to leave that one to break even, or we're going to take profit at 23.10. What do we got here at what do we got on VACC? We got nothing. Let's move to MOB because MOB is all the hype right now. MOB.NQ. Yes, MOB moving towards highs. Love it. It's holding that 7 EMA like a glove. So look at that. Yeah, once it broke through here at that $5.69 level, it's been holding the 7 EMA quite well and making a very clear and sustained uptrend. Top wick, if you'll recall, is $6.65. Let me just ensure that Yeah, $6.66, and that's what the joke was. Okay, that Brad said earlier. 666 is top wick on MLB, guys. Currently trading at 645
I see that
or so.
number every day on trading. I don't know why.
Yeah, especially
every day.
Before Tesla was split, we used to see that a lot, especially back in the dark days of June and July when the market was pulling back. We saw a lot of Tesla 666 numbers, and I know a lot of guys on the floor here played that number over and over and again for some success. What do you got? You got Playboy on there, eh?
Yeah, someone kept mentioning Playboy in the chat. Apparently, Playboy is getting more popular among the teens, like the apparel for Playboy and so on.
I'm not surprised.
Playboy has been, popular among teens for a long time. You know why, though, right?
Obviously.
So, by the apparel, I think he's not wrong on that statement. I've seen a lot more people. It's the obvious reasons over there, but it's because of the amazing mansion he has. That big mansion. That's pretty much it. Nothing really else besides that. Anyways, I've seen a lot of people wearing.
Okay, I definitely want to hear this.
Oh, okay. You got an invite?
Of Ibnako.
Damn. Yo, next time you get that invite, send it my way, bro. Don't turn it down. What are you doing? But we'll leave that story between the office and so on. But the idea is I have been seeing a lot more kids who like high school, university kids and so on, wearing more Playboy brand apparel clothing. So it is a possibility. I think Playboy has a pretty decent short flow on it, does it not? Yeah, it's a 21% short flow. So obviously it's inside the meme squeeze basket of stocks too. Maybe there's an opportunity for us to squeeze the crap out of Playboy to $2 million, like every other squeeze stock is apparently going to, right?
Apparently.
But if we were to be a little conservative on our price targets for the squeeze stocks a little bit, there is a possibility to the 50 period EMA on the daily chart. Not sure if you can see it right now. Let me make this chart a little bit bigger. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. So there is a possibility, I believe, for us to pull back to this range at some point later on in the future, and then maybe even up to that $10 marker, up to this resistance for range high. Obviously, that requires for us to maybe see what the earnings report for Playboy looks like. And for now, what day is Playboy's earnings date? I think I should have it right here somewhere. I don't see it. Let me just expand this a little bit more. Earnings date, August 9th. So it looks like that should be already done. And how did the earnings report play out? They played out negative, and hence they lost their price from $6, dropped to $4.55. Is this an all-time low? It is an all-time low. New all-time low coming in recently for Playboy at I can't even, I guess I'll just have to guess it. It's going to be around 430, 435, and popping off of that only 20 cents is Playboy. So I think the risk to reward on this trade is actually not bad.
Not bad at all.
You can get in at the all-time lows. If all-time low breaks, you call it a loss and move on. If all-time low doesn't break, your reward is literally multiple dollars to the upside.
Oh yeah.
So that looks good for a swing, for even maybe not an investment, but a swing trade.
No, I agree with that. I'll have to look at that one a little bit more, especially with all the brand recognition that Playboy has. You never know, it may take off. Looking at MOB, guys, we were talking about how this was holding the 7 EMA like a glove, like it was hugging it super tight. Then, boom, right from that $6.40 level, we broke right back down to $5.75. What's up?
No, after you're done, you can look at this message. Just
absolutely
variating the super chats. It's a little stale if I'm the one doing this, so I would like for you do it too, kind of.
We're looking for a possible long here. We like these like parabolic moves downward because usually it initiates a lot of buying. But it is super risky. It is like catching a falling knife. But we'll perhaps wait for a 1 minute candle to make a new high, and then we'll initiate a long. But I'm looking for this as within a nice little range here, that 560 to 650 range, within that dollar. It's been holding it since around 11:45, so going on to an hour now. But it is making new lows. Looking back, which one should I start with?
The last one.
The last one. Okay, so we got a super chat from.
Not a super chat, but.
Oh, this is just a message from Sharad Anadakat. Okay, Sharad Anadakat. I hope I didn't like butcher your name, and I really apologize if I do. I suck at pronunciation. Just a regular message from a new member of chat. Hello, I'm a new member today. What's up, man? It's good to have you. I'm very happy for you initiating your journey, your learning journey. There's a lot of resources on the Trader TV Live YouTube page that you can go on. Like I mentioned earlier, if there's anything that we say, any words or terms that we use that kind of that don't ring a bell in your head, just go right into that search part on your on the YouTube channel and then search it up, and there's a good chance that Brendan, Neil, or Sean have made a video about it.
I just heard someone scream Ford, and I clearly know who it is screaming
Randy,
Ford. That's got to
obviously.
be the main man, Randy. Trader TV Randy, for anyone who doesn't follow him on Twitter over there. Go hit him with that follow. Is that what it is? Trader TV Randy or Trader TV RA1? That's the ticker, right? RA1, yeah, it's Trader RA1. Yeah, not sure why it's RA1, but that's Trader TV Randy. So he yelled Ford, so obviously I'm going to go pull up Ford to see what this one's doing at the moment. Ford is under VWAP, but still up 2% on the day, so we got to appreciate the fact that Ford is trying to stay positive on the day. Not too long ago, we were used to seeing Ford play around in the 20 range area, but it did have a little bit of a negative catalyst from there. They also had that little internal company spin-off for the EV sector, if I remember correctly, and so on. So multiple things bringing Ford down slightly back to those previous ranges where we used to see Ford trade in. I'm going to go to a stock that I was short previously, didn't really do anything on it, but now as the stock is paying us some dividends, we're in the money about 16 cents in the money on this position. So let's just throw an order out there, see if we can get that fill, as XP is starting to push back to the downside, show us some relative weakness once again, and it's apparently already won the races 3 times. So when I mean races, this is what I'm talking about. This is a scanner that Michael Noss, who's been on the show multiple times before on the morning show and on the closing show, I believe, for interviews, created for Sean and for myself. So on this one, XP has apparently won 3 races, and these races are categorized based on the relative weakness for the losing scanners and relative strength for the winning scanners. So according to that, it has won 3 races already for the negative weak move on it today. We punched that low at daybreak. We gave it wiggle room. It didn't really do a whole much for the negative side, which meaning it didn't pop too much to the north side. So I didn't have to punch out for a loser. We just had to hold on to it, and now going for the 4th race win is XP. Let's see if we can actually secure that win on that scanner, which means that I'm going to continue securing win on the downside for said stock, as the S&P 500 market yet again rejects VWAP and not able to continue going higher, which means our shorts on the futures are pulling back down, giving us 90 cents profit. So we're going to take another exit on the SPY ETF and on the NASDAQ ETF also. So here's NASDAQ ETF pulling back down to the 100-period EMA. That should be, I believe, the 13K. No, it's not. We're still 18 points above 13K on the NASDAQ. So we'll see if NASDAQ is able to pull back to 13K and then do this. Should stream the race at the barbecue. Isn't the race at like 9 a.m., bro? F1. You want me to make barbecue at 9 a.m.? What's wrong with you? Oh, replay it. Okay. I was like, what? This guy. Okay, yeah, I can replay it. I was actually planning to put the UFC on for the barbecue. What time is the UFC? It's at 3 p.m. Yeah, maybe we'll replay it. Cool. It's going to be done. It's going to be done already. What is that? Beers for Sharif and Prad. Let's go, baby. Yeah, we'll probably save that for Friday, tomorrow. So
I appreciate that, David.
We'll get that.
Really appreciate that. We'll definitely cheers to you. Appreciate that, Big David.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And Brando at the big screen right now eating some food. He sent me a quick link over here. What is this? Mercedes with a special livery? What does that even mean? What is livery? Oh, I can't even read. Ah, okay. At the Belgian GP. So this is the color they're going for? Oh, that's pretty cool. Pretty old school colors over there. Kind of like a Ferrari color scheme, though. I don't know. But yeah, it looks like they might be changing their color scheme a little bit. Summer break obviously coming to an end. Just for this weekend, yeah, can't wait for this. Race is finally back, baby. I can't wait to watch the Ferrari car spin-off and short race.
Yeah. Well, I just want to talk quickly about something here, guys. Futures is definitely not my specialty, but I always like to have the futures chart on, kind of give me a direction of where the market's going, especially for big tech who are so heavily weighted in the futures. So here's basically what I do. I'll have 3 lines that are important to me, and I'll kind of try to play off those lines on the day. The first will be the high of day. Typically, you know, I'll look for either the previous. Okay, so if 9 a.m. comes along and the market's trending downward, and there's really, or it's moving sideways, and there's really no decided or clear high, I'll take the high of day from the previous day. Okay. And then I'll also take the low of day currently, because you know that the market opens up at 5 p.m. Eastern time. It takes about an hour break from 4 to 5, it's off, and then from 5 p.m. it reopens up. So we have, when we get in the next day, meaning today, we have from yesterday from 5 p.m. data that we can use. So I'll have the low of day. And then what I'll do, so I got the high of day and then the low of day, and what I'll do, I'll take the median between those two. So multiply, in this case, 41.87 multiplied by 41.49 and divide by 2, and you get 41.68. And that's kind of the midpoint. And as you see here, guys, we touch them. These lines are not drawn as a result of this price action. It's from previous price action. Although we didn't touch the top, we were pretty close to it. And the midpoint, look at the midpoint. Look how many times it's touched off the midpoint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are really good levels to have just to kind of give you an idea where the overall market is going. Now, I'm not really excellent with the futures, or
What is the NES?
MES.
Oh,
It's M,
sorry,
like
sorry.
micro ES, right? So that's what I want to talk about quickly. This is a side chart that I have typically on the side of the screen here, but this is something that I do on a daily basis, and it kind of helps me judge where we're going with the market. Now, let's see some current live stocks. MOB doing basically nothing, consolidate sideways at that $6 level, not looking to break out or break down. We also had that trade in pins that we got out of our initial entry. It's basically moving sideways now since almost an hour, since basically around 12 o'clock. It's been moving between that $23.05 range and that $22.95 range. So a bit of a 10-cent range, save and except for a couple of 1-minute candles in the middle. Let's see what else we got. What do we got over here? And why does that keep crashing? Okay. Brad, can you take over? Actually, no. I fixed it. So VACC holding at that 200 EMA. I like this for a possible flat bottom breakdown. Look at this, guys. Now, we clearly changed direction of the trend. We were an uptrend, and then we had kind of like a double topping in this area, and then boom, we broke down from that $7 level all the way down to $6.49. Now consolidating sideways. So I'm thinking perhaps if there's time left on the show, I may take that $6.25 break to the downside as a short. I didn't really want to decide where to go, whether long or short on this one, until I saw some more data. And this data is kind of giving me the idea that it's making lower highs and keeping that same kind of flat bottom. If we drew a little bit of a trend line here, maybe show it a little bit better. Let's start in and around this area. Yeah, there you go. And so kind of creates a bottom wedge, a bottoming wedge here. There we go. Can we draw that line in around there? Yeah, so if you can see that kind of pattern right there, and then you're looking for the break of this line here, which is, you know, give or take a few pennies, 625, 626. If you're really looking for confirmation, take that 623 or 624 break. But that's what I'm looking for now, guys. That's on my radar.
I call that the Little Caesars pizza slice pattern.
It is, yeah. But that is like, are they irregularly shaped?
That's why.
Oh,
If it's a perfectly shaped triangle, then I call that the Pizza Hut triangle pattern.
Okay, interesting. All right. There it goes. It's breaking that line, but we're going to wait for that 625 break. So perhaps we'll wait for 624 to come around. Prad, what are you looking at? What's this guy doing?
This is tomorrow, bro. This is tomorrow. I'm gonna need that little milk machine over there to just absolutely hydrate my mouth after my mouth is bleeding. I'm blowing hot fire out of my mouth. So that's gonna be exactly what I need. That's Ramsey putting is
Gordon Ramsay.
just. I need one
that
of
a
those
fire extinguisher you're putting in his mouth?
It's a fire extinguisher, but all it is a milk pump, right? You put milk in it, you pump in it, and it squirts milk into your mouth.
That's funny.
So, because like you know how people drink milk when they're eating spicy food or something. But man, what am I supposed to drink right now for this move on Pinduoduo? We're only 30 cents away from making $60. Let's go! I said we're hitting 60. When did I say we're hitting $60 right here? What time was this? 11:50. I said we're going to 60, and we're only 30 cents away from doing that on Pinduoduo, baby. Let's go. Prastadamus comes at it once again. No air balls, only net, nothing but net, and one also. You know, we're pulling the and ones over here. Let's get that 60 level coming in for PDD. I know Cash over there was like, yo, good trade on PDD, good call out. Let's go, baby. These are the type of trades we do for.
Guys, we gave you that VCC breakdown, and what does it do? It completely takes us by surprise. We're busy looking at Prad's milk pump there, or whatever he had on the screen. And as I expected, it looked like a flat bottom breakdown, and that 625 level is the level that we wanted. Now it's at 613 going to 612. Looked like a clear break of the level there. I've got my order ready there at 618. It's not triggering. Is this SSR? Can you check if the VACC is SSR?
Yeah.
Because I can't check right here. Actually, hold on. No, I can. VACC is not SSR. I would have a little red thing beside it. So very interesting. I'm not sure why I didn't get filled on the uptick there, and the spread is only 2 cents.
Because your fills are no good here, buddy. Your money is no good on this market, okay?
Apparently.
Yeah, it's not SSR.
Yeah, no, I didn't think it was SSR. So we're looking for perhaps a 6. Like, if you guys are in this trade, kudos to you. I wasn't able to get in. Maybe I'll get in at that 618 level, which is definitely not my ideal area. I definitely wanted to take 625 or 624, but I was busy. Now we're looking for perhaps take profit around that 602, 601 level. You know, it may not hit that $6 level. I'm never a big fan of putting your profits, your profit takers, or your order entries in at that whole dollar, half dollar level. Definitely 1 or 2 cents above to make sure that you get filled. It continues to make newer lows. We're going into that 611 level now. I'm really kind of disappointed we missed it. Boo.
Yeah, I'm just lost for words as every single stock of mine on the board right now is in the money. Even Tilray, even though it's only up 1 cent now. So I think I'm closing my Tilray position here. Look, we got a good pump of 5 cents. I risked a penny. I got 5 pennies out of it. That's a good 4-to-1, 5-to-1 trade. We take those profits and we exit stage left with it. And we try to capitalize moves on elsewhere on the market. For example, XP, we took some profits on that earlier. Even JBHT, you saw me punch into that trade. You saw me take profits, and then it went a little bit against me, but now pulling back to the downside is that very same stock that I have to struggle for exit liquidity. So I'm going to have to, throw an order out there and just wait just wait, just patiently wait for the orders to get filled. But the fact that this stock is a little illiquid also scares me, because if it does whip right back out, I'm gonna most likely just exit right away without even wondering, or without even having that patience in me that I was talking about earlier. SPYs, 85 cents in the money. QQQ, 68 cents in the money. So let's go. Markets are clearly working. Not too long ago, I saw ETF that I usually, I never see it on my scanners popping up, which is the wheat ETF. Not the last time I traded the wheat ETF was the Russia-Ukraine invasion that was happening, and was it AGRI, that agriculture stock?
I don't really remember.
I forget if it was AGRI. It was, AGRI was going bonkers because of the invasion that was going on. So that was the last time I traded a wheat stock or a wheat ETF in general. Was pretty surprised watching it pop up on the scanners with apparent relative weakness to the downside. It's not there anymore. So, I don't have to worry about it. Looks like the moves are pretty muted in it. So it was just a minor drop that it had right here that probably triggered the stock to pop up on that board. But looks like at the moment, what's popping up to the north side is AVYA. AVYA still trying to go to the north side, up 21% on the day today. Let's see if we can take out the high day at $1.64, $1.65, and then maybe push towards that $2 ranges.
Yeah, we're still grumpy about missing VACC here, guys, but we're also grumpier that we didn't have enough conviction on pins. We got shook out of pins once it dropped our break-even point there. And the reason our break-even point was so high is because we missed the initial entry. We wanted the initial entry here at 22.76 or so, which is like in and around VWAP. As you can see, if you recall, we had a profit taker at 23.10. Now I just made a new high of 23.14. So pins on the right move. We had the right idea, just didn't execute properly on that particular trade. So pin, if you're in pins, I would say, let's see what we got in terms of levels. Your next profit taker should be that 23.20 level, and then high of day at almost, give or take a few pennies, 23.30. So yeah, this is kind of the one you have to have a little bit of size to make any money on, but it is up 10% on the day. But the book is super thick and slow to move. Back to VACC here. Continuing to make its trend down. It is consolidating a little bit above that $6.10 level, 6.13, 6.14 or so, but I don't really see any good indications below VWAP, below the 200 EMA, below the 50 EMA. So all the signs that you're looking for in terms of whether the stock is trending upward or downward all point to the downside. And one thing I want to talk about a little bit about, which is something we don't talk too often about, which is something that I use as a confirming signal, is the crossing of the EMA lines. And by that I mean, once, for example, this red line right here on your screen, that's my 50 EMA. This blue one right here, that's the 200 EMA. When the 50 crosses below the 200, I mean, it probably does, it's a lagging indicator definitely, because the 50 and the 200 move less often than, say, the 7 or 20, but the crossing of the exponential moving averages is definitely one way you can also confirm whether your thesis is right or wrong about whether it's trending upward or downward. So that's something that I sometimes use. And I know they're a little bit hard to see on this chart, and I should probably change the colors a little bit, Brad, so the users can follow my exponential moving average lines on my chart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll fix that probably for tomorrow.
Yeah. MEGL, man, still heading to the downside. Can't stop, won't stop, breaking every single level. Not too long ago, broke the $9 area, and now creating looks like an all-time low. Is it an all-time low? Nope. But pretty damn close to it. So heading to the downside yet again is MEGL.
Love it.
Struggling over here. Not too long ago, this was the next HKD, and it is doing the exact same move HKD did, which is pop up and drop back down, drop it like it's hot. MEGL also dropping it like it's hot. Be very careful with these type of trying to trades. Thankfully, and yes, I mean it. Thankfully, MOB didn't do anything too wild today, because I think we could have seen some more destroyed moves in the future for some of these positions like we already did. TA for Prad's haircut. Yeah, funny enough, Halim was no longer at the place. He's on vacation. So I walked in, and the first time I got a haircut from Ralph instead, and Ralph actually killed it. Ralph smoked it. I was doubting my guy Ralph. I'll be honest a little bit. I never got a haircut from Ralph. I had to doubt him. So I was doubting him a little bit, but Ralph, I think even Ralph noticed that I was doubting him, because after he finished it, he was like, see, I did it for you. I did it for you. I was like, oh man, I feel bad. So I gave him a 20% tip instead of 15. Ooh. I was like, yo, I feel bad that Ralph feels that way. Give him a higher tip. And Ralph, honestly, you smoked this haircut, bud. You killed it. Thank you so much. And now I know that anytime Halim's not there, I have a backup in Ralph. So yeah, thank you, Ralph, once again at Ralph's Barbershop on Bay Street.
Brad has to get all decked up for the barbecue coming up on Sunday. We were actually supposed to do it last week, but the weather didn't hold up. We had rain on Sunday, sadly, but looks like this weekend is going to be good. Yeah. Kind of excited for that.
Sunny weather Saturday.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that. Although that's quite a drive for me to get up to Brampton, but hey, it's like a team spirit type thing here. Looking at the pins trade, look at it, guys. It's continuing to make highs. Again, I want to repeat it in case you're in this stock. 23.20, 23.19, that should be a profit target for you, followed by 23.30. Those are the profit targets that I identified. Sadly, I didn't have enough conviction to hold it. I'm not really going to get into anything else. I've only got a few minutes left on the show. And then Big Tony is going to take over for an hour until we send you over to the Big Kahunas, Neil and Sean, at that 2 o'clock hour, Brad.
Yeah, when is Tony on?
And
Now, okay,
2 minutes,
okay.
yeah.
So Tony's gonna be on. That's gonna be your XBI specialist, your Lab U, Lab D specialist. So in the meantime, while we wait for Tony to hop on, let's go to the big screen for I believe this is Sector Watch.
Hey guys, we'll give you an update on the S&P 500. It's becoming more of a mixed board, unfortunately. We saw a lot of green on here to start the day, but we're back to about 0.4 on the S&P, so a little more red creeping in the healthcare group specifically. Pharmaceutical names, Moderna having a bit of a tough day, down 1.2. Merck right beside it there, also about 1% to the downside. So some of the pharmaceutical names dragging the market down. Consumer staple names as well in the red, and that's mostly in the food and beverage group of the consumer staple names. EL there, an earnings name, trying to offset some of the negativity. Material stocks, communication services, higher on the day. There are some negative names here in the tech group, but still leading as far as strength is concerned. That's CRM and Adobe. A few of the other software names as well to the downside today. CRM obviously off earnings. NTAP reported 7.3% still to the upside for them. ON Semiconductors, the top in the semi group right now. There's DLTR, 10.9% downside. Earnings not good for them. Dollar General right beside them, also to the downside. These are all the cruise lines down here. So a lot of strength coming back into some of the travel names once again today. RCL, NCLH, CCL, all nicely higher. All the casinos and hotels here as well. I want to mention banks because it's been a bit of a quiet session overall for the banks as far as movement goes, but all nicely higher on the day. So you take banks and tech and industrial stocks and it offsets easily the rest of the weakness that we're getting. About 0.5% right now for the S&P. Back over to you guys.
Yeah, I'm just looking at a little book map picture that someone on the floor just sent it in our group chats over here for Pinterest. For those of you guys who don't know what book map is, look, I personally have a lot of negative sentiment about this software, but a lot of people use it, nothing wrong with it. You do whatever that helps you with your trading. What this is basically telling you is this hot area is where size is. So apparently around 2330 and 2310, there's a good barrier of size that was already blocking this the stock from going too much higher previously, and now is doing again around that very same area from 2330 all the way down to 2313. So if we were to go head over to pins real quick on New York, you will see that that area is not able to clear. You won't see much size on the level 2 right now because it's been cleaning it in and out nonstop. So that, you know, tools like that may help you identify certain levels, but I could do that just by looking at the chart, right? I could see that the stock is rejecting this area. I could see that there's sellers already here from the open based on the volume that it already traded. So, you know, if those tools help you, no, nothing wrong with it. But there are tools out there like these that you can go explore and help you get there quicker. There's a lot of people who are struggling with the you know, finding how to read level 2 or finding how to identify size on the level or on the stock or so on. So tools like this that can identify where a level is on the resistance or on the support based on size. For example, down here by $22, you see the stick red line, Tony? Mm-hmm. The stick red line is basically indicating that there's big orders over there, or at least somewhat decent size down there around $22 that should act as support, and then this is acting as a resistance. So the darker the level, the more the size at those level is basically what it's indicating. For anyone who wants to go learn about the software, you can use Bookmap. I personally don't use it. We're not tied with Bookmap in any way, so that's not a sales pitch.
Absolutely. I like Bookmap actually from what you just explained to me. I don't use it myself, but it looked kind of cool. It looks kind of like a Fruity Loops thing that you said you make music off of the background, the bars I'd see in the background. So that looks really cool. But like you said, I think for me, keeping it simple as I can has been my go-to strategy as I developed it over time. So for me, it's just a plain naked charts. That's what I like to use, and my own intuition, my own two eyes, and So again, there's a lot of resources out there, and the great thing about trading is you have the freedom to choose what resources it is you use and what models it is or indicators you follow for your trading. But speaking about trading today, one stock that really caught my attention from yesterday was the Snowflake earnings revenue beat, I believe, where they had 83% year-over-year growth for the revenue side, as well as just a revenue beat in general, close to about $500 million for quarter two, beat expectations from about 430 million, I believe. And so right now they're trading at around 30 times revenues, 25 times forward-looking revenues. And the meme here is that Snowflake is one of the most overbought, overvalued securities, in the market. And that one of the reasons is probably because Warren Buffett was believes in it, and that probably gives it a premium. We're trading at around like a $60 billion market cap, not producing any net income. And in a rising rate environment, everyone's saying, well, this can't be, this stock is way overbought, this is a stock that has to be shorted. I think that those concerns definitely make sense, especially as we head into the Jackson Hole Symposium tomorrow, where Mr. Powell will probably give us some indicator of where the interest rates might be at the end of this year. But altogether, I think on a technical side, shorting Snowflake right now seems to be, I'd say, good risk to reward, favoring towards the downside. If you take a look at where we are in the grand scheme of things, the 190, 195, 200 level is going to be a very, very long, very strong level of support. If we go back, to the back in March, April, you'll see it at this level here, at around 180, 190, and around 200 here. This level here, we stayed in for about a week, 2 weeks, and then went below it. I think 200 is going to be a very, very strong level of psychological resistance. And so I think at the moment here, we're a little bit in no man's land, quite a large range again. So again, it could keep pushing higher. But this stock was just $110 not so long ago. So at the moment, I do favor the short side. I'd probably wait for it to cool off a little bit. You have the 3-day rule, I think, for buying a stock after it gets beaten down. Perhaps you might also want to use a similar rule for shorting a stock that has a lot of momentum behind it, like Snowflake right here today. But this is one of my plays at the moment. I think since I have a bearish sentiment overall, I'll use that as a proxy to short Snowflake here, as I think we might see a little bit more selling after tomorrow and a week after that.
Yeah, wishing I held my pins all to my size now. Long perfect price. Yeah, the pins has been a pretty beautiful trade, Adam. Adam did show up on the floor yesterday. I'm not sure if you guys saw him, but anyways, that's a friend from a long time, man. We love Adam over here. Someone in the chat said, what is Snowflake and what do they even do? I know they're a data cloud computing software company, but I just wanted to do a little bit more research as to what exactly do they do so I can give you no mistakes on that side. So exactly I'm not trying to be rude with this, but some questions can be Googled, right? But some questions can be Googled. Like this is for this one example. I just typed in the Snowflake name, and we're looking at the answer right here. So data as a service, data cloud computing, based in Bozeman, Montana. Not sure where that is, but I'm guessing USA. And yeah, just another your regular cloud computing company, probably something around the words of maybe Dropbox and so on.
Possibly, I think
is where my best guess would go to. What's another company that I can think of? I can only think of Dropbox, right? For cloud computing. Snowflake, Google. I mean, like
I think Microsoft. I know
you don't really think about them as just for cloud computing. They got so much more than that, right? I'm just thinking about just specific cloud computing. I actually used to use Dropbox for a little while, and then I just stopped. I don't know why. I'm not a big cloud guy yet. Are you a big cloud guy?
No, I'd rather run my programs locally.
Yeah, I'm a hard drive guy still. Exactly. I run around with everything on USB sticks.
Right, exactly. USB sticks. Exactly. It's I think cloud has its share of benefits, but right, I think maybe we're just old school at this point.
No, I know what goes on the internet is permanent and will stay there forever, even if you claim to have deleted it. Right? So cloud is basically the internet. If all it takes is one hack to Snowflake servers, or look at what happened to Kim Kardashian. You saw her pictures went online after Apple Cloud got hacked.
Oh, really?
Right? So all of these things can happen. I'd much rather keep my stuff on a local area where I know the only way these are getting stolen is someone breaking and entering into my house.
Yes, and I think that's the argument in favor of cold wallets as well, in which you just don't have those hackers, I guess, stealing your phrase from some sort of malicious add-on or something. I think that was a big issue with MetaMask back a year ago or so. I saw a lot of posts about how someone's MetaMask got completely stolen, just from some malicious file they downloaded. So that's that's an issue there. So a lot of people like to keep their crypto on a hardware wallet. I think that goes to what you're saying. But,
Pinterest, baby. Let's go. Pinterest now 40 cents in the money. Looks like it wants to continue going to that north side. That level on the book map that we were talking about earlier is now getting wiped out, and we're getting ready for an extended move. Let's pull up Pinterest on the daily. Look at this level around 24. I'm going to say it right now. We're going to 24. We're going to break 24 to 24.30, and then we see some rejections coming in on Pinterest. Yes, I am a sit today because I'm talking in absolute. So, we're just going to have to wait and see. What did the other stock do what I wanted it to do yet? Pinduoduo did not move to 60, but it's still above 59. We're just going to wait patiently for this stock to move towards $60 for us. The market shorts are now no longer as deep in the money as they were earlier. So they did pull back slightly, and all of our positions are either in the money or absolutely flat, meaning nothing in the negative. So we're loving that. I know Tony is on Snowflake. That's a trade that I wanted to be part of today to the long side. Obviously, that's because of the earnings report that they had in them. They had multiple catalysts to the upside. I believe they also had a price target upgrade, maybe, if I remember correctly.
One firm upgraded them to 220 from 190, seeing that they're now at 190. So, yeah, price target upgrade, I believe. But yeah, Snowflake today, I think my short now is in a little bit of trouble. I think high of day was around 193. So if it breaks that, I think I'll get out of this trade. Altogether, surprised by the 21% move here, despite, we have a strong market today, so I think that obviously helps with the S&P, NASDAQ, and Russell 2000 up close to around 1% from when I last checked. But yeah, Snowflake, very, very strong strength here. So I think if I were to, I hold short in this security in my account, which I hold for more than a day. But I guess here, when you're day trading in a period of just one day, you really have to look at the technicals as well. You can't just consider fundamental valuation. As Buffett said, the market can stay, there's a word for, I forget what it was, slipping my mind. Irrational, insolvent, right. That's exactly what Neil just helped me there. Market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. So, that's one thing to look at when you look at a stock that's, in my opinion, overbought 20% to the upside today. But also in the chat, I've seen people mention Alibaba now having broke $100 on news that, there's a reduction in geopolitical risk between the U.S.-China audit or something like that. This is a very beaten down stock from about $320 something just about a year or close to 2 years ago, back in late 2020. But this stock has not really risen with the rest of the market in the past rally. I think if we take a look at the daily chart here, it was sitting around $90 or so up until today after the typhoon or something they had over in Hong Kong that prevented them from opening the markets on time. But today, good news for Alibaba and all Chinese stocks listed in America. Alibaba today up close to 10%, just broke $100. People trading this as a momentum stock for a day, and I don't blame them. Let's see if breaking $100 can get us anywhere far in the next couple of minutes. As we see here, I think we're fading just a little bit. Might go below 100, but good levels here. We broke 100 earlier today as well. Let's see if we can hit 101, which seems to be a level of resistance from the earlier wick high on the minute candles.
Yeah, so Sean actually had the 95 long on Baba, Tony. Not sure if you're watching the show in the morning. And I had the 98 long on Baba. I took the, I believe, what was it, the 30-minute breakout long on it. I got out at 101. Sean also took those profits. He had a way better trade than mine, obviously. But beautiful long moves. That's because they believe that the regulators are going to shake hands and play well with each other. But all it takes is one more catalyst to just come out in the opposite direction, one more news article to just come out in the opposite direction of that, and this stock is instantly dropping right back to those $89, $90 ranges. So be careful. Baba as a swing trade, as long as you're using stops and trailing your stops for profits, I think that's fine, but you should be always very careful with stocks that move around with politics in them. I mean, what stock doesn't move around with politics behind it? But you still need to be very, very careful just in case those regulators or any problems between China and USA happens, then we're going to obviously end up seeing what happened with DD. You saw DD go under delist mode, then it ended up going into pink sheets where it's trading currently, and you know, it's been actually doing not too bad on the pink sheets where it's at right now. It's $2.69 on the pink sheets.
Yes.
Eventually, if things go south for the Chinese sector, you can expect BABA to also end up in the pink sheets.
Absolutely. Well, I don't know about the pink sheet anytime soon, but I do see people here in the chat saying BABA short. Now I'm seeing some BABA long. I think people are very conflicted about the direction of which Alibaba is going to go now in the near future and perhaps the rest of today. I think we do see a little bit of exhaustion in terms of the upwards momentum. It looks like we're selling here around 99 to 100 for the vast majority of the day. So until we do see a break the high of day, I don't really know if I want to go long on this security. It looks like we are running a little bit out of steam. Then again, towards the downside, I'd say, you know, I think the stock might just hold this level for the rest of the day. We'll see what happens in Hong Kong trading tomorrow for some further direction as to where Alibaba goes. But like you said, strange stock. I think it doesn't really follow the rest of the S&P, doesn't really follow much of NASDAQ. You know, it has its own news, but seems as though that news is more of geopolitical news rather than how the business itself is doing. So at this point, Alibaba is going to be one very interesting security to trade. And, you know, if you were to go long or short on it, just be aware that anything could happen. Delisting news is always something that impacts these Chinese names. So be careful holding overnight. You know, that's all I can say to go what Prad's saying. But it looks like this snow here just broke 193, very strong momentum. I think I'm going to get out of this position now. Just a pretty terrible short back 191 and a half. You know, I think at this point, since we're breaking the high of day, there's not much thesis that snow is going to go to the downside anytime soon. Well, actually, I think we saw a high of day of around 193.40 back around 10:30 today. So maybe this can act as a little bit of resistance. But if I see some more momentum towards downside, I think I'll reshort it. Till then, this looks like very, very strong upwards movement for Snowflake. Again, market can stay irrational. So, you know, it goes to show you. And I think when the price movement goes against you, that's the market saying, well, people are disagreeing with you. And when people are disagreeing with you, you can double down and say that they're wrong. And you know, maybe it'll start flipping towards your direction. But I think most of the time, what's easier is that, especially if you have a shorter time frame, just you know, say it wrong for now and come back to it a little bit later, you know, when the price action is a little bit more favorable towards the direction you're betting in.
Yes, sir. Currently, VACC moving to the north side, heading back towards VWAP after finding somewhat of a base around $6. So let's see if VACC can continue this 50-cent move that we just saw it show us and extend that move a little bit more. Pinterest now 50 cents in the money, so Pinterest continuing to push past that day's high. Gotta love it. Let's go, baby. Wow, okay. Looks like a buddy of mine had the same long as I did on Pinterest. So he was long $2.82. I'm long $2.86. So congratulations for him on that position. Out of all of his trade, holding a small size though. Let's go. That's a good thing. Let's go, baby. Pinterest clearly moving to the north side. Now we're just happy that that big barrier on. Let me just quickly make sure on the book map that we were talking earlier is now cleaned out. But looks like there's still some more levels out there that need to be cleaned out for, but let me just quickly do this. Nope, I don't want to see that. Then I just want to see this, and yeah, it looks like it's been cleared for now. There's still some resistance to the upside, sadly. So we got still some resistances all the way from 238 to 252. So still some barriers out there. Not too big of a barriers maybe, but still some barriers out there for this stock to maybe clear out. So some patience will still be required to see if we can get that extended move. Let's actually take some profit out on that break of high a day. Cover about 35 to 40% of our size over here, and then hold the rest to see if we can get a bigger move out of it.
And speaking of market movers today, actually, I know a stock that you've been trading a lot recently, Prad, and that is Dollar Tree. I think this morning announced their earnings. Unfortunately, revised guidance lower end in terms of earnings, and I think they revised the lower end of the estimates in terms of their revenues, and I think they guided downwards on their earnings for around $7 to $7.50 per share for this year. And so Dollar Tree today, you know, I was saying this is among the strongest stocks you can possibly be investing in during a bear market, just because this caters to lower income America, and that they probably won't see any dip in revenues. They have been doing very, very strong this year. I believe their all-time high was reached in February at $177 a share in more recent time. They haven't been doing so well, especially not after this earnings. But even before today, like yesterday, we're still around the $168, $169, $170 range. So obviously we're doing quite well before then. I believe with their earnings report today, it was just disappointing in terms of their guidance. I believe that I forget whether or not they beat or they met their revenue and earnings projections or estimates, but certainly the market is not favoring their current year's projection. So they're projected to perhaps do a little poorer than expected in terms of their earnings and their revenues, which surprises me. But I think these estimates have been a little bit overblown with how well that they've been doing recently and just how much their stock has risen. If you take a look at the daily charts, the daily candles here, you'll notice that Dollar Tree has been doing very, very well, despite the fact that Walmart has been trading lower. Target, Home Goods have been, starting to stall in terms of their sales. You have online retailers that were never profitable, such as Wayfair, I think down still about 75 or 80%. So in terms of that, I think Dollar Tree, Dollar General, all these discount names have been doing very well. This could be a buy to dip opportunity. I do think that this, they're at $7 for this year. They trade at what, a 22 or 23 P ratio for a name like Dollar Tree. I think they mastered their supply chain. I believe they set out from one of their earlier earnings reports that their average cost of a good was something around 43 cents, and they sold it for $1. Nowadays, they've been raising their prices. They've been having $1.25, $1.50 items, and that has been applauded by investors as a very, very good move. So I think Dollar Tree, good long-term investments. This could be a buy to dip opportunity on this 10% drop. But yeah, it's a name you were trading, Brad, and I think that for the long term, this could be a solid investment.
Dollar Tree?
Dollar Tree, that's right.
Yikes! I don't know, man. Maybe, yeah. I have no opinions about that. But as a trade, I think I traded like once in 3 days, and that's all I did for it.
I think you were favoring the short side. You were talking about earnings, so if you
maybe
held that
that's
short,
what it was. Yeah,
I remember that.
I don't really talk about Dollar Tree as much as you're putting the thing on me. So I'm a little.
Sorry, I apologize.
I'm a little
about
shaky
that.
now.
Okay.
Like, did I talk about Dollar Tree?
You're shorting Dollar Tree at the time, so you had the right call there.
Probably,
so I'll say that.
probably. Look, I love shorting things. You know me. I'm a bear. Okay, I love shorting stocks. It's a problem now. It's a problem, and. But as long as you're winning, I guess it's not a real problem, right?
Exactly.
So that's the one thing that I can say. Brad, no Palantir. What about Palantir? Palantir is up on the day, I believe, if I remember correctly. Let me go check out Palantir real quick. So Palantir is up at the moment because of Snowflake, says Sean, up 2.47%. Trying to see if there was anything else that you said about Palantir over there. Nope, you just mentioned Palantir. So yeah, it's up on the day, holding VWAP, above VWAP. It's actually holding the 50-period EMA, which is the Tiffany blue line over here that I use, the turquoise. No, it's not turquoise. It's the Tiffany blue line. We'll just leave it at that color. It's been holding that pretty much all day so far, not pushing too much to the downside. Let's see if we can get the high day break on Palantir. Not too long ago, we did see Palantir go to those $10 ranges, and then I believe the earnings report kind of hurt them. Let's go, verify that. There we go. The earnings report hurt them, brought them back to those $8 ranges. Look, I will be a Palantir investor for the long term. Obviously, I do like what they do. Their data analytics software is actually not bad. They've helped Ferrari go from being dog water to being just dog. So it's a pretty hard thing to do, man. That's a pretty hard thing to do, to make Ferrari go from being absolutely bad to somewhat bad, right? So congratulations to Palantir on that, and maybe eventually somewhere down the road they jump ships and realize the right team to go help is McLaren or Mercedes, or maybe Porsche in 2023. Is it 2023 when they're coming? Yeah, whatever year they're coming. That's when I jump teams. I jump teams from Mercedes to Porsche.
Interesting. Unfortunately, I can't comment too much about racing, unfortunately. But one passion of mine is a bit of gaming from back in the day, and that brings me to NVIDIA, that also reported their earnings, I think, yesterday afternoon. And they, I think, met earnings but lowered their guidance due to a decrease in the activity in the gaming sector. And they said I think their hardware sales have fallen quite a bit, their GPU sales mostly, and they've been impacted heavily by the fact that gaming was doing very, very well during the pandemic. Everyone was staying at home, playing games, and now that everyone's moving back to the office, probably less time for all that. It's less time in my day, I noticed, when I have to commute to and from work. not as much time for playing video games, and I'm less interested in investing in a new graphics card. I'd say I'd rather go outside. But I'm surprised that this name has rallied quite a bit today since the open. We're actually green now, despite the fact that they lowered their guidance. I believe they lowered their expected revenues from, I think, 6.9 billion to 5.9 billion or something like that. So pretty significant change. That being said, we are still up 3% for a day. I think we're pulling up for a bearish setup now that we've seen some lower wicks here and we're unable to go any higher. If we start making a move downwards, on this third hump over here, as I'm seeing it, I think that we can start going towards the downside. So I might be interested in shorting NVIDIA at the moment. Again, this is an instance in why I believe that the stock has been propped up by a relatively strong market today as we head into the Jackson Hole Symposium. I think that if the markets are red by 0.5% or 1% today, NVIDIA right now could be negative 5%. But I remember somebody yesterday was also asking me, how would you play earnings? And the way I see it myself is that when you have a really, really strong market for today, let's say, and you have earnings being reported in the after hours, suppose the markets are up 2%, and you have this company that probably missed earnings, the market might interpret that as saying, well, everything's being overbought. We're gonna, they have a much more optimistic outlook on a bad earnings report. Meanwhile, I noticed Microsoft, a name that's also been talked about. I think I saw them twice pretty much release their earnings, during a bear market when the NASDAQ was down around 3%, and it was like a good earnings report, and Microsoft stock just tanks 5 or 6% just right off the bat until the next day, where the market actually digests the news, and they said to themselves, okay, this is actually a pretty decent earnings report, and then Microsoft stock goes from negative 5% in the after hours to up 5% in the actual trading session. So I think it's all market sentiment how we interpret these earnings reports, and we have still a lot of earnings coming up today. Affirm is one of those names. I'll be cautious on shorting Affirm, in a strong market, but yeah, that's to be looked at.
Brad takes every single stock. I mean, I don't know about that. I don't have 10,000 stocks on my blotter. I have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stocks on my blotter. So maybe not all of them, but I guess what you're missing out right now, the key point is I'm in the money on every single one of them. So, joke's on you. Currently, I'm in the tab position, which is the Molson Canadian beer, maybe not Canadian. What is it? Molson Coors Beverage Company, which I believe is Canadian, right?
I think so.
I don't know too much about beer companies, so I could be wrong. American? Okay, so Coors, but Molson is Canadian?
Yeah, but it's under the Molson.
Okay, yeah. So it's Molson Coors Beverage Company. Coors is American, Molson's Canadian, but it's under the Canadian brand umbrella or something around those words. It is showing up on the scanner with relative weakness again and again and again, multiple times. I wish I saw this stock earlier. Could have had a way better fill to the downside. But if it's still showing weakness at this time of the day, it's 1:25 Eastern Standard Time. The day is almost coming to an end for myself over here on the show and for Tony too. So, it's pretty late in the day to take the breakout fill of low a day. We're also pretty close to supports, 55.46 support areas. Actually noticing that, I'm just going to punch out of this trade. Take that profit that it's already giving me because it doesn't look too good. I don't see the stock going too further below 55.30 and I'm punching 55.70. So we're going to take that 10-cent profit before it whipsaws against us. I wish I noticed this a little bit better. That way I could have taken more size over here and then scalped it out for a quick 20-cent, 30-cent profit. But I was expecting a little bit of a bigger move on this stock. But now, I'm glad that I've noticed it, so I can jump out of this trade for profit. Heading back to Pinduoduo, as it is now once again $1 in the money, 50 cents shy of my target $60 that I called earlier. So we're just waiting to see if that can happen for us during the unofficial lunchtime. I call this the unofficial lunchtime still. The official lunchtime from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. The unofficial lunchtime from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock. And that's because I don't really see volume coming in up to 2 o'clock usually. On a day like today where the markets has been up and down and sideways and boring, I kind of mapped that trade out for you too. I said I could see the market dropping down here. I could see the market coming back up and then trading sideways around VWAP. Sadly, that is playing out exactly like that. So I'm not going to expect too much moves coming in from the market all the way up till even 3 o'clock, which is known as the label for it, the power hour. But the chat sometimes calls it, Tony, the sour hour.
The sour hour, indeed. That seems to be the case these days when we've been looking at some major market movers. you know, at around 12 or 1, we're heading into it like I think drugged the other day, hoping for a second win if we break above $3 or $4. Unfortunately, for those, we see more muted reactions, I'd say, later into the day. Not too much action happening there, unfortunately. So these days, I've noticed a lot of the action seems to happen around 9:30, right when the market opens, to about 11. That's where you know the volume mostly is, and that's the most exciting time to trade. I think going off of what Brad was saying, and I do apologize about my nasal congestion here. It probably sound a little bit different, but you know, Molson Coors is an interesting stock that was not doing so well today. I think another stock I've been trading previously had been Sam, and that is Boston Beer. If you take a look at, let's say, the weekly chart of this was a pandemic darling as well. For some reason, I guess a lot of people were getting drunk right around the you know, the early 2021, late 2020. This stock was at around $1,300, so close to where Chipotle is. You know, an amazing rise from around $300 to $1,300, four-fold increase or three-fold increase. I apologize, but now we're all the way back to around $358. You know, not doing so poorly actually since interest rate rises were about to be announced. I think. You know, late last year, early this year. It's been holding up around this 350 level, but obviously not doing an awful lot. Surprisingly, this company actually doesn't make any net income. I think they're just about breaking even in terms of their cash flows. So that's something that's caught my eye, but much lower volume on Boston Beer, so I don't know if it's a very exciting day trading instrument. I think somebody in the chat was talking about Snowflake as well. Now about to reach $95, which to me, I think it's quite incredible at this point. Yeah, we're just about, you know, 195, about to break this level. In fact, if we do, as much as I believe that this stock is way overbought, a break of 195 is very bullish, I'd say. And this, I think, could go quite a bit higher. I wouldn't be surprised if 196, 197 soon to be tested. If we can hold 195, that is very strong psychological support. Long term, I am short, so this entire rally here doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That being said, you know, you can't disagree with price action. And so I think that, you know, if I was short to this, I'd probably, you know, get out of it, come back in a few days, see if it's still here, because this momentum is definitely moving towards the upside. So I'd be, you know, I'm still shorting this on my personal account, by the way, so it's not helping me, you know, talking about how this thing has upwards momentum. That being said, this thing is just absolutely taken off over here, about to go to 196. But yeah. So besides that, we are heading into the symposium tomorrow. I think I'd expect a little bit more volatility, but that being said, markets were a bit oversold last couple of days. If we take a look at the S&P here, I think we gave back a little bit of gains in the last 15, 20 minutes. But right, that being said, it's interesting to see where we end up tomorrow. And we'll send it to Brendan for his segment.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update on what's moving around here this afternoon. Positive day, you can see the top of the board here, 10,896 individual listings on this board, of which a ton are positive today. Good to see. 7,000 of that 10,000 in positive territory. 1,158 there, about unchanged on the day. 2,700 or thereabouts in the red. 966 new lows right now, 84 new highs. So we are coming off a little bit right now. Top of the list, I haven't even looked at this today. KPRX, little tiny penny stock, 25 cents. 227 million shares on the day. Drug is on here. That Bright Minds having a big day. 247, 111 million shares traded. TQ is on here. There's Mullen as well back on this list. 57 million shares. SQs are here. Avaya, NVIDIA, FXI, Cavill Brands. They had some news today. And Peloton, bottom of the list, right back down after the move higher yesterday. 47 million there. G-Sun, top of the gainers right now, 55% on a million shares so far traded today. That MOB, everyone's been watching as well on this list, 23 million. But KPRX leading the way, guys. 200 million shares. Back over to you.
Yeah, I'm watching this stock. Obviously, I don't really pull up penny stocks. And as you heard Sharif yesterday talking about how his scanner is set up to not even pick up penny stocks. Same thing for me. My stocks, I actually don't look for stocks less than $1 or even $2. So we're going to miss out these type of moves sometimes. But KPRX with KPRX with about 200 million shares traded, relative volume of 213 times. So baby, lots of volume, lots of relative volume coming into the stock. And currently it's stuck around VWAP with a 95% move on it. The SPY, I'm typing to Sean in the chat. Let me move away from that and move to this side. Okay, the S&P 500 futures moved all the way to VWAP and is now slightly above VWAP. And the NASDAQ futures are well above VWAP and are actually launching to the north side. So I'll actually show you the futures instead, as my ETFs are a little buggy as the dark pool candles are showing up. So here's the futures. We punched out of our futures, our ETF shorts not too long ago. Let me actually show you the profits I've made on it. Let me unfilter the flat position. There we go. Bang, bang. So SPYs, we're in the money on SPYs, profitable trade, QQQ, profitable trade. NVIDIA was our only losing trade apparently on the day here. Let me quickly go check it out. What was NVIDIA? That was the long we attempted, and then we punched out right away because we didn't like it. It was showing some weakness around 178, but now as the market gets ready to push to the north side, we can expect maybe NVIDIA to do something, but I see Palantir popping up on the scanners over here as it is actually taking out the high of day and is getting ready to play with the yesterday's high. Yesterday's high on Palantir was $8.3635. So let's see if we can push towards that area. Do we break out of yesterday's high? Do we reject from yesterday's high? Those are the questions that I believe a lot of traders are asking this position. XP, the short that we punched in a long time ago, is once again pushing back to the downside. So let's take out some more size on that one, take some profits. Thank you, XP. Pinduoduo now $1.18 in the money. We're still not at $60 on Pinduoduo, but fairly close to it, only 30 cents away from it. I think I take that as a dub still. If we don't go to 60 today, but if we're only off by 30 cents on that trade, I think I'm gonna chalk that up as a win for my call out. But I would for sure obviously love for the stock to actually go trade above 60, break 60, and then go to that area that I was talking about, which is what is it? Let me just zoom back out over here. No, maybe I didn't even, that was a different stock actually. I was talking about a different stock where it would break above a certain level and go 20, 30 cents. For this stock, I believe I just said 60 in general. So let's actually get that. Come on, market, give me my target. I believe I was talking about pins then. Yeah, I was talking about pins. I can see pins breaking 24, going up to 20, 30 maybe, and then seeing some rejection from there. So we're waiting for Pinterest to do something like that. Palantir though, baby, still clearing the high a day. Let's see if we can break yesterday's high.
Absolutely. I regret selling my Pinterest shares. I remember I saw them at around $23 right after they posted their last earnings report, and I sold then, and it fell to around 20, 21. I thought there was going to be a huge market crash, black swan event in the VIX, as you will. I think you was saying that yesterday, but that's yet to be seen. And today we saw Pinterest quite a bit higher. So, think of getting back into that for a long-term account. I think they're trading around a 30 or 35 P ratio. I think Elliott Management took a 10% stake or so in the company, looking to turn around with the activist shareholder position. So with Pinterest, I think there's definitely a lot of action to go along with it, especially now that, you have Facebook and not doing so well. And think, Pinterest, obviously the issue is, can they sell more merchandise using their platform? It mostly targets, I think, beauty and fashion. So that's basically how they want to sort of combine the two there. I saw somebody mention in the chat, however, Tilray today moving quite a bit, up 10%. And now I think we got rejected at around 419, just sent under 420.
419?
Yeah, it's been moving quite a bit. And now it's crazy. We were in this trade earlier, Brad.
No!
You sell out of it too early? Oh, that's too bad. Tilray's 419. Or just got rejected off of it, I should say. Exactly. It just missed 420. The sellers are too strong. But that would have been a good price target to hit for the day. But we have Tilray today doing really, really strong. We're just seeing leg up after leg up. Recent leg up all the way to 419 here. I think we got rejected off this level just a little bit. And we're seeing now if we can sort of stabilize around this, and we can actually see that 420 on Tilray today. So that'd be something interesting. I think a break of 420, that might be a very bullish signal here for Tilray if you want to get into that. And one more ticker I saw mentioned in the chat was that GSUN, Golden Sun Education, I believe, .NQ, today was on quite a tear, 43%. If we can take a look at the minute candles, this looks like it had quite a bit of momentum over today. Rejection off of 43, just couldn't really post above it. And so now we're back at around 38, 39. But this is, I think, a very rather low volume stock. Larger spreads, I think, than expected, around 1% spread here. So that's pretty spready if you ask me. And this is going to be an interesting name to trade. I remember this was a $4 Chinese IPO stock when it first came out. That must have been a month or 2 months or even 3 ago. And I was, I think it shot up all the way to around 28 or 29. And I thought it was going to be another like Austin Technology or something like that. Or what's the other one? Yoshitsu, ADR, another Japanese retailer, $4 IPO. First day of trading, $30, and it faded right back down just unexpectedly. Those down 85, 9% in one-day stocks. So that G-Sun was going to be another one of those names. However, this stock has been showing very, very strong resiliency. I think it got knocked down at 22 a couple days ago, but today we made all those gains right back, up 43%. I think at the moment we've been trading around the $38 to $40 range the entirety of the day today. So I think we might just spend quite a bit more time here until we see direction one way or another. If we go towards the upside, obvious resistance here. We got rejected the first time at around 1140 at $42. Beyond that, we have a rejection here at around 43. So we're just moving up in dollar increments as I can see it. So I think towards the upside, we still do have a little bit of resistance. That being said, we're holding the $38 floor incredibly, incredibly well. We just can't seem to go below it. The buyers are way too strong at this level. We go below it by a couple of dimes. We go right above. So G-Sun today, I think, has been a very, very strong mover, and I can expect it to see a little bit more action towards the close as well.
A couple comments coming in from some Stop Console Wars making fun of me saying it's the story of Prad's life, always shaking himself out of good call-outs. Look, I can't help it. I'm sitting beside Tony. His paper-handed disease has been rubbing off on me, so I'll blame that on Tony. I'll be honest, Tony, I've had this disease way before you, so it's not your fault, my friend, not your fault at all, right? Maybe it's me rubbing it off on you and blaming you for it, right? So that could honestly be the vice versa action on that. But hey, listen, I'm trying, okay? I'm trying every day. I'm trying to improve, and looks like at the moment I'm just stagnating on my exits. I don't know how to get better with my exits. If someone knows the answers for it, I would love for that class, for that lesson, to be taught how to be more patient, to be taught how to hold my winning trades a little bit longer instead of punching out and so on. So maybe one day we'll be able to get to that point. But like I said, this is my second year of university. I still got 2 more years of university before I actually graduate this class that I'm in. And thankfully, a little bit of sarcastic on that, thank you. But thankfully, I'm taking these classes live in front of 4,000 people every single day. So that's a little bit of that. Just adds to the complexity of my learning and so on. But we're having fun through every single step of that process. Stop Console Wars also mentioned, don't tell Prad where GitLab is. Look, now you're just kicking me while I'm down, right? Now you're just like adding salt to the wounds. Like, Stop Console Wars, I'm gonna need you to stop this, bro. I'm gonna need you to stop picking on me. I know I'm hurting already. The fact that I didn't get GitLab at $30 or whatever ridiculous price we could have gotten it at. What was it? Was it at 30 if I remember correctly?
I think it was.
Right?
Under
GitLab.
30 at one point was the low of the...
$30 was pretty much the all-time low.
Jeez.
We could have gotten the $30 moves. That was right before the earnings report too. And I was getting hyped up about the stock the day before the earnings report. And on that day, the stock just launches itself to the north side, and I was just upset, crying. Anyways, though, hopefully GitLab comes back down at some point, maybe the $50, $40 area, so I can actually make that order, make that execution for my long-term account. Someone also saying, hey guys, can you explain why the Chinese stocks are on absolute fire today? Yeah, the CCP coming in with full power, man. The China sector is so strong today, ridiculously strong. That's because the US regulators and the Chinese regulators are going to have a conversation very soon about the New York listed stocks. Maybe, just maybe, they are now ready to open up their books. It is possible. Let me put a tin hat over here, right? It is possible they hid all the bad stuff and now they're ready to open up their books. Or they're just ready to be transparent. Anything is possible, right? So this is why when it comes to Chinese sector, I'm very careful. I'm not invested in the sector at all for the long term, but I will gladly scalp the crap out of this stock every time the volumes comes in for the BABAs, for your Pinduoduos, for your NIOs, and so on. And as you can see right now, Pinduoduo, $1.16 in the money.
Exactly, like you said, Prad, with these Chinese names, it's always about the regulatory concern between the Chinese and and the U.S. regulators here. And I think somebody in the chat now is saying we should go short it at this point at none that broke under $100. Wasn't quite able to hold that level just yet. I think it's certainly possible we go down from here. I just do see a little bit of support at around $99 or $99.50, or sorry, right above it, 99.75 of a dollar. We looked as though we couldn't really break down this level today. So if we break down below, I think $99 and around 80 cents, I think that might be a good trigger to really go short from there, since that was the relative low if we start counting the time after this thing made its initial spike all the way to $101 for today. But absolutely right, Brad. I think, as you said, with these Chinese names, it's always with the regulators one way or the other. It's a lot of, I think today the Chinese stocks have been absolutely on a tear. I think the K-Web, the Chinese internet ETF, was up around 8%, so around where Alibaba is now. So the entire sector just on fire today. But we shall see whether or not that lasts. I think, again, Alibaba, in the grand scheme of things, just very, very depressed, all the way down from around $320, so down close to 70% now from all-time highs, even as, well, I guess NASDAQ is suffering quite a bit, but still internal regulatory policies as well, over in China. So I think the accounting part of it with the U.S. regulators is just one piece of the puzzle. I think we do favor the short side here. We pretty much just crashed from 120, 125 back in June. It's been pretty much inversing U.S. tech stocks. We saw some substantial weakness in the past 2 months, whereas NASDAQ just absolutely rallied. So this is, obviously it's not an inverse ETF, but based off this pattern, it certainly does look like it's inversing what U.S. stocks are doing. So it seems to be independent of the other asset classes if you want to trade Alibaba or hold it. But buyer beware. That's pretty much all we can really say. I'm taking a look here again at my snowflake. Well, I guess I covered a position back a little earlier at the break of around 93, and I think that was a good decision, seeing that we moved all the way to 95. We struggled to break above it or see some momentum after the 95 break, but now it looks as though we might just be turning towards the downside, as we couldn't quite keep that momentum. Now we sort of stagnated right above this level. We tried breaking around $95.20 once, twice, 3 times, and now I think we're just going lower. We start seeing a level below 94.5. I think that sort of puts us towards like a downwards curve, for the rest of the trading session. But who knows? This stock is up 20% for a day, 22% I should say. Sorry. I saw this stock when it was in the morning. It just tanked on open, fell to around 184, and I was very convinced that my analysis of the stock was correct. It was overbought, and I do expect this stock to see 175 or even 170 in the coming weeks if we see a bit of a market downturn. But in the afternoon, the stock has been absolutely just proving me wrong. I think Wall Street really likes the stock. Warren Buffett, supported, I think, bought into the IPO and sold it afterwards for a quick $800 or so billion profit. And
billion?
Million. I apologize.
I was like, what?
Imagine that, making almost $1 trillion off this one stock.
I was like, what?
But no, Snowflake has been on a tear today, and we might we'll see where it goes later on. But so far, very, very strong strength.
Currently on the scanners, we're watching MasterCard pop up. Looks like MasterCard wants to take out the day's high, and it did so successfully, trying to elevate itself to the north side a little bit more. Not sure what the reason is, but MasterCard clearly popping up there. Another stock that looks like it's a British stock, Liberty Global PLC, has 2 tickers behind it, LBTYA and LBTYK. They're both doing the same thing, popping up over here at the moment. LBTYA, and then we have LBTYK. Let's go see what Brando has for us. MasterCard had crypto news yesterday. Mexican crypto exchange Bitso. Oh, I think I saw that. Signed an agreement for, I believe it was like $800 million or something. Funding secured. So yeah, it looks like a MasterCard news from yesterday kind of playing into it today. Only up 0.6, 0.7 for MasterCard, but it is trying to take out the day's high. So let's see if it can turn itself into positive 1%. Yesterday's high on MasterCard is around $343. So we're about $1 away from yesterday's high. Let's see if they can take that out. That looks like an after hours high though. So that's not the real high anyways. I think the real high is right here, 342.28, and we're just shy of that right now. So getting ready to take out yesterday's high is MasterCard.
MasterCard, interesting name there. I think another name I've been seeing in the chat, Occidental Petroleum, as well as oil falling off a cliff here. Well, today oil, I think down, futures down around 2% now. I look at the tradable ETF USO. I believe this tracks the front month future. Looks like we try to break out this channel I was drawing the other day, and now we're trying to fall back within it. Obviously, putting negative pressure on oil stocks such as Occidental Petroleum, now back at around 73, broken under 74. This stock was at $76 earlier today, right at the open. I think we sort of fallen from there, couldn't really get up, but what a massive, massive rally off the Warren Buffett news that he was allowed to purchase up to 50% of all outstanding shares of this company. So, of all oil stocks, I think Occidental Petroleum has showed the most relative strength in the past couple of trading periods. I think obviously the news had a lot to do with it. With oil futures coming back in, however, I do think that this looks like a bearish sign. I think this channel I was drawing, if we do fall back within it, obviously the bottom end of this channel is around $70. It's around a 10% drop for oil futures if we do see the channel continue. And so that's obviously going to have a lot of negative effects on these oil stocks, which are actually doing very, very well. If you take a look at Occidental Petroleum, I think we're pretty much at, well, not all-time highs, but all-time highs since COVID. $76 seems to be that today. So a lot of momentum for oil stocks here. Oil at the moment does seem to be a little bit overbought. But that's assuming no new geopolitical issues that somehow shoot the price upwards by quite a bit. Technicals alone, I do think this looks like a bit of a bearish setup for me, so I'd be cautious about longing any of these names here. I'd more favor the short side as well, just because of how relatively overbought I believe a name like Occidental Petroleum is. If you look at the weekly candles, it was back at 58 just I think less than 3 weeks ago, and now it hit 76 today. So massive rally for a relative blue chip stock. But I think I favored the short side at this point. It's been it had a very, very nice run up. Might take a breather before we see this possibly move higher, but relatively speaking, it's been doing very, very well.
Pins now 60 cents in the money as it keeps on climbing to the north side. Let's go Pinterest. Never had a Pinterest account. Don't think I'll be interested in opening one, to be honest, but it's pushing up there, baby, 11%. I always have enough negative bearish comments about almost every single company out there. But one thing that won't stop me from doing my negative bias and my negative mentality is finding a long in it. So here's Pinterest. I found that long. I'm in that position, and pushing to the north side is that baby. Even Pinduoduo. Look at Pinduoduo now getting closer and closer to that $60 target that I threw out in the open. Well, not the open, but around 12 o'clock or so. That's when we punched into this position. So we're just gladly watching the stock just trickle its way to the north side and show you that Prastradamus has yet to fail on his callouts. So absolutely killing it with those callouts over there. But today, not only are we killing it with the callouts, we also have the executions to back it up. So let's go, baby. Pinduoduo is the #1 stock on the day for me, and Pins is right after that, right behind it. The NASDAQ market, though, what a move on the NASDAQ market over here, pushing right back to the high of day. We're only 20 points, 12 points actually, shy of 13,100. So let's see if we can get back above 13,100 today. And then do we reject off of 13,120 again, or do we continue this momentum all the way to the north side past 13,120, go up to 13,150? NASDAQ currently, I believe, is up almost 1% on the day. Let's go check that real quick. This is about 15 minutes delayed. So this is up 1.15% up for NASDAQ, and the S&P 500 up about 0.7%. Once again, those numbers are 15 minutes delayed. My platform over here is a little buggy. It says NASDAQ's down 4%. That's not true.
Well, no, NASDAQ today has been doing very, very well. I think someone in the chat was talking about shorting NASDAQ here is like stepping in front of a freight train. I don't necessarily disagree about that. I think we've had a nice fall for the late last week, and I think on Monday, but now it looks like we sort of have a bottom. We might just start going back up again. I still have my bearish goggles on, as I do always. So I think that in a couple weeks from now to a month, we do see the market indices lower than we do currently. I think that the markets are doing quite well ahead of the Powell speech tomorrow. But that's going to be something interesting to look at. I think the markets recently in the Forex markets pricing in a very, very strong dollar. So I think the bond market as well as the stock market have a little bit of a disagreement. I saw that the 2-year Treasury yields today hit 341, so close to 350. That's pricing in pretty much another 75, 25 or at least a 50-50 for the remainder of the year if we use that as an indication as to where short-term interest rates may go. So I'm surprised by the NASDAQ strength as well as the other market strength, but I do think that might have to do with technical indicators pointing to an oversold market in recent times. If we talk about an oversold stock, in the long term, though, that brings me to my next topic. That is Peloton, and then them having earnings this morning. Stock dropped 20% right after yesterday when they released news that they were going to start marketing their bicycles on Amazon. And so stock popped upwards 20% yesterday. Right after that, earnings down 20% again today. So we're pretty much where we are from just like two days ago. But this stock has been absolutely beaten down, as you guys can see. Probably if you think of the name Pandemic Darling, you might think of a lot of tech stocks, but this is one stock I think that's trying to brand itself as a tech stock that's been doing incredibly well. We take a look, during the pandemic.
Calling the stock as a tech stock is the biggest joke of history.
Exactly. Strapping an iPad to a bike and selling for $3,000. That's what this was pretty much advertising itself as for the entire run up, and it had a massive rally all the way from 19 to close to 170, right above actually. But you can see in recent times, this is the definition of what goes up must come down. In fact, at a faster pace as well. Them releasing earnings today, reporting a $1.25 billion loss for quarter two. This is compared to less than $500 million for the year ago period. As they try to look towards more restructuring, I believe the CEO said that naysayers will say that we have negative cash flow, running out of cash on hand. I think he said some things that the short sellers actually weren't saying, but have added to the bearish outlook to the stock. But he says that the silver lining in all this is that we are transforming ourselves as a company towards selling more of our software rather than selling more hardware as the bike. So I think they said that for once their growth came from their selling their their subscription packages for their bikes rather than selling the bikes themselves, and they're looking to raise prices on that. I'm still surprised at who the target audience is. I think everybody wants to go back to a gym and ride a real bike. But Peloton today down 18.5%. Investors obviously not liking the news, and so I think the future of this stock very much in question. And I want to see if they can actually turn a profit anytime. I think they're saying sometime in 2023. I think that's very optimistic. We'll see whether or not Peloton could actually turn a profit anytime soon.
Yeah, Peloton is a joke. Just get it over with. Just get that stock over with. It's it should not. I mean, look, their products are, not gonna lie, a little good looking. They're a little attractive to look at, but at the end of the day, they're just an expensive clothes hanger, right?
Exactly.
That's all it is. Palantir, man, still making moves to the high day, still taking out levels to the north side. So let's go. Palantir investors are absolutely loving watching Palantir do these type of moves at the moment. APA was a trade I punched in not too long ago, and we're currently 26 pennies in the money on APA as it breaks the low a day and pushes a little bit further. So we took that low a day breakout, and now we're just watching the trade work out for us. Didn't have to give too much of a wiggle room, only had to give it about 15 cents to the north side, and we're all, sorry, not 15, about 7 cents to the north side. Well, I'll just say 10 cents to the high of this candle, right? So 10 cents to the north side, we're already in the money, about 27 cents on that position. And we're just waiting really for Pinduoduo, man, to go hit that 60 area so we could wrap it up for this stock, that is. I don't think I can expect more of a move on Pinduo than $60. The average true range on this stock is most likely, let me go check what it is. I'm going to guess it's around $3. Bang, I got that right, 338. So we're already twice the ATR on Pinduoduo, doing a $6.50 move on it already. We've seen it struggle to push towards $60, but the help of the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ going a little bit higher, let's go check out what the FXI is doing. FXI can't really push towards the high a day either. This is your Chinese large cap ETF. It contains, I believe, BABA, Pinduoduo, Baidu, and maybe even NIO, if I remember correctly. But yeah, good way to always check on your positions is to look at the relative ETF. For example, if you were trading RY, that's the Royal Bank of Canada, or even your JPMs and so on. If you're trading your financial stocks, it's always a good thing to somewhere have up the financial ETF, which is XLF. to see what the ETF is doing. If the ETF is pulling back, but your stock just continues to go higher, maybe it's about to run into a little bit of a barrier very soon. And then you'll see the shorts piling in on JPM or whatever it is on that stock too, as people start looking to correct stocks that are outside of the bands inside the ETF.
Yeah, taking a look quickly at just FXI, the Chinese large cap ETF. This shows only the largest holdings, but Yahoo Finance is reporting that Alibaba, Tencent, Meituan, I think that's more of like a food delivery service, and then pretty much JD, Xiaomi, I think they make phones, but pretty much these are the largest holdings within the ETF, kind of moving in tandem with all the Chinese names together here. I think it's because they have a lot more in common than what people think, and that is American stocks trade off of their sentiment and their financials. Chinese stocks trade off of regulatory pressures, and so when let's say half of the valuation is was or not the relationships between the U.S. regulators and the Chinese regulators improve over time, you'll see a lot of them moving in tandem. So FXI, it's pretty interesting. It's not as diversified as you might think, just because all the stocks move around for the same reason there. But going back, I do see Mob being talked about here in the chat. Recent IPO, I believe this is a mobility network or something to that effect. IPOing today, not doing an awful lot when it first released, but major run up from around $4 all the way to almost $7 here. We hit 6.5 and rejected upon I think 660 or 670, making another run up, a second win here, if you will.
Devil's number, Tony.
Oh yes, yeah, exactly. But you're seeing if we can get to that level again and sort of break towards the highs. We're seeing a lot of now buying pressure, unable to go below 580. This seems to be the level of support, and now the level of resistance. First high over here is around 640. Second high around 665. So about really close to the devil's numbers there. But we're seeing if we can sort of go to that range again. I'd say for mobility networks, looks like it's having quite a bit of strength today. Besides that, my snowflake here looks like it broke above 195. So it's momentum again, still favoring the upside. I am surprised. My investing account is hurting, and I say it's an investment account. I short stocks in all the time if I think they're overbought, but that's hurting. I think still overbought. But again, what I think and what it is, oftentimes two very different things, and so that's when the pain really comes towards me. 195 here, I think close to 200. That's going to be psychological support. Upside is limited, but with this momentum, shorting here, it's like the reverse of catching a falling knife. Shorting. What can you even call this thing? A hot air balloon or something? It's just flying upwards today. And, we're seeing if we can finally see a top at close to the 196 level. But, if it goes above 200, that's going to be a big concern for me in my long-term account, my long-term holdings. So Snowflake today, again, very, very strong name. If we go back to just Palantir for a second, I'm sure it's doing close to the same. Again, hurt on their earnings a bit more. I think it was down 15% on earnings. Strangely enough, Snowflake's up quite a bit, but it's up 3% today. Still doing quite well, up with the overall NASDAQ. So Palantir doing quite strong.
Yes, sir. Super chat to wrap off the show over here. Ulysses Gutierrez coming in after a long day of work. Navy active duty forward deployed. To start off the next part of the sentence, I always want to say thank you for your service, obviously. Thank you for your service. We appreciate that. And you guys are my R&R. Not sure what that means. Risk to reward or R&R?
Rest and relaxation, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
Rest and relaxation and education to self-improvement. I love that. Thank you. I'm glad that we're able to relieve some of that hard work, day's work of stress for yourself, and also self-improvement. Look, that's what I'm trying to do on an everyday basis, right? Improve myself than I was yesterday, and I'm very happy to read those kind words from you. Thank you for that $5 super chat, Ulysses. But sadly, that marks the day over here for Midday Mayhem, Midday Market Movers with Prad and Tony. But we will be back tomorrow. Sharif will probably be on first again, and then Tony maybe after. Not sure how the order is going to go. But that's the fun affair, right? We've got to keep you guessing. We've got to keep the mystery so you can keep on coming back and hit that like and subscribe. Do that same thing for the closing show, too. See you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock, welcome back. We are expecting more comments coming out of Jackson Hole. The economic symposium continues this afternoon. Fed's Bullard apparently supposed to be speaking right now, in fact, starting at 2 o'clock. So we'll make sure we keep an eye on any comments coming from that. Busy afternoon otherwise. Nicely positive here for markets right across the board.